You ready? Good morning, everybody. I will call this meeting of a special subcommittee of Health and Human Service together to order and say good morning to everyone. If you'll please turn off your cell phones, I'll just remind everybody. And as I did that, I hadn't turned mine off. So if you will make sure that your cell phones are turned off. We are recording these sessions. They're going out live and they are going to be recorded and archived. And first of all, I would like to introduce the members of the committee. First of all, I'm Sharon Cooper, of course, Chairman of Health and Human Services. We have Dr. Mark Newton from Augusta. Mark's wife had surgery yesterday for a hip replacement, so he is not with us today, although he is sorry that he has to miss it, but family comes first. Katie Dempsey should be coming in anytime shortly. And then we have Representative Matt Hatchett on my right, in the blue shirt. Representative Dexter Sharper, our sharpest dresser, as we always say, and praise him with his clothes choices. And I know, and he knows that I mean that, and with great respect for how sharp he always looks. Representative Houston Gaines down here on my far right, and Representative Mike Chokas, who is following us by Zoom from Greece, one of the islands. So as we all sit here, and they are predicting that today the weather and will feel like 106 degrees outside, we can think of Representative Chokas sitting by the beautiful blue sea on one of the islands in the Greek islands. So that is our committee members from the House of Representatives. And I have asked people from outside to serve on this committee. So first of all, I have right in front of me, Dr. John Antelis, MD. He's a family physician from Dalton, Georgia. He's past president of MAG and serves as an AMA delegate and serves on, and he's here today representing MAG. Down on the end of that row is Adam Malone, Esquire, an Atlanta attorney who works primarily in the litigation arena, representing patients and their families. And he's serving today on behalf of the Georgia trial lawyers. Rob Schreiner, MD, in the middle. So Dr. Schreiner is a physician who specializes in critical care pulmonology and who is the president of the Wellstar Medical Group. So Liz Coyle, is Liz not here yet? She'll be joining us. She's the executive director of Georgia Watch, a nonprofit consumer advocacy group. And then on Zoom, we have Casey Hopwood. She's an in-house attorney for a rural hospital, Coffee Regional Medical Center in Douglas, Georgia, which we know, as most of us, is in the lower part of the state in a smaller hospital. So I want to thank everyone for being willing to serve, to volunteer their time to help us look at this very important issue. To get started, I will tell you how this came to my attention. An individual came to me about CANDOR and explained to me how CANDOR works. And I said, it's something I can really support. I get a little emotional about this because CANDOR basically does three things. And one of them, it allows family members whose family member or a person who's had an adverse reaction in the hospital have a chance to know what happened to them and to have a chance for some type of resolution, whether it be, compensation for a physical problem that occurred, or whether it's just the understanding of what happened and having somebody say, I'm sorry. And why this is so personal to me, I lost my husband just about 8 years ago, and there were several incidents in the hospital, which I would consider adverse reaction, which nobody ever came and talked to me about, which I still have feelings about. I don't use that hospital. I don't go to the doctors there because it's still very raw with me. As you hear about CANDOR, you would understand how that would have been, somebody would have come and in full disclosure, talked to me about what happened and given me a chance to hear an apology and to see how any of my feelings or what I thought needed to be done could be rectified. So that's one thing. And CANDOR does this when often the only other avenue patients have is to sue. But because of the cost of litigation, most of the suits and are high dollar suits. And that leaves the majority, I think, of the people without having a way to have resolution, because for them and for an attorney to take the lawsuit, it is not financially viable. And CANDOR offers another way for this to happen. So that's one part of it. The other part is it also allows physicians to be truthful. Having been married to a physician and knowing how important it was for him to do things right, if Tom had ever done anything wrong that harmed a patient, that would have been a burden he would have carried with him forever. And the ability in a setting to go to a family member and say, I made this mistake, I'm sorry for it, would have gone a long way to helping my husband, if it had happened, or any physician, to resolve the feelings that go with that and look for, here again, resolution with the patient. And the third way it does is that many of the parts of a resolution that happens with CANDOR comes from the fact that if a mistake was made, then what happens is the hospital or the system, if it's something that was a mistake that can be rectified, then rectifies and puts new procedures in place to make sure that that accident or whatever happened never happens again. And for many of the patients that are harmed or have family members that are harmed, this is their major concern. And for the physicians, that whatever happened, that it never happens again. So because of all of these things and my own personal experience with a problem in the hospital, I was more than glad to bring forward and to drop the CANDOR bill at the end of the last session and begin these discussions about CANDOR. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mary Lee Gober to introduce our speakers for today. And I thank each one of them, several that have traveled long distances as far as California and Colorado and Illinois on their own nickel, giving us their time and all to be here because of their belief in CANDOR. So Mary Lee, would you introduce our first speaker?
I want to thank you very much and let you know how much we appreciate your time and your thoughtful consideration of House Bill 807, the proposed CANDOR Act. At this time, I'd like to introduce to you Dr. Florence LaCroix. She's an adjunct professor at the Andrew Young School of Policy Studies at Georgia State University. She's also a Georgia native. She earned her medical degree from the Medical College of Georgia and practiced anesthesiology for more than 35 years, having served surgical patients at Emory, Kennestone Hospital, and Atlanta Medical Center. She now provides care at Northside Imaging Centers. Dr. LaCroix began her second career in health economics in 2013. She organized a research team with economists at Georgia State to investigate the effect of CANDOR on patients and their families when Erlanger Hospital in Chattanooga, Tennessee, implemented a CANDOR program in 2009. Dr. LaCroix has published several papers in medical journals on CANDOR, and is a national expert on the subject. Welcome, Dr. LaCroix.
Committee, and I understand that you are going to walk us through and give us an overview of exactly what CANDOR looks like.
Right. And first, I want to say what an honor it is to present before this committee on the House Study Committee and the audience because you care so much about the health and well-being of your fellow Georgians. In the first part of my talk, I'm going to be speaking in my role as a physician who has practiced anesthesia for over 35 years. So let me back up. Oh, that's y'all? Okay. So let me tell you a story. So Mary Lee and I, a few years back, were eating lunch, and she told me about a lecture she attended by a patient safety expert who presented a case where the nurse was taking care of an OB patient, had an epidural in for labor. The anesthesiologist had ordered IV antibiotics. She got the solution bag, which looked like IV antibiotics, and hooked it up to the IV. A few minutes later, she thought, oh my God, could that have been the IV anesthetics, which was supposed to have gone into the epidural? IV local anesthetics are what you use to numb the patients. You give it through the epidural. She was really worried about it because if you give IV antibiotics in an IV, you can kill them. So she ran back to the room, but it was too late. The patient was dead. So Mary Lee said, Florence, that happened to my husband. She said her husband's Dr. Fred Grover, who is an OB-GYN. So she said, fortunately for them, they had an anesthesiologist coming down the hall at the time that the patient arrested. So they were able to resuscitate the patient. So she suffered no injury. So I looked at Mary Lee and I said, Mary Lee, that happened to me. I said, same thing, exact same thing. And I said, we fortunately, God bless it, had an angel looking over my patient because another nurse came in to check on something in her room and discovered that the IV solution, the IV anesthetic solution, had connected up to the IV. She promptly took it off, so there was no injury. The hospital did an investigation because this was horrible, super dangerous, a near miss. And what they discovered is they have solution administration sets in the hospitals you can order that have this bright yellow line down the tubing that is only for epidural solution sets. I mean, it's very distinctive. So, as far as I know, that hospital has never made that mistake again. Now, Mary Lee's case was in 1998. The case, the patient safety person, was in Wisconsin in the early 2000s. My case was in Atlanta at another hospital in 2006. 18-year span, different hospitals, different states. Why is it taking so long for our United States hospital to correct what could be a simple, and we had the tubing. How did this not get, so that we all did it wherever I went? And, and I believe enough is enough. This is horrible. And that is why I'm here today, because I think together we can improve this system. And I will go into why this is been such a failing system. We don't need to take 18 years to fix something that could be easily fixed the next day. So now, let's talk. Okay, what do I do? Right arrow. My talk today. Okay. So in my talk today, I'm going to. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. How's that? Okay, for my talk today, I'm gonna give you a description of CANDOR, this program that we think, and I'm gonna be explaining why studies are have demonstrated that CANDOR is a better way for Georgians, especially those patients who have suffered harm under medical care, as opposed to what the practice that we've been using in the United States for decades. I will briefly explain Georgia House Bill 807, and why we believe that passing this bill could help Georgians. And as far as our next steps is, we want to be here to answer any questions. Call us. We've got a lot of experts here, but we have a lot more. We've got tons of papers we can give you. We can bring other people in to talk to you. We want you to make, as much as possible, have the most informed. We want you to make the best decision based on the most complete information you have. That is what we're here for. So this is hopefully just the start of our process. So CANDOR stands for Communication and Optimal Resolution Program. In essence, it is an open and candid discussion between the physician, hospital, and the patient and family about what happened when something went wrong, when a patient suffered an injury. And studies have found that it is a better way to serve patients and their families when something goes wrong. Now, Georgia House Bill 807, I'm just going to briefly say we call it a CANDOR enabling bill. That means it is easier for the hospital and physicians to use CANDOR if they want to. They don't have to, but they can. And 600 hospitals in the United States have implemented CANDOR, and they're not all in states that have done it. We have 4 that have. But when teams have gone in to hospitals, healthcare systems to see about implementing it, they found it is much easier to do it if there's a CANDOR law. So and we've got Jean Martin and Karen Lorenzen will be explaining this much more in detail, and they're in Colorado and Iowa and can give the impact of it. It is extremely important you realize this is not a tort reform bill. We are not in any way trying to change the litigation process. And since it's a voluntary program, if they don't want to do it, the patients, their attorneys, they advise, let's not do this. Let's go through normal litigation. That's fine. We will do what makes you comfortable, because this happened to you or your loved one. What do you want to do? We'll do that program. And our bill is modeled after Iowa and Colorado's. So, because we have found we've gotten good feedback from attorneys and physicians on this. So we really like this bill. Now, why have 600 hospitals implemented CANDOR? I mean, it's a lot. It can be a lot of work for the hospital to implement it, and it can cost money. Well, you have to think about why don't they use what they've been using for decades? They've already got that down pat. Because we have now a lot of studies, multiple studies, showing that the previous system is not good. In fact, medical liability experts have coined the term deny, delay, and defend for this process. So, and the studies now looking at CANDOR versus comparing it with deny, delay, and defend have found that CANDOR fixes the problems that deny, delay, and defend have created. So now, and the reason I say this, let's talk a little bit about deny, delay, and defend, the problems. When a physician has an adverse outcome, something bad happens to their patients, we call our attorney and say, this happened. How do we talk to the patient? How can we communicate effectively? And they tell us, don't talk. don't talk to your colleagues, don't talk to your friends, don't talk to the hospital, and definitely do not talk to the patient and family. There is even a clause in several malpractice insurance carriers saying that if you talk to the family and patient without their permission, they don't have to pay your defense costs. I mean, it's a serious issue. So, and the physicians, it's horrible. You know, we can't talk to our patients. We can't tell them what was going on. Another problem is Sharon mentioned, and this is a huge problem. And I've heard this from other plaintiff's attorneys too. Malpractice cases are one of the most expensive civil cases to litigate. There is a fixed cost that happens. And so those cases where the patient suffers a milder injury and will not get as much compensation, the attorneys lose money. They, you know, and in all fairness to the attorneys, they have bills to pay. They have to have a roof over their head. You know, a lot of them, they can't take the cases. So this results in these patients not being able to get any financial help when they're suffering financial injury because of this. You know, I mean, they may be out of work for a couple of weeks as they're resting in bed after something, or they can't take care of the kids. They have to get childcare help or whatever. And as we all have known, especially with the pandemic, we're seeing a few weeks of lost paycheck can be devastating to these people. So that is really, those are the two biggest problems that I see. And there are some more we'll go into, but those are the biggies. So the CANDOR program, what is it? Does everybody have a little handout that we gave? Okay, or the audience, if audience needs any, somebody to distribute. Oh, thanks, Kay. If you can distribute to those, raise your hand and we'll distribute them to you. It's just an outline explaining this in very simple terms. Take it home if you want to look at it more. References on the second page. So, or you just feel free to give it to your friends or any colleagues you think may be interested. Okay, yes, thank you. All right, so CANDOR. So the hospital organizes a reporting system. So they want their medical staff to report any medical error, any unprofessional behavior, any racism, sexism, anything to the hospital and there can be no fear of reprisal. This is key. And then the hospital has to organize teams to investigate the complaint. And you've got to have a team organizing it, because if you're not doing anything about it, they're not going to report it anymore. So they do this. And in the meantime, the patient and their family are notified about the investigation. They're given updates and they're supported during it. We also, hospitals create the Care for the Caregiver program, because obviously the patient and their family are devastated. It's horrible. They're injured. No one's talking to them. It's hell. But the physician, the nurse, the pharmacist went into this to help patients. And if they've made a mistake and they've hurt somebody and killed them, that's real hard and devastating for them. And they could use some counseling and help to do this. So now the investigation team has found out what happened and why. They meet with the family. They recommend to the family and patient to have a legal counsel, to have an attorney with them to help give them advice. If the team finds out there's a medical error, then they explain what happened, why it happened, and they apologize. They say, we're so sorry this happened. Then they describe what they're going to do, as Sharon said, to make sure it doesn't happen again. They do not want this awful mistake occurring to other family. And then they offer economic and non-economic compensations. They want to give the patients what they want and need. And the best example I've ever had of a non-economic compensation is a risk management person told me at her hospital, they had a really bad error, resulting in the death of a little baby. It was horrible. And so when they had the meeting with them and went through the process and they said, what can we do? What can we do to help you? What would, and they said, talk about it, think about it, talk to your attorney, you have a rabbi or a minister or family members and come back and tell us what you want. So they did. And when they came back, they said, we don't want money. We don't want money. That's not going to help us. That's not what we want. What we want you to do is build a memorial garden in the name of our baby so people can come who are suffering as their loved ones are in the hospital and pray or have quiet time and hug. And that is what they did. So and now let's say, and it's not uncommon that the team finds no medical errors. The most common is known complications from a procedure. And the surgeon will describe the procedure, the complications that may occur. Nothing's ever 100%. And they have to sign that they understand this and do it. And oftentimes the patients know this, but the complications even worse if they don't do it. So that's why the odds are better if they do it. So they find out that there was no error. So they still support the family because it's still traumatic. The patient's hurt, but there's no offer of compensation because the hospital feels that the nurse, the pharmacist, the physician did not do anything wrong and they should not be held accountable for a known complication. Okay. Now, let's say they've done the CANDOR process and they can't resolve it. For instance, the patient, family, attorney think that the investigating team got it wrong and there was an error. There's a definite error. You killed my mother. Or that the compensation that the hospital deemed was fair, they said, no, it's not fair. We should get a lot more. So, and then like the hospital can say, well, they can offer formal mediation if that's what they want, or they can go, you can litigate. It's whatever you want and you're comfortable with. We will do whatever you want. It's okay. We're not going to push you. It's okay. So now I'm going to talk to you in my role as a adjunct professor at the School Policy Studies at Georgia State University. I'm going to be talking about the research about some of these studies looking at the impact of CANDOR and that. Am I doing okay for time? You want me to speed up? These are the short ones. Okay, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay. All right. Anyway, so this is CANDOR on the middle. DDD is deny, delay, and defend. Impact, in essence, the research teams are looking at various outcomes of the two, comparing them. So let me go through this quick. So was there an explanation of what happened? CANDOR, yes, absolutely, had to do it. Deny, delay, and defend, seldom, because we're told not to talk. Was there an apology if the error caused injury? Yes, CANDOR, you're required to. Deny, delay, and defend. Well, if you're not talking to them, how do you apologize? Offer of compensation if the error caused injury. Again, yes, by definition. Compensation, sometimes they'll do it, but if you're not admitting error, it's a little hard for them to offer money, but you'll see it. What about time to resolve the case? And this is from the time of the event to the time to the case is resolved, how long it takes. Deny, delay, and defend can take years. We've got studies showing it years, 5 years or more. CANDOR, several studies have shown dramatic drop in the time to resolve it. It can occur in months or even days. So that's good. Stress after the event, we briefly touched on that. It is so stressful for the patient and their family because no one's talking to them, no one's apologizing, they're not getting any help. It's horrible. But as I said, and Dr. McDonald will go into some more detail, it can be traumatic for us as, you know, if we've killed that patient and we didn't mean to, I mean, he'll tell you what's happening with us because of the horror we have for that. So what about relationship between error and compensation? What I'm referring to is if there was an error, was there compensation? If there was no error, then was there no compensation? In science, we call this the concordance rate. Studies on denadolin say the concordance rate was medium. Whereas CANDOR, we found at high. Erlanger, we looked at that. We looked at all cases where there was an error. They found 100% of the time they offered compensation. Now, they found of the cases where there was no medical error, only one time did they give any money. They fought it for over 4 years. They spent tens of thousands of dollars. They eventually gave $10,000. And let me tell you, the plaintiff's attorney lost his shirt. So, I mean, they hold fast. Now, healthcare costs, let's talk about money. We all know that healthcare costs way too much in the United States. In 2018, the average healthcare cost for an individual in the United States was $11,000 a year. Another study then showed of the $3 trillion that the U.S. spent in healthcare, and this was federal level, state, and individual, of the $3 trillion, $1 trillion was wasted healthcare spending. Just think what we could do with $1 trillion, our country. So looking at what does deny, delay, and defend do compared to CANDOR? And we've got some lovely studies. Dr. Helmskin is going to describe this in detail. Deny, and defend, it makes it worse, more increased spending. CANDOR appears to make it less. Okay, this is my favorite though. This is the one, as a physician, I just adore. Patient safety, deny, delay, and defend slows it down, improves patient care. CANDOR speeds it up. And why is that? And why am I so excited about that? Because in 2000, there was a landmark study, Institute of Medicine, in 2000 to err is human. They found an estimated 100,000 people a year died from error. So that was the beginning of the patient safety movement in the United States. Massive patient safety initiatives all over. Well, how successful have they been? Not much. Because McCary and his colleagues at Hopkins in 2016 found, they titled their paper, Medical Error, Third Leading Cause of Death. 250,000 people a year died for medical error. So we're going, patients say, what are we doing wrong? This is not working. What industry has been successful in improving safety? And we have some pilots here who could answer that in 2 seconds. The airline industry. So if you notice on the y-axis is aviation fatalities per mile flown. And on the x-axis, you've got the year. The one on the far left is 1970. On the far right, 2018. Gorgeous drop, gorgeous drop. We want that. So the question is, how did they do it? What is the root cause of how they did it? And I can tell you in one word, it is the flight recorder is what was really the thing. It's the black box. You know, after a plane goes down, the first thing they do is try to find any survivors. The next thing, find the black box. Got to find the black box. What happened? Why did it happen? Let's fix it. The airline industry has been great at realizing their pilots ain't perfect. And they make their systems designed for that so the pilots don't screw up. Well, deny, delay, and defend, in essence, they're saying hide it, hide that black box. Whereas CANDOR says find it as soon as possible. You want to fix it so it doesn't happen to the other. We want that Miralie's case occurred in 1998. We don't want to see it again because that's gone out and fixed it. And that's what we want. So Georgia House Bill 807 benefits Georgians. We have plenty of studies showing it. We'll be happy to get them to you. It will demonstrate it helps hospitals, physicians, and nurses future patients, all patients in the state of Georgia. But of all the people it benefits, it is the patient and the family who have suffered an injury. They are hurting, and this is what CANDOR's main goal is. I'm happy to take any questions if I have time. Yeah, do I have a what?
Button, and we'll try to get the right, okay? Hold on.
Good morning, Florence. I believe your summary had 600 hospitals are already implementing CANDOR, and 4 states have a CANDOR enabling law. Of the 600, are all 600 in those 4 states, or are there hospitals in states without enabling legislation? And how has that impacted the success of the program in those states, I mean, in those hospitals?
Right. No, the 600 hospitals are all over. Erlanger implemented in Tennessee. They had nothing. They've not done it. And, it's in it, but it takes guts, and, you really have to talk your hospital into doing it. And the problem you have is a lot of the hospital leadership, no, we're not going to do it. I mean, 600 is great, but the goal is to get more involved. In fact, John, when our first paper came out, Erlanger, and I gave him a copy of it, and he comes up to me at one of the legislative meetings and goes, "This is great. This is great. We got to get all Georgians to use CANDOR." So the next thing, after he got a team to get the AMA to endorse it, first step, then he calls me and says, "Okay, let's get a Georgia CANDOR law." And, fortunately, Iowa and Colorado were doing the other 4. So we learned from them what was good, what did they like and not. But it is, and Jean and Karen will talk to it more. Like right at this point, we don't have any hospitals in Georgia. Iowa didn't at the time, and neither did Colorado. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jean, but now they do.
2 states have an immediate impact in terms of the numbers of hospitals that felt comfortable enrolling in the or beginning the program?
Rachel, Susan can answer. Any adoption of a new innovation, it goes like this. You got to get a critical mass. So I would say, well, Jean can tell you, I say we're still here. And as people hear about it, then all of a sudden, boom.
Can I put 2 cents in before I go to Dr. Antelis? It's sort of like hospitals are very reluctant to hire people to do patient care unless they have, we had this with one of the things that a group that came to us to ask for to be, have licensure, because what they found was, even though they were specialists, highly trained, because they did not have a license, physicians in hospitals did not want to hire them because of any kind of malpractice suits. They're very suit averse, and they want people to have their license. It's the same way by having a state law that, basically encourages CANDOR. They feel more secure in going forward with inducing the programs. Okay, Dr. Antelis.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. The question I have is in the 600 hospitals that have implemented CANDOR, it is very important that the personnel, the people that work there are not afraid to speak up. Have those hospitals, in your experience, made any changes to encourage that when there is an error that they don't have to keep it hidden, that they can speak out about this and have a means to be able to do that without repercussion? Has there been a culture change in those facilities that have implemented that, so that we are working toward decreasing the number of errors in that facility?
Yes, in fact, I think Tim McDonald can address that even more, because he's been one of the ones implementing it and getting feedback and doing more. But the big thing is you need to increase your reporting of events, near misses, not even mistakes, but where they may have, but they lucked up. So in some hospitals, incentivize them, the more reports, they get some reward. And others, I think they've got penalties. If you don't tell us about and it gets claimed, then you get some penalty or something. So it's all about getting the report. But now it is so important. And let me say, the team is not just one team that looks at all that. It depends on what the event is. If this is some bullying thing or racism or sexism, then there's a certain team that can handle that, and try to correct the behavior. They may not even know they're saying stuff that's offensive. And there's trainable, and there's others that it's egregious and throwing scissors across to your nurse in the OR. I've seen that years ago. And so, or there's complaints about the EHR, fixing those. So it's different teams to handle it. And the reporter, the staff need to know you're doing it. Sorry. Okay, so answer is yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. LaCroix, I want to be crystal clear that I understand the chronological process of CANDOR. So if I understood it, step number one is that the treating clinicians, be they nurses or doctors, report the unanticipated outcome to a central team. Is that step
Well, it
one?
doesn't even have to be a treating. It may be someone who sees it.
Okay.
They don't want fear of reprisal because they don't want to be considered, you ratted on me, so you're going to get nailed. No, they're fine.
Number two is that the treating clinicians plus the subject matter experts in the institution convene a meeting with the patient and family to disclose early the unanticipated outcome and invite the patient and family into the CANDOR process. Is that step two?
Yes, but okay, yeah, into the investigation, you mean? I mean, they can say-
Invite
they
them
come and say,
to
"We're gonna investigate."
voluntarily engage in the CANDOR
Right,
process.
because you want to hear from the patient what happened. They see some things that we don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then number three, if the patient and family do accept that invitation, then they participate with the care team and improvement engineers in the institution to investigate what happened, why, root cause analysis, and so forth. Excuse me. And then lastly, the results of that investigation are used to fix broken processes so that this event doesn't happen to another patient or family in the future. And then there may very well be compensation offered to the patient and the family as part of the resolution process. So are those roughly the
Yes,
four
and
steps?
it doesn't, I mean, it's amazing how many want something besides money. They want non-economic. Rick Boothman told me this story where the wife died. And so they off the top offered him all this money and the guy got furious. And said, I don't want money from my patient stuff. And then they came up with something that he wanted.
And
Lastly,
a plaintiff's attorney representing the interests of the patient and the family is always a good part of this process, right? Okay, thank you.
Right, but you can't insist. I mean, especially in Chattanooga, it's Appalachians, and they don't trust. No offense, they don't always. Some of them just don't trust their attorneys. Yeah, I don't know, but we definitely encourage it. And I think more and more they will, but. It's up to the patient ultimately, whatever, we want them to be comfortable with whatever the decision is because they decided what to do. And also the care for the caregiver is big too, because as you know better than anybody, it's traumatic for them. You can lose nurses and doctors for it.
All right. Adam, if I may use your first name, and I hope it's all right for everybody, I will tell you, my nurses trainings, I will call the doctors doctor. I even did it to my husband at home sometimes. So it is just inbred in me. I'm from the time when nurses stood up when the doctors entered the nursing station. So if I'm not playing particulars over there. So Adam.
Madam Chairwoman, and Good morning, Dr. LaCroix, and thank you so much for your passionate work on this very important issue. I've got 3 questions, the first one in 2 parts. I was intrigued by your example of the yellow IV line and how easy it would have been had that color coding system been in place ahead of time. And that the mechanism was already there in the hospital. And so all they had to do was implement it, and presumably it was. And I think you said that that error never occurred in that facility again. So the first question is, as I understand, the CANDOR bill provides for the hospital to make promises to the patient about what they're going to do, such as implement a yellow line to prevent this from ever happening again. Is there any provision in the CANDOR bill that provides for the enforcement of those promises and provides a way for the patient to find out whether they actually followed through with it? And I guess it's three parts. If they don't do what they promised to do, is there a provision in the bill for the next injured family to find out that they previously promised to fix it, didn't, and it happened again?
Okay, that is not my area of expertise. I'm going to refer that to Marilee, Jean, and Karen. 'Cause
Okay.
Or could she answer it now, or should we wait for her turn? Here.
Might have caught you off guard. So just to summarize, yeah, is there any way for the patient to enforce the promise and to find out whether the promise was carried out? And if another family is injured and they didn't fulfill the promise, for that patient's family to find out that it was previously promised and broken?
Well, I would say there's an incentive for a facility to change its practices, because they clearly don't want to have to pay out to another patient for doing the same thing. We had, I think one of the things I was planning to speak about is how important it is to have the patients as part, and the families as part of the quality management process. I think currently we have I'm from Colorado, so we have a quality management privilege. And I think there's concern, are you going to waive that privilege if you start talking to the patients about what you've done, which seems kind of crazy when you think about it. But within CANDOR, that can be part of the discussions, and that can be ongoing. And so it could be an agreement, because a lot of the things we do are not just money. There'll be a release and you can sign that. But if we've had, in fact, we added to our peer review law in Colorado, having, encouraging hospitals to have patient representatives sit on there. And I think you would just have to be acting in good faith. I guess you could put it in contract. When you think of CANDOR in general, it's sort of a freedom to contract. This is a totally, voluntary process. But to me, it would be illogical. I was on the medical executive committee of our hospital. I can't imagine that if there was something, we figured it out through the quality management process and made a change, so it wouldn't be, because some of these things have to be reported to the state anyway, and they may come and do an investigation, that they would want that ever to happen again. And in my experience, as I'm the executive committee as an ED medical director for 10 years, so when we made a change, it stuck. I can't speak for every hospital, and I think when you're working with the patient and the family, you have to be acting in good faith. And if they're not acting in good faith, fine, you're out of CANDOR. We've not had any cases, knock wood, start in CANDOR in Colorado that went, at least for COVID, that went on to a lawsuit. So I think that kind of speaks for itself, but the fact that there's CANDOR and you want to get it resolved quickly, everyone is kind of in that same boat. It really encourages people to act in good faith. And I've been very impressed with I feel like some of the attorneys on both the patient side and the defense side, it's sort of like they went in the Harry Potter sorting hat, because we have I asked some of I don't know if you were able to speak with any of them. I reached out with the CTLA people that we had worked with, 2 on the bill and 2 who've done a lot of CANDOR cases. And so this was late in the day. And that evening they all said, oh, we're happy to talk to GTLA and say how this has worked out. So they've been huge proponents. They advertise CANDOR on their website. So
Yeah.
it's been a significant change in culture.
Well, thank you. And we've been talking to Iowa and Colorado.
Oh, awesome.
It, I hear you saying that the human beings involved would never want this to happen again. I get that. My experience is even when human beings have the best intentions and they make promises, intend to carry them out, sometimes the corporate mechanism that's set up just doesn't get around to doing it. And that's the reason for my question is there a mechanism in the bill that would provide for the patient to find out whether it was carried out, and if it wasn't, to have some way of enforcing it. And it might not be there, but I would want us all to be aware, that this is a good faith. We just have to accept your word for it.
And I think, if you wanted to do that, they're going to be represented by counsel. If the council wants that, I would put that in the condition of the release. If you truly wanted to do that, I haven't seen the need for it so far. But we've probably been doing more. We probably insure more physicians than hospitals. So we're doing a lot of individual physicians. So the hospital might have another insurer. So sometimes there's only so much control COPIC has. So I would put that on especially for giving compensation, I don't think we've had a patient not represented if there was compensation, because that's important for us because we don't want unfair bargaining power. I kind of look at the attorney as being the guide for the patient and their family to know, are they treating me fairly? Is this reasonable compensation? And what we've heard from the attorneys for the patients, and I don't call them plaintiffs counsel, so I always call them patients counsel. They ask the patient, what is it you want out of this meeting? Money, it was not even on the list. They said, I want to know what happened.
Mhm.
I want to know what the facility is doing or the doctor, so this never happens to someone else. And the third was, I want you to understand the impact this error has had on my life. So money didn't come up in those top three. And so I think that when I met with CTLA, I think they felt like, because we're always fighting on peer review, they say, oh, you hide all your facts from your patients. And this is just the opposite. In fact, one of our claims people said, with CANDOR, you have to be transparent with the patient. You have to open up every door. So at the end of the process, they know that we didn't leave anything, behind that we didn't tell them about what happened.
And let me say, there was a great article I sent it to, 2017 Health Affairs, that it was really mostly patient safety. And they knew they had all the errors, mistakes, and then they showed their system changes, going to and telling the staff. And that is extremely important because, like I said, staff ain't going to report it. So that kind of hospital, how they did it, and I'm assuming they must have told the patient too. It's done. I don't know about legislation. That's y'all's. I love I love that paper.
In the interest of time, I'm not going to ask my other questions except this one, because I think that I appreciate you bringing up the airline industry and the analogy of the black box. And it sounds like what I would define as the black box in the medical setting is the result of the peer review investigation. That's the official investigation. That's where the answers are. And under Georgia law in most states in this country, in fact, all of them, that's kept secret from the patient. Unlike the airline industry, the NTSB does the investigation and the results are public record. Would you be in favor of waiving the peer review conclusions in the CANDOR process and that being provided for in the bill?
I don't understand. I'm confused because when you go into the CANDOR, they tell them.
By the mic, Dr. Leroy, please move over to the mic.
Okay, so I'm a little confused by the question. When they go into the CANDOR thing, they tell them everything. Now, this is a safe space because if you want to, they say no, and they litigate, they have to go through normal discovery process. They can't use anything. Otherwise,
Right.
if they do, they're not talking to you.
Right, I'm
So,
talking about
but-
just in the candor process. Would you be in favor of language going in the bill that the peer review privilege is waived?
I'm confused. We've
Excuse me.
never-
You mean waived if you drop candor?
No. And all the language that whatever is discussed in candor is still privileged and confidential, but in the candor conversations themselves, there is no peer review privilege. The patient has access to the results of the official investigation. And if candor fails, then that information can't be used
Right.
in litigation. So my question is very narrow. Would you be in favor of specific language in the candor bill that for the candor process, there is no peer review privilege?
Well, okay.
Okay,
but-
wait a minute. Wait.
Yeah.
I think that I ask you and everyone to serve on this committee because I think this is the kind of thing that we need to discuss as a committee, and because of time, explain it a little bit more. When you're talking about peer review to me, is that the hospital going in and doing the in-depth study about what happened? Oh, see, I think we need, okay. Dr. Schreiner.
Thank you, So, Adam, I do understand your question.
Okay.
And I would assert, Dr. LaCraw, that Dr. McDonald might be the better individual to answer this excellent question. Peer review has a long and established honor, in our investigative and improvement process. And I would assert you could defer this question to Dr. McDonald when he gives his presentation. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Adam, can you understand? I'm confused on that one too. So that's why, but
Absolutely.
thank you for the question. So,
wait.
but it's that kind of thing that we want this committee, as we work through this process, to bring up and that we need to know. So I thank you for the question. Okay, we're going to take two more questions. Representative Hatchett, Matt,
Go ahead.
did you get the
I
question?
think the questions will be answered.
Okay, and who have I got? Oh, Representative Sharper.
I appreciate everybody for being here. This is just a note or something that everybody can write down. I don't know if it's something that's, already in place. My biggest thing is the patient safety and patient treatment, even though we can talk about the litigation, talking about the hospitals, about the money, everything else. But I'm wondering, is there some type of database that's national or in individual states where the information for candor, like different solutions or different problems that have happened? Because like I say, we can be concerned about the family, but you have a victim that's involved, and neither one of us wants to be a victim. So I'm wondering, once they have an investigation, the ones that are already doing it, and you go through the whole process, find out there was a problem, and then you eventually come up with a solution. Is there a way that where there's candor-related hospitals or just hospitals in general can go to this database and say, we found out that, hey, here's a solution to, the IV line being highlighted, that we can get that information out to people so it doesn't happen with other people in the future, and not just, if you're in candor, we're not going to tell anybody about our solution. But that's what I'm looking at, making sure that if we're a part of this, that there's information available to any and everybody across the country to say, we don't have to go through that same mistake that somebody else did.
Like, just because my hospital got the yellow line doesn't mean all of them did. And it's my understanding, Jean, y'all are doing this with your candor. So this is what they're up to and transmitting this. And now I know the American Society of Anesthesiologists they want you to send in all your mistakes and how you fixed it and stuff. So that's going. But to do it efficiently with cases, physicians look at cases a lot because they're afraid. So I think her way would be very efficient. If we can coordinate with her and get it on an even Iowa, I think it would take off. You start here and as you get the teams, the collaboratives, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna discussion. And just so everybody knew, the person that helped Dr. LaCroix out was Jean Martin. It's Dr. Martin, and it's also Attorney Martin. And she works for a professional liability insurer. So she'll be up later, but just so you know that when she came over to help Dr. LaCroix with the question, that was who it was. Okay, all right. Keep your introduction succinct, please. Okay, Ms. Goebel.
Yes, I'd like to introduce Leilani Switzer to you. She did not choose a career in healthcare. It chose her. In 2005, her son Gabriel died after a series of medical errors at 2 hospitals, including Stanford Children's Hospital. Since 2011, she has worked with Stanford Healthcare as a patient advocate and liaison. And Ms. Switzer is involved in the transparent dialogue with patients and their families when unanticipated outcomes occur, and in facilitating system changes to protect future patients. Her own experience, as well as her work with other patients, families, clinicians, and attorneys, has given her a unique understanding of healthcare's cultural relevance to the complex realities of disclosure. Ms. Switzer speaks about the need for transparency and compassion after medical errors, both nationally and internationally. Her work has been discussed in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and on CNN.com. She has been featured on the TED Radio Hour and Radio Lab podcasts. Ms. Switzer's 15-minute TEDx talk that you are about to view has been viewed more than 165,000 times. After viewing her TEDx talk, she is with us today from Nevada by Zoom to answer your questions.
The nurse grabbed the recliner and jerked me awake. I heard code blue and the room filled with people. In that instant, I knew he was gone. The doctor's words attempted optimism, but their faces betrayed them. The next hours were awful. My sweet boy had become a corpse hooked to machines. I sat next to him, begging him to come back to me. But really, I wanted to flee. I didn't want any of this to be happening. I wanted to wake up stiff and uncomfortable in that ugly blue chair and realize it all was just a very bad dream. But this was far worse than a nightmare. My 20-month-old son had just died in one of the country's leading hospitals. On Thursday, he was sick, and on Tuesday, he was dead. That night, when he had been admitted to the hospital, white circles with wires were stuck onto Gabriel's bare little chest to monitor his breathing and heartbeat. Every time he made the slightest little wiggle, the alarms would go off, and they're loud. Every time we would almost be asleep, the racket and worry would start all over again. We'd already spent sleepless days and nights in my local hospital where he had been misdiagnosed again and again. But now we were in a university hospital for children. Finally, here, I felt safe and very tired. And I'm sure the nurse could see how tired I was, and she wanted to take care of me too. So she did the logical thing. She turned off the alarms on the machine next to his bed. And I thanked her when she did it. I was so grateful for the prospect of silence and sleep. Later, doctors and administrators from the hospital would explain that actually, unknowingly, she had done a lot more. She hadn't just turned the racket off in the room. She turned off all of the alarms everywhere, in his room, at the nurse's station, and on her pager. Later, the manufacturers of the monitors would explain they didn't think anyone would go through the trouble of 7 screens to turn off all of the alarms. So they didn't include a failsafe to stop her. They were wrong. So when Gabriel's heart stopped beating, there was no sound, just quiet. Nothing woke me until several minutes had passed and I was being jerked awake and the room filled with people and panic. Imagine if you were that nurse, if you had done what she had done. You're doing your job, a demanding job, an important job, and you do something that causes someone to die. A beautiful child dies because you think you're doing a good thing. Then your shift is over and you have to look his mother in the eye and tell her goodbye. And the next day, you're expected to go back to your job, carry on, go about your business, all the while hoping and trusting that nothing else terrible happens. I could never do that job. I'm not that brave. My response to what happened to Gabriel is not unique. Like most people who have experienced errors in medical care, we want 3 things. We want an honest, transparent explanation of what has happened. We want a full apology, and we want to know and see that changes have been made to ensure that what has happened to us never happens to anyone else. Unlike what we can see nightly in television courtroom dramas, people don't immediately seek lawyers. We want answers, not money. People hire lawyers because they feel deceived and abandoned. It is a very emotionally and financially expensive last resort that none of us want to do. And the thing is, we all make mistakes. It's just that for most of us, the consequences are pretty small. I don't hit the submit button in my online banking account, and the power company gets paid late and I get a little fee. Or I forget that on Wednesdays, school gets out early, and my daughter's annoyed when I'm late to pick her up. I'm annoying, so pretty used to that. We all know that the power company doesn't expect a whole lot from me. And I hope my daughter knows that though I may be late, she also knows I'm always going to be there. But we expect so much more from people in medicine. We trust them with what we value the most, our lives and our loved ones, and then expect impossible perfection. We want the human element when it means kindness and compassion, like the nurse trying to give us a couple hours of sleep, but we deny it when it means possible failure. We're never going to have it both ways. The day after he died, Gabriel's nurse left that hospital for good. I hope she was not fired. Legally, I cannot be told, but I know she never returned to that children's hospital. And I get it. I wouldn't be able to go back there either. And one of the pediatric neurosurgeons who took care of Gabriel, he later quit practicing medicine altogether. All of their expertise and wisdom and experience is no longer helping children. That is another tragedy and another very expensive system failure. Unfortunately, hospital administrators don't tend to respond to medical errors with openness and transparency. They react with a legal version of fight or flight, deny and defend. This means keep your head down, shut up, and let the lawyers handle everything. This is a very dangerous and expensive response that we all should be concerned about. It would have been easy for the university hospital administrators to blame the nurse, fire her, and assume the problem had been solved because the bad apple was gone. It would have been typical deny and defend behavior for them to ignore my questions, to go silent, and hope I couldn't gather my thoughts enough to file a lawsuit. It would have been a safe bet. But they didn't do that. They didn't prey on my vulnerability. Instead, they investigated, they explained, took responsibility, and apologized. Then they asked me what else they could do. It made all of the difference. Transparency in medicine can help heal our medical system, and we all know that it needs a lot of help. By being open and honest when the unexpected happens, we can learn from our mistakes. We can find the deadly system failures, and we can act to fix them. After the university hospital investigated Gabriel's death and the weakness in the monitors was discovered, all other hospitals using the same equipment were alerted to the vulnerability. Maybe that helped someone else. I will never know, but it still comforts me now. After he died, the little plastic ID band that was around his tiny wrist should have been slipped onto mine. There was nothing more that could have been done for him, but there was plenty that needed to be done for me. I needed an infusion of truth and compassion. And the nurses and doctors who took care of him, they needed it too. We all should have been given ID bands and become patients that day. Death is a full stop for the patient in the hospital bed, but it is only just a very terrible beginning for the survivors left in the room. Hospitals should extend their care to these people because the impact of these kind of experiences is slow, painful, and toxic. This is how transparency can help the survivors. And these kind of experiences, they demand that we relive them over and over again. And those memories become dense and strong, like thick black coffee. And just like too much caffeine, that reliving keeps us up at night and can make us a bit sick. And the parts of these visions and memories that we have, the parts that don't make sense and are unclear, they become voids, so we fill them in. This phenomenon is translated directly from Latin as making shit up. We wonder if things could have been different. We feel guilty. Maybe we place blame where it doesn't belong. This is how transparency is healing. It finds truth, and it can take away the infection of guilt and doubt. Gabriel was treated at 2 different hospitals. He died because of mistakes made at both of them. Accidents that no one wanted to have happen. But how I was treated after he died was no accident. How they responded to those mistakes was very deliberate. Both had the opportunity to learn from my son's death and be transparent, but only one did. So, though I really wish I didn't, I know both sides of the transparency coin. The university hospital didn't hide behind legal maneuvers and dismiss me. They learned, they explained, and they changed the procedures in their hospital to ensure that all of the children who were patients there were safer. Now, they encourage me to share my ideas. They seek out my opinions, and they value what I have learned from Gabriel dying. They give me the opportunity to help people, And that makes his life bigger. But the local hospital ignored me. By going silent, they didn't just humiliate me, they denied Gabriel his dignity. And after more than 8 years, that wound is very far from healing. I wish the story I just told you was rare, but it is not. Errors in healthcare are common. The exact numbers are hard to determine. This is another side effect of deny and defend. But a shocking accepted number is that 100,000 people will die in the US this year because of preventable mistakes. This means this year there will be 100,000 opportunities to learn. 100,000 lives we should honor. 100,000 opportunities to choose truth and compassion over deny and defend. I know what I'm asking for is big. I want a culture change. Maybe I'm talking about a revolution. And I know what the opponents say, that transparency in medicine will just be a field day for the lawyers. Insurance companies will never play along. And the already busy hospitals will just be distracted by it. But case after case, study after study proves the opponents wrong. Transparency in medicine will save us money and make us all safer. Those are both good and noble pursuits, but it's not why we should do it. We should do it because eventually we all are going to need to wear one of those plastic ID bands. Eventually, we all are going to need the good healing medicine of truth and compassion. Thank you.
Ms. Schweitzer, if you'd start speaking, you're with us.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here.
Good morning. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. I think the heart of everybody in this room goes out to you for your loss, but also such admiration for what you have done since the loss of your son to help others. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning and to hear more about Gabriel's story and about my work at Stanford Healthcare. I've been working with patients and families and the hospital's attorneys for the last 11 years. I interface with families after unexpected things have happened to them. And it's really, it's difficult work, I will say that, but it also has been a profound privilege to be able to work and understand people who are very vulnerable and take what I have learned from Gabriel's death and really find a lot of meaning in that. So it's a privilege for me, and it's a privilege for me to be here with you. So if anyone has questions, I'm happy to do my best to answer.
For speaking to us today. Among the many wonderful and insightful comments that you provided, I would say none is greater than your comment that by the healthcare team being silent after Gabriel's death, that ultimately denied his dignity. and created a wound. It sounds like far too deep to heal, or at least it hasn't healed so far. And so if I have that right, in what way does the CANDOR process prevent, that denial of dignity and denial of closure and denial of healing? In what way does the CANDOR process, or the work that you do as a patient advocate and liaison, how does that prevent other moms and families from going through what you're still experiencing today?
So I frequently speak with patients and families. My TED Talk has gotten me a lot of attention, and I appreciate that. And it's not unusual for me to have people from around the country, not Stanford patients, reach out to me. And they are so profoundly damaged by not understanding what happened to them or to their loved one. Usually it's a death, and where they just don't understand what happened to their loved one. And what CANDOR does, and the process that I work on at Stanford, we create a space for answers and for questions. And it's very important in the work that I do and the work that I have with patients is to understand what they want to know and to make sure that we provide those answers. And we don't, I feel transparency it's the view from down here. It's not from 30,000 feet. It's when the patients and families stop asking the questions. It's not just what we want them to hear. It is that they lead that conversation, and they get to keep asking until their answers have been achieved. And probably all of us have experienced things in our lives that were traumatic, and that later we still have questions, that something will come up. Hey, what about this? Where CANDOR and communication resolution programs create opportunities for those conversations, where it doesn't do what Florence was discussing, everyone be quiet, let's not talk about this. It creates that space to bring people together. And, I have seen the healing that happens for the physicians involved in these situations, where they're ready to leave medicine. They are so devastated to find themselves in a system where they are challenged to take good care of their patients. And then you get the parents and you get the physicians in the room together, and they are able to share their two experiences. So the patient or the family knows what happens in the room, but they don't know what happened outside of the room. And by sharing that, they can realize, oh, you were really, really trying to help my baby during this time, but I didn't know that. I mean, I've seen this happen multiple times, and even just telling you about it right now gives me chills, because it is so profoundly connective and healing when we can answer our questions and we can share our experiences. And CANDOR creates a safe place for that to happen. Instead of like circling the wagons and everyone defends only themselves, we can bring everyone into the circle. And that is where the learning from these events happens, the understanding and the healing can happen. And I've in the last 11 years, I've spoken to hundreds of patients and families, and there's only been one time where the family said, it didn't occur to them to say, I want to make sure this never happens to anybody else. It is, and I think she was just so profoundly traumatized by what happened to her, but it's nearly a universal truth that we want to find meaning in our own experiences and to know that there's value. So that was a long-winded answer, so.
Okay. Liz, this is Liz Coyle.
Ms. Schweitzer, thank you for your heroism. I actually
you.
had seen your TED Talk before, and seeing it again today, I still get chills. So my heart goes out to you.
Thank you.
Your powerful message about the need for culture change. I mean, I think that that's exactly the right word for what needs to happen in so many systems in society. Do you feel that was the culture at Stanford, because of your experience there, do you feel that that culture was already in place? And that's why they handled it the way that your situation, your son's situation, the way they did? Or did Stanford evolve as a result of what happened? That's part one. And then part two, I also am aware of your awful story about the community hospital that did the opposite. And I'm wondering, you did ultimately find out, as I understand, the details of the misdiagnoses. Was anything done to hold that hospital accountable? And is there any hope? Do you have any hope for any culture change ultimately there?
So first part of that question of the setting that allowed Stanford to explain to me what happened. So Gabriel died in 2005. This was at a time when this approach in medicine was really quite a new idea. At that time, we had very innovative leadership that was looking to try to find a better solution to what we all know happens in hospitals very regularly. So if you were to speak to the people who were involved at that time, who made those decisions about talking to me, they would tell you that because of their experience with Gabriel and me after he died, that is what emboldened them to move forward with the program that I now work on, that is my responsibility. So we could say California has laws that is somewhat advantageous, but I know these kind of programs exist in states where there aren't the same kind of protections that California has. So yes and no, it was ready, but I think there's many other places that are ready, but that those places don't have the courage or are willing to take the initiative or the leadership who will stand up and say, no, this is what we need to do. These kind of programs they do not work from the bottom up. They have to come, hopefully meet from the top and the bottom, meet in the middle, but they cannot grow from the bottom. Regarding the hospital here in Reno, where I am right now, Renown, which is about 2 miles from my house, working in a healthcare setting for 11 years has made me understand better the challenges that are in healthcare. I'm not naive to the difficulties, particularly that we've all experienced in the last year. However, being transparent and explaining, if we only look at costs, it tends to save a lot of money. I am not shy about my concerns about that hospital. I have an extensive community here. They all know my experience. When I do have the opportunity to speak really publicly or nationally, I alert that hospital, hey, I'm doing this. I have sat down with the CEO who's came in after Gabriel died, not the same leadership. I've made a lot of overtures about how I would like to participate with them, and it's fallen on deaf ears. So I'm not holding my breath. I encourage my family and my friends and my loved ones to seek care at a different hospital. But going quickly, your comment about culture change, I just encourage us all to be aware that we are all part of all cultures that we interact with. And so I hear, oh, the culture needs to be changed. And that's true, we do. There's a lot of room for improvement, but we are all part of it. And even a little bit of a shift, though it won't instantly create dramatic change, a little bit of shift can pick up momentum. And it's not like at Stanford, we decided, okay, we're going to be transparent and we're going to explain all of this. And the sun broke through the clouds and the music started playing. That is not what happened. This is not easy work. It is not without bumps in the road and without challenges, but it doesn't mean that it isn't important and worthy work. And changing the culture will take a while, but it just needs to happen.
I don't see any further questions. And I want to thank you again for your participation and sharing your experiences with us. And like I said before, what you've done in the past years to work and to change the way that we look at what happens when there have been adverse problems in a hospital. Thank you very much for that work. I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can you cut it off? Okay. Okay, and moving on after that very emotional presentation, turn it back over to Mary Lee.
Karen Lorenzen is up now, so Justin will get that video queued up. Well, I'd like to thank you, Madam Chair Cooper, and the committee members who are present today, attorneys Adam Malone and Dan Snipes. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Karen Lorenzen. Ms. Lorenzen has been licensed to practice law in Florida and Iowa since 1992. She is a partner at Hayes Lorenzen Lawyers, PLC in Iowa City, Iowa, an AV-rated boutique medical malpractice and personal injury law firm. She is a fellow in both the Iowa Academy of Trial Lawyers and the American College of Trial Lawyers. Having spent 25 years working on complex medical malpractice cases, Ms. Lorenzen became interested in CANDOR as an alternative to litigation for resolving medical cases and improving the care being delivered in Iowa. Since the enactment of the CANDOR statute in Iowa, she has represented more than 25 patients and their families going through the CANDOR process. In August of 2020, Ms. Lorenzen accepted an invitation to become a member of the Oversight Committee for the Communication Resolution Program Attorney Alliance. The Alliance is an organization committed to promoting, educating, and training healthcare organizations on the benefits of resolution programs such as CANDOR. So welcome, Karen Lorenzen, and thank you also for being here today.
Thanks, Mary Lee, I appreciate that. Good afternoon, everyone. Glad we could get this set up. I'm sorry my trial schedule is going to keep me from attending in person, but this is a topic that is near and dear to my heart. As Mary Lee said, I first got involved in CANDOR during a pilot program in the state of Iowa at Great River Medical Center. It's in Burlington, Iowa. They were the first sort of medical providers to jump on board and really kick off introduction and use of CANDOR for resolution. There was a defense attorney and myself that agreed to participate in the pilot program. Those were my first 3 or 4 cases were through that program, helping clients make their way, and honestly helping us make our way through the CANDOR process for the first time. Since that time, I think all total with ongoing cases now, I have like 33 or 34 CANDORs. You know, people ask me all the time, clients, healthcare providers, other lawyers, what is CANDOR? And I tell them, yes, there's a statute, there's a legal process, but really, if you boil it down to its essence, CANDOR is really about having a forum that provides an opportunity for open discussion between healthcare providers and patients when there's been an adverse outcome. So you have an event, sometimes those events are complications, sometimes they are medical errors, but the hospital and or the other healthcare provider, could be a doctor, recognizes that this event has occurred and they are the ones to initiate the CANDOR process. Under most statutes, that's how it occurs. I will tell you, once the process sort of gets going, I now have worked with so many hospitals. Sometimes patients will come to me before they get the CANDOR letter that says, hey, we recognize that this has happened and we want to institute the CANDOR process. And most CANDOR statutes, things aren't done in writing, it's oral. And so with either a phone call or, you know, a quick message to in-house counsel at the hospital, I will say, hey, why don't you take a look at X, Y, and Z's chart and let me know what you think. And sometimes it's just as simple as that for the patient's information to get to the right person at the hospital for this process to get kicked off. Sometimes the clients have come to me and the process has already started and they get a notice in CANDOR. It's in your statute, it's in most of the statutes, that once the letter comes, they're also notified that they have a right to have counsel available to them and help them through the process. I think a lot of people ask, well, why CANDOR? Why do we need this? I think the better question, honestly, is why not CANDOR? Because as you heard from Marilee, you know, I've spent 30 plus years as a trial lawyer. I've tried lots of cases, Florida, Iowa, Illinois, in varying complexities. There is, and I've seen the results, good and bad, of trials. And I am a firm believer that the system does require litigation. Certain things will only happen through fear of punishment, basically. I mean, there's not another way to look at it. But there's also, CANDOR is sort of this, it has become for me just this offshoot of my practice that allows me, for a sort of a special subset of clients, to participate in the system, to make the system better, and also sort of allow certain things to happen that don't happen in litigation. And what I would say the primary things are that I appreciate about CANDOR is the transparency, because I mean, anybody who's done trial work knows transparency is a myth in litigation. It is really about, we'll provide only what we're required to, and only if you ask us the right questions. It preserves the doctor-patient relationship. When I file lawsuits, oftentimes my clients lose their healthcare provider. They are then barred from the practice. It improves outcomes. And by that, I mean improves outcomes within the hospital system. I can go into detail and give you examples, if you'd like, of multiple times during CANDORs where a process that led to the medical error has been fixed as a result of the CANDOR. It decreased costs on both sides. When I am preparing a CANDOR, I approach it like I approach any medical malpractice that comes to me, but I don't have to invest in the 10 experts or the 8 experts that I'll need to get the case to trial. A couple of experts usually will take care of it. It's a quicker process. It provides accountability. And I think the two things that I like most about it is that it has a way of providing an outlet for patients and their families that I have never seen in litigation. And I think that's huge. I say all the time, it's a cathartic experience for the patients because they are talking directly to the healthcare provider or the healthcare provider's supervisor about the error and how it affected their family. And in a way that there's not fear of reprisal for speaking your mind from the jury, right? So you're not worried that, oh, I'm gonna come off the wrong way to the jury and it's gonna hurt me in the end. It really is this outlet. And then the other thing is, oddly enough, as a plaintiff's medical malpractice attorney, I have a fair number of physician friends, and the process is really sort of physical and mental health sparing for them. Litigation is not fun for anybody. It's not fun for the families. It's not fun for the providers. And so this process, I think it's a much more congenial process. It's you kind of feel like you're on the same side to fix something. I think there are patients and clients that are uniquely suited for CANDOR. By that, I mean, as I said earlier, there are always going to be cases, whether it's the complexity, the nature of the case, whatever it may be, that are going to require litigation. This doesn't replace litigation. I think it complements litigation. It helps clients that have smaller claims, that the cost of litigation now in medical malpractice is so great. If a client doesn't have, essentially a permanent injury of some kind, it's really difficult to bring those cases or bring a lot of them. So you have this sort of $150,000 to $200,000 claim and below, where the cost sometimes will exceed what the client's going to recover in a litigation. Those cases are really uniquely suited for CANDOR. The other thing I'll say, and it's interestingly enough, the largest CANDOR award to date that I've received was for a client that absolutely did not want to file a lawsuit. It just wasn't in her DNA. And it was the death of her husband. It was entirely preventable. And so literally, you're talking about a multi-million-dollar award. And she just, but for CANDOR, she would not have gone forward. So there are clients that I think this process uniquely benefits. And like I said, it doesn't do away with litigation. And I also, I hear from attorney friends of mine, that are worried. And the plaintiff's bar in Iowa initially was pretty not too excited about the process, to put it mildly, but have now since come on board. I've helped other lawyers kind of work their way through the process, see the benefits of it. They've come to understand that the Iowa statute, for example, does not toll the statute of limitations. So there was concern like, well, doesn't it slow you down? Is it going to create time constraints? But it really doesn't, because you're essentially doing a mini, what I call a mirror investigation for what I would do for a medical malpractice. So it doesn't keep me from doing anything. And at least in Iowa, it also gets us medical records quicker, which it's sort of a bonus, right? It can take sometimes months to get medical records from providers. And through CANDOR, the moment the CANDOR is kicked off, the patient is entitled to the full set of records. So it's very helpful that way. And unique resolutions. That maybe my favorite part is it's not just about the money. There are many things that we've done over the years to sort of finish or complete what the true concern of the client was in terms of making the situation better for them. Anywhere from, I had a diabetic client whose injury created a kidney problem for them. And part of the resolution was for 2 years, he got free blood testing and was signed up for their diabetic wellness program through the hospital. And it was better for him. It made him better. It helped him be more compliant in the care of his own diabetes. There's so much you can do to create and fashion resolution, where in litigation, it's really about the dollars, and a jury is going to be good to you or not be good to you. And in this case, you can really be creative. And I think that really speaks to the clients who I would say, I can't think of a one who didn't say to me at some point in the process that they didn't want this to happen to another family, and they wanted to make sure that their participation was going to make the system better. And I think that's the part of CANDOR that is unique to CANDOR. Madam Chairwoman, you looked as though you had a question a couple times, and I wanted to make sure.
No, one of the reasons, and being a nurse and my husband was a physician, I always want things to be better. And I know that there are mistakes made in hospitals, and that certain procedures, if they were in place, could have prevented the patients being injured. And that's of prime importance to me. I also, here again, just want to say that often the small claims that people have that the lawyers, because of the cost of litigation, apparently don't make them feasible to take, often walk away without any resolution I mean, I truly believe that there are cases that need litigation and deserve to be litigated, and that people, you know, you say it's money, and it is money, and it won't be things back, but there are times when it's needed. So, but I think that for a lot of people, what happens never gets any kind of resolution, and they go away, both the doctors and the people that were injured, with this hanging over their head in a very negative way. So and that is just, I mean, my interest in candor when people began to talk to me about it. So I'm just reiterating that I'm with you on a lot of what you were saying about need for some lawsuits and for resolution of smaller claims and all. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on so long.
No, you know, it's interesting. I actually did some analytics on the 30 plus candors that I've had, and they span from, I think the smallest monetary award was about 25,000 and the largest was 3.8 million. So, I mean, you run the gamut of these cases. 80% I would classify as true medical error, and 20% a complication that could have been handled better.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Sharon. Thank you for including us and allowing us to be here at the table with you all. It's apparent to me that all the parties here are interested in, you know, in patient safety. We all have a common objective.
Right.
And I do have some questions. But first, Karen, I wanted to thank you for making yourself available. I know this is pro bono time for you right now. And I'm friends with one of your colleagues, Brian Galligan, there in Iowa.
Oh, yeah.
Who speaks very highly of you. So I appreciate you being willing to share your experience in Iowa,
Sure.
here with us in Georgia. Before COVID, the data shows out of Johns Hopkins University that preventable medical error is the third leading cause of death and disability in the United States. Clearly, the civil justice system, as it currently exists, has failed, you know, to reduce preventable medical error in a way that would push death and disability down so low that we're not having to pay as much attention to it. I could give you examples of what those numbers mean in terms of how many airplane crashes per day that would, you know, equal, and how outraged we would be in our country if that were happening, and we would do something about it right away. I will tell you that for the last 21 years, I've devoted my practice to representing survivors of preventable medical error. And before that, because my late father was my partner, he might have been one of the first or second in the state to start handling these cases, because he would say he was too stupid to know any difference. But I have been close to this my entire life. And I care deeply about this issue, just as you all do. As you mentioned, Karen, when people come to my office, they're apologizing first off for being there, and they want me to be sure that I understand that they're not the kind of people that sue people, even though they're standing in my office. When we go sit around my conference table and they start to tell me why they're there, it's never about the money. It's one of three reasons, sometimes a combination of all three. The first is nobody will tell us what really happened. The second is he or she was the breadwinner of our family, and now due to the injury, we don't have a health insurance anymore. We don't have anywhere else to turn. And third, and probably the most important reason, is we don't want this to happen to anyone else. We want to see something change. Through litigation, we have successfully caused hospitals and others to implement policies that they might not have had before, but the jury couldn't make them do it. They just did it because they didn't want to get sued again. Now, I have sued the same hospital more than once, and rarely, but I used to say never, but rarely have I ever had to sue the same healthcare provider more than one time. But I can say this: I have never in 22 years ever sued the same hospital or the same healthcare provider for the same error. You know, so in those isolated
instances, the civil justice system has at least corrected that problem for that facility or that provider, but the word hasn't gotten out because there's so much secrecy that surrounds settlements in particular. And about 90% of these cases do settle because I think the plaintiff's bar here does a good job making sure we don't take cases that don't have merit. We would go broke if we did. There are some really, really attractive parts of this bill. You know, one is the ability to sit down and openly discuss, you know, what happened to help folks get these answers. The other is, I noticed in the bill, there are provisions for assuring the patient what changes will be made so that this doesn't happen again. And the jury and the judge can't make them do that. You know, there might not be a provision in this bill to force them to actually follow through on what they promised the patient they're going to do. But at least, you know, that is provided for that discussion to take place. I wish there were a way to enforce it. Some of the questions that I have are, while our policymakers in this state, I think, are always devoted to trying to improve patient safety, improve our legal landscape. But as they say, the devil is often in the details. And it's often difficult to predict and anticipate where otherwise good policy, which is reduced to writing in the form of legislation, will be later abused by those who benefit from secrecy, benefit from delay, and don't have proper motivation to make necessary change. That's what concerns me about changing existing law in any way, in any area, really, is, you know, while we solve one problem, what other problems are we going to open up later that are going to flood the appellate courts to have to try and sort out, and it's going to take decades to do so. We saw that with a major tort reform bill in 2005 that we still to this day struggle with. I'm always open, and my clients are always open to have settlement discussions pre-suit and while the suit is pending. The difference that I think this bill provides that we don't currently have is that the patient and the defendant get to sit down together and have a discussion. And the patient gets to get questions answered that they want to ask. We accomplish that now by the defense lawyer and I sitting down and having those open discussions with each other. I can't use anything he says. I can't introduce his statement to me in the courtroom in front of the jury. And often, you know, that's the way we resolve our cases now. And so the difference, it seems to me, is it gives the patient the peace of mind to be able to look the other side in the eye, and the other side to look the patient in the eye, perhaps say, I'm sorry, which, by the way, we have a sorry statute here, an apology statute, not admissible. And that can be healing. And I think it can provide, you know, an opportunity for resolving. I don't know what the number would be, but I know there are a lot of cases that, Madam Chairman, you mentioned, that either don't have permanent injury or the injury is not so catastrophic that the value of the injury would even approach the cost of the litigation itself.
Adam, let me ask you this. Is your experience like mine? Would you say 8 out of 10 times when you file a malpractice, the hospital or provider knows it's coming? Would you agree with that?
You said 8 out of 10 times? Well, yes,
Yeah.
I think they do because they recognize my name when we request the medical record.
But would you also agree, though, that more times than not, the cases, they know where there's been, where there's an issue? I always call it the red file on the desk of the risk administrator. They know where there's bad care. And so my point in saying that is, I think your concerns about when cases have been filed and how does the statute work are really good concerns to raise and fixable at this stage. The thing I would point out is, having been doing this for the last 4 years, that is the exception and not the rule. The rule with these cases is typically it comes to you as the provider and someone's been approached about a CANDOR, or you get the records and you've reached out to the in-house providers that you know, and you say, have you looked at this file? And it kicks off long before litigation has ever started. So that's the part where I say when you're talking with the rest of the bar, you can make the process post-litigation better. We could do that in Iowa as well, honestly, but the vast majority of these cases are pre-suit. And the beauty of these versus just a good old-fashioned, pre-suit settlement mediation is the participation of the client, the change in the system and getting to know what that change is. And thirdly, at least in the Iowa statute, it's not considered a payment. And that's such an incentive for medical providers, right? Because it's not reportable to the national database. And we can't provide that outside of this process. And that's, I think, the buy-in from the other side.
So Karen, I would say, because you asked 8 out of 10 times, do they know it's coming? So the beauty of this process, or what would be beautiful about this process, is when the healthcare provider or the hospital gets my letter advising notice of representation and we're requesting a complete certified copy of the medical record. Emory, for example, whenever they get a letter from me, I get a call from the risk manager, or no, I don't get a call. I get an email and it says, should I worry? And I tell them, no, you shouldn't. This is about subsequent care, or yes, you should. And then I have a relationship with her where I will not file a lawsuit until we have a conversation. And
right.
So if everybody acted that way, we wouldn't need this kind of stuff. But if the CANDOR process, the invitation to participate in CANDOR would be triggered at the time that you request the records, because it's going to take us about 4 months, from the time we request the records. And as you said, I like seeing in this bill that they have to provide the records within 30 days. They're supposed to now, but they never do.
Right.
It takes us about 4 months, sometimes 6 months after, in the records gathering process, sending out to reviewing in-house and then sending out to experts. So we're not in a position to file a lawsuit anyway until
right.
about 6 months down the road. If the CANDOR process could take place during that time, nobody's lost any time.
It streamlines the process. And I think that you'll find if you get this put into place, that it is exactly as you think it is. It typically happens sort of while you're doing your initial workup. And it is often, it's the same. If somebody sees a letter from me, I have healthcare providers all the time that are friends that I will send for treating records. And they're like, hey, what's going on? Sometimes I'll get a text. I just saw this come across, is there a problem? In this, when that happens, I have had the sort of target defendant reach out and say, give me 2 weeks to take a look at this, and I'll let you know if we want to CANDOR it. So I think that even the initial request oftentimes is the kicker for how things get started.
So, Dan, you're awfully quiet. How about,
Thank you, Sharon. I'll start by saying that I'm out of town with my family, so that's the reason I'm wearing a t-shirt today.
That's fine.
But, and for you to understand, Karen, I was president of Georgia Trial Lawyers 2 years ago. While I handle medical malpractice cases, I certainly don't specialize them the way Adam does. I've tried some to a plaintiff's verdict and had some success with them, but they're not my wheelhouse like they seem to be for you, and certainly for Adam. So I've listened, and I think you've helped me understand a little bit better the primary question I had, which would be why participation in the process should not toll the statute of limitations. And I think I'm correct from looking at Google. Iowa has a 2-year statute for personal injury cases like Georgia. Is that right?
That's correct. And a
Okay.
6-year statute of repose versus your 5-year statute of
Okay,
repose.
and that's what I was, because I will say at first blush, that's been kind of where, and I still do a lot of political, legislative affairs, policy issues for Georgia trial lawyers. And at first blush, my thought process was that by going into the candor process, which what's the right word? It's somewhat incompatible with litigation because you're trying to get people to be forthcoming, to let their guard down. So if you're having this process by which you're trying to be non-litigious, that at first blush, that should basically toll the statute for that period. And it sounds like y'all worked through that in Iowa a pretty good bit.
Yeah, you know, it was the primary concern of the Iowa trial lawyers, was that the statute did not provide for tolling. I would say, at least the folks that I deal with in the cases I've done, I have not had it create either a statute issue or an issue where I felt like I was doing double the work. In some ways, I will say in the 30 cases, I've had 3, I think, that did not resolve at the candor itself. One was a Board of Medicine complaint afterwards because it didn't think that the causation was a little tricky in the case, and the Board of Medicine was a better way to go. The other 2 were filed and ultimately resolved the good old-fashioned way. What I would say is when you participate in this candor, you really do get sort of a bird's eye view of your case. Almost like if you were presenting a mock trial in the first 4 months that you had your case and you get in there, and though you can't use the specifics of what the healthcare providers are telling you, you get to see your client in an environment explain sort of what's occurred, how it's affected them. You get to see who potentially will be the defendant. Are they compassionate? How are they going to come across? I mean, there's so much sort of subtle things that happen that are usable for people that try cases beyond we admitted that, we changed the vial that the contrast comes in because, the old vial could be put, and this is specifically from my case. I had a case, it was a young girl. She was having a contrast IV with juveniles. It comes up and it's supposed to be oral. And for whatever reason, the vials looked very similar. And when the contrast came up, they attached it and they gave it to her through her IV. That is not a good thing. That is a horrible thing. And so this infant had to be covered with 7 days of very strong antibiotics and lost some of her hearing. And so as we were going through the candor, they literally walked us through with pictures and with everything. This is what the vial used to be look like. This is how we've changed it. Because they identified it wasn't just the nurse who gave oral contrast through the IV. The entire system was wrong in how they were bringing from the lab to the patient the contrast. And so that's why I say, like, in that process, I learned so much. Even if the case hadn't settled, even though there was things I couldn't use, I was so much further along in my sort of evaluation and understanding of the case.
It seems like to me, you would almost get a roadmap after the candor for what goes into the candor process, even though you can't use the specifics. It would almost, if you had to give up the candor and go to litigation, that you would almost have a roadmap and know where all to go looking and follow. I mean, but that's just a, person who just gets to play a lawyer on judiciating on civil. So anyway, it's
Can I ask a question about that, Karen?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's say your case for that child had not resolved and you proceeded and the first deposition you take is the doctor or whoever, was at fault. I know you can't confront them with documents or photographs or things that you learned in the candor discussion, but you're certainly going to ask them to explain how this happened. And you would expect them to tell you the truth. And if they didn't, then would you be able to use information that you learned there to go take other depositions to establish what the truth was?
Well, and that's a great question, Adam. So it was a nurse in my case. So yes, and it was charted. by the infectious disease doctor who came in after the fact, charted the fact that the oral contrast had been given through the IV, and that's why the antibiotics were needed. So you take the deposition of the nurse, and she either tells the truth or doesn't. Presumably, she tells the truth because it's in the record. But if she doesn't, I now have a roadmap to say, oh, I'd like to take the deposition of this department in, down in pharmacy, and the radiology, head of radiology. And so you can, while I can't use the photographs, I can't use the change in it would be a subsequent remedial measure anyway. I can't use the vial change. I do know where to go get my information on the record. So that is a really beneficial part of the process if you go on to litigation.
I've got one follow-up, and I'll preface it by trying to give you my thought process. I can see where medical providers would really like the CANDOR process. I can see where patients really like and the clients like the process. I can see where from the trial bar, it allows you to handle smaller claims and maybe easier resolution of really clear claims. My question is, did the medical liability insurers, did they get on board with this process? Because it would seem to me that it could potentially create more exposure because you're bringing in all of these smaller claims that, quite frankly, as you mentioned, unless it's a permanent injury right now, the cost of litigation don't justify bringing $100,000 or $250,000 case.
I would say probably 75, 80% of the insurers we deal with, like Copic is a big insurer in Iowa. They are on board. They actually put out their own information on CANDOR and why they think it. I think ultimately, if you look at it, and where the cases where the states where CANDOR has been implemented, they've seen a decrease in costs. So even though there's potentially more claims, because you have these smaller claims that we don't bring because they're not cost effective, it's an economy of scale almost, right? So the claims get resolved quicker at less cost, and typically there's a reduction, slight, but still a reduction in value all the way around.
I hope that as we go forward, that, you would help us explore this, and that if we can come together as a group, we'll have the big meeting and then I sort of saw us working behind the scenes as a group to try to see if there was some way maybe to move a bill like this forward, if we think we can get it to where it is beneficial to the patients of Georgia and would correct something. Let me apologize ahead of time for Adam, the two of us being on there. I thank goodness I've finally gotten over the virus that made me sound like a frog. And so anyway, and the fact that Karen unfortunately couldn't be with us because of her court. She's in court today. So I appreciate y'all and coming and helping us do that ahead of time so that we could get her testimony. We have another Zoom, and then all afternoon, the presenters are here. It just happened, we're doing the Zooms first. This next presenter was planning on being with us. The California COVID rates have gone up, and there was some hesitancy about her flying and leaving the state. So she decided that she would do a Zoom with us. And I missed somebody that wanted a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you so much. Y'all could just probably put this as a sharper note to the side, or whoever can answer this question before the day is over. But I have just a few questions. There's more infrastructure of the CANDOR program itself. For one, like I said, just put the question down. Who will oversee on our end, if we pass this law, who's going to be accountable and oversee what's going on? The data component in it of the information that, the solutions and things like that, how we're going to have that taken care of. Is there already presently with the CANDOR hospitals, is there some type of checklist or guidelines that they will go through when there is a death in a hospital, may it be an emergency room, surgery, whatever it is, that is a quick checklist to make sure that, hey, you know, like you're saying, a lot of times the hospital know, how do they know, and what's really going to motivate them, or what's their incentive other than, you know, the financial aspect of it is, hey, we did our checklist. These are the guidelines we go by with every patient that we have. Look, we have a problem right here. We know. So do we go and follow through like we're supposed to, or do we wait and say, okay, well, the family, they might even suspect anything. But I just want to know from our end, who's going to oversee this, and kind of, is there a checklist or guideline already in place to make sure that as soon as something does happen, that we say it's either past the checklist, we're good, or hey, we have a situation here.
Your checklists and guidelines, I think you'll find that our next speaker can address
Okay.
those questions for you with regard to the oversight. That would be different and later. So we'll get to that.
After this
circle back to that.
presentation, if you need to, we will break for lunch. okay?
Yes, so
Okay.
after Barbara Pelletrew, we'll break for lunch, but I believe Barbara can answer some of these questions. She has been doing a lot of this for a number of years. So I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker. It's Barbara Pelletrew. She is a nurse. She holds a master's in public health, and she has completed a patient safety fellowship through the American Hospital Association. With 30 years of patient safety service and focus, she's currently the Senior Vice President, the Chief Patient Safety Officer at Common Spirit Health, one of the nation's largest health systems with 140 hospitals and 1,000 sites of care across the country in both rural and urban settings. Among other responsibilities, Ms. Pelletrew is responsible for medication safety, reduction of hospital-acquired infections and conditions, events reporting, regulatory compliance, and high reliability efforts to decrease patient harm. Under Ms. Pelletrew's leadership, CANDOR and Just Culture were introduced for adoption in her health system. She also manages 3 CMS grant-funded patient safety programs working with partnerships for patients. And Ms. Pelletrew is here with us today by Zoom from San Francisco, California. So welcome, Ms. Pelletrew.
Great, thank you. Let's just do a little check here, make sure you can hear me, and then I'll bring up my slides. Good for the audio?
We've got you just fine. Thank you very much for joining us.
Great, let me just bring up my screen here and great. So really glad to be with you. Thank you, Leilani and others for presenting this morning. You just inspire me to keep doing this work. So I'm speaking on behalf of Common Spirit Health, and my focus today is how we engage with patients, families, caregivers, and ultimately how this also improves care. So I just want to go over a little bit on overview of who the heck is Common Spirit. We've merged in the last couple of years, so I'll just give you a little bit of overview on that. And then how we define CANDOR and the benefits of CANDOR. You've heard a little bit about it, but in our teaching, why it makes sense. And then I'd like to talk to you about how we spread this and connect with our physicians, our clinical leaders, and focus on what's right. And then I would share with you briefly on some of the stories and our path forward. So first of all, Common Spirit, if you're familiar with the West Coast, we were in 3 states as Dignity Health, and we still are in those states as Dignity Health. We're now a house of brand, and we merged with Colorado Catholic Health Initiative about 2 years ago now. And now we're across, we went from 40 hospitals to 140 hospitals. And then we also have now over 1,000 sites of care for that. So with that, proud to be with an organization that's very mission driven. I'm a very value-based individual. And I really appreciate the work that this organization allows me to do and lead and partner to make a difference for our patients. So first of all, I mentioned we have like 150,000 nurses, physicians, staff, volunteers on our payroll. We partner with another 30,000 physicians that are on our medical staff, but are not on, are considered employees. I mentioned our 21 states, and then certainly we do a lot of charitable care for many of the communities that we serve. The part that I most like about this organization and the work that I do and is able to lead is about compassion, kindness, and doing what's right for those that we serve. And that includes one another and my colleagues. So actually, we had the honor of working with Dr. Tim McDonald, who you'll hear later this afternoon, and AHRQ in putting together the CANDOR toolkit several years ago. And this is a result of hearing Bob and Barb Melizzo's story of their daughter, Michelle, and hearing that about 8 years ago in Chicago when I first started working with CMS and the Partnership for Patients, and hearing how hospitals could approach these events that occur and work with the families and one another and do what I constantly say is absolutely the right thing. So we did help AHRQ along with med staff and Dr. McDonald and other experts put together the CANDOR tool, and then we started spreading it across Dignity Health. Since we've merged, I'm now in the process of working spreading CANDOR across all of our hospitals and our ambulatory settings. So first of all, what I would like to say is how we define CANDOR at Common Spirit is when something unexpected happens. That's a CANDOR event. I don't know if we did something wrong. I don't know if we harmed. I don't know if someone had a heart attack on the table, but I want that same response. And so do our leaders. We want to be able to stop, regroup, figure out what occurred, and start having communications immediately with the patient family about what we know. So I often call CANDOR immediate and ongoing communications with the family and or patient with that. And so we have events that trigger immediate response team, and I'll define that in a moment. And the goal is to provide an answer to what happened, how we can fix this, and we achieve resolution. I put, excuse me, resolution in quotes, because resolution, we often think is financial, and in some cases, absolutely. When you talk to families and patients, it's not always financial. Certainly it involves an apology. There's no doubt about that. We are very sad when these things happen. And it's our goal is to figure out what happened, give the answers timely and as they unfold. Now, I've done this work for many years, and I can remember many times when we would have to wait until we had all the information. And then we had the blessings of the attorneys, the blessings of leadership. And then we could finally maybe talk to the patient and family, and that was many months later. That's not how CANDOR works. It's early and ongoing communications. I often say our goal is to talk to the family within an hour of the event. And that means we usually know nothing about what occurred, but we can say what we're doing and partner with the family and one another. So with that, our definition doesn't always say it's about harm or not harm. Again, I would like the same response as we uncover what occurred. It can be equipment that malfunctioned. It could be, as I mentioned, a heart attack or the stroke that was unexpected on the table, but it can also be that we could have done better. So with that, so I look at CANDOR as a process. When we're training, it's really important that people have a vision, a mental model of how this all comes together. When you're that nurse leader, that physician leader, the head of surgery, emergency room, in your world is taking care of patients, and then folks like us come along and say, we want to do things differently. I've got to be able to explain it and give them a good training module and approach going forward. So visual is everything. So first identifying the CANDOR event, then activating the CANDOR system, and what we've identified as the CANDOR team at a hospital is the chief nursing officer, the patient safety officer. Typically, we have called them risk managers. On the Dignity Health hospitals, we have moved that name patient safety officer. We want to go upstream and make safer care for patients. So we changed the name and the role. The other one is the chief medical officer and then the quality leader. So that's the CANDOR team that's activated. There's many others that are trained as well, but those are the primary ones that need to group and talk about what occurred, who's doing what, and how to connect and with the family. Certainly the response and the communications with the family, and then the investigation and analysis. I'm not really crazy about the word event or investigation, but we often call it event management, and that there's many pieces to that. Certainly the investigation, the interviewing with those that were involved, certainly sequestering any kind of equipment, any drugs that were given, certainly any strips. So pulling all that together would be the investigation analysis. And then the final part is the resolution. And in most points here, the resolution would involve financial resolution involving our claims team. So when an event is identified, number one, it's really important that we reach out, we report, and we include our claims partners in this. And as some of the previous discussions, we want the information. So if we need to figure out about experts and get other medical information, that we're able to do that timely. So that's a brief overview of the CANDOR process. I would love to talk just briefly about spreading CANDOR. When we were in 3 states and we get together for 2 days and bring in medical staff and the teams and do some intense 2-day training, that worked well. With COVID times and certainly being across 21 states and in many rural areas, we really had to think differently, and it's been incredibly positive. So we are actually in our phase 2 of training because we want to reach more physicians and residents and nursing students and others that are up and coming in can be taking our place and serving our patients. So our current model here that we're working under is kind of 3 parts. So there's self-paced, and you can see that's 4 hours of that. We provide continuing education for the doctors and the nurses. The second part is about the communication. I'll call it the practicum. And those are actually in person. When I say in person, I mean via Zoom on that. And that's been really powerful. We've partnered with Tim McDonald and another internal expert, Linda Uvaldi, on my team that also helped in developing an AHRQ CANDOR. So Linda's a real gift to us. She retired as a patient safety officer and a divisional leader and passionate about this work, but still continues to do the training. And then for those that want to go on, we do another 6 sessions. We offer them on Fridays, 2 different times, and we cover 18 different scenarios. And 1 session is with real actors. With that, and so with that, there's an additional 7.5 hours of training. If an individual goes through all of it, then we say that they're CANDOR certified. So with this program, boys, the feedback has been incredibly positive. When I was thinking about this presentation, I thought the one slide I'm missing here is the response from 700 that have gone through the training. And the average score out of the 5 stars has been 4.5 and above. So with that, I know it's very well received and there's lots of very positive comments on it. The other really important component to this, we have the patient, we have the family, we have the team I spoke about in the process, but we also must care for the caregiver. A couple of years ago, we actually invited a nurse one of our hospitals that 2 years previously had given blood to the wrong patient. And it's never just one point in time. There's usually 6 or 8 things that have gone wrong. This poor nurse had given the patient the wrong blood during surgery. That patient ended up in the ICU. 2 years later, thinking that the nurse had recovered, we invited her to share her story. with our board. And oh my goodness, did my eyes open up that we did not care for this caregiver. The amount of health problems she had had, and she had thought she recovered. We must take care of our own for that. That she's probably the safest nurse in that surgery and her learning, and we must help her to be able to stay in the industry. And so after 2 years, this care for the caregiver, we are working now on rolling this out. It's not, it complements the EAP program, but it's a peer-to-peer support. And it's not talking through and trying to talk through the event. It's more what's going on with them and how are they managing. So we call this week care, and in other worlds, we care for the caregiver. So with that, what have we been able to do across Common Spirit Health? I'm going to call your attention to the bottom of the slide. It's the right journey for all, and we're still on that journey. There's no way with 150,000 employees and 30,000 doctors, this is just a one-time training and flipping the switch and it's done. So what we've accomplished is in the past year, in spite of our COVID effort, in addition to our COVID efforts, we trained 782 clinical leaders. We have 301 of our patient care teams. I mentioned the fabulous four I talked about, the CNO, the CMO, the quality, and the patient safety officer. We have 80 that are CANDOR certified. I expect another 80 in the fall to be further certified. We've moved away, as I mentioned, from the 2-day trainings to more asynchronous learnings and practicums. In addition to all of this, we also do a monthly call with 350, 400 clinical leaders that are invited to join. We go through 12 or 16 stories each month about events that have happened to patients, what the learnings were, and these stories are made so that hospitals and ambulatory settings can take these and go back and make sure they don't happen to other patients. We really appreciate the work that's done under the Quality Improvement Act that Congress passed. And so all of our hospitals are in a patient safety organization, federally supported to do this work. Underneath on the first blue bar there, you can see that there's quite a few others that complete the training, certainly the chaplains, the risk managers, and I mentioned those residents and nursing students that are coming. This is all up and coming, are also open to them. This is not just in an acute, we're working in the ambulatory. We've had so many great stories of doing what's right, misdiagnosis, delay in getting information, and being able to go and explain to families what occurs for that. So just a couple more slides here. Certainly, we also have a policy on CANDOR, although I've moved away from doing a policy. If you understand anything in the healthcare setting, policies need to be approved. Gosh, it would take over a year to get a policy. And then if you want to change any part of it, it's another year. So based on that, we're doing CANDOR guidelines that we all agree to across Common Spirit. They'll be able to find patient safety, my department, and we'll all use the same set of overview principles, reporting, what we do with billing, investigating, and this would be a document we would proudly share with patients. As I mentioned before merger, we have this on the Dignity Health hospitals, but now I'm working to spread this across. That's why you don't see a copy of it quite yet. So you can always tell your age when you can say, I remember when. On the traditional side, I can remember I've been with Common Spirit 15, almost 20 years now, but I can remember in my previous role at the University of California when my colleagues, I oversaw the workers' compensation employee safety program, and my colleagues saw the hospital professional liability program. And I just remember a lot more of the traditional delay, deny, got to get medical records, not having a resolution for many years. And I can say that we've seen many CANDOR events based on our definition. And I've seen amazing things that we are not proud of and them being resolved within 4 to 5 months, which in the past would have taken years to resolve. So with that, it's absolutely saying on the right-hand side with transparency. I actually go a little further than just transparency, just to get attention, because we all think we're transparent. And I say too, in the training, it's about total transparency. And when folks in the hospitals have a question, is this the right thing? We have lifelines that they can call in the national office to make sure we're doing what's right for that. So with that, just a few stories here. As part of our monthly shared learnings, I've invited Steve Burrows to join us. And every month I try to have a different individual that has lived a medical error start off with our reflection in person, not well in person, on via Zoom, if you will. And so bleed out, if you haven't seen this documentary, it's not the best of healthcare. But as Steve would say on our call, he said, boy, if only I had candor, if only my mother, my family had candor, I would not have had 8 to 10 years of all the hell that we had gone through. He was a film producer, so we ended up making a documentary on this. But we have our own stories at Common Spirit Health. I could share many, because we certainly spend time on our 12 to 16 stories every month, sharing candor stories, what went well and what we could have done better. So as we go on this candor journey and change the culture and support total transparency, we don't always do candor well. So we take candor stories, we share them, each of the hospitals and those involved share their own stories. And then we share what went well and what could go better so that we can constantly learn. We've had other stories where we gave Levofed, which is a cardiac norepinephrine drug, and instead we should have been giving Pitocin. The poor patient ended up with cardiomyopathy. We worked through that, made sure that we covered, got her transferred her to a higher level of care. And as a result of that, that case was resolved within 5 months financially for that. We also had stories where, again, another medication where we tried to, the hospital tried to use human factors and standardize all of the carts that the anesthesiologist used. And in one case, accidentally, an anesthesiologist gave digoxin as an epidural. While the poor patient certainly has lifelong issues, we were able to get her the financial and the care that she immediately needed and able to support her and her family in financial resolution and ongoing. So with that, there's just so many other stories that make me proud. Oh my goodness. So many other stories that make me proud of the organization that I work with. So sorry, I'm in a guest office to make sure I'm getting internet. My apologies. So with that, I think what I've seen, and I went through before we merged Dignity Health, we've been working on this for 5 or 6 years. And when we started reporting candor stories, for the Dignity Health of 40 hospitals, we had about 130 that were reported. And based on our definition, I would have expected a lot of candor stories, but in terms of resolution, certainly the small number that we had with financial resolution were done very quickly compared to what typically would occur. Now that we're larger and we just started tracking candor across our other half of the organization, in the last, when I narrow it down, in the last year that we started tracking this, there was about 50 candor stories, and about a third of them had financial resolution with that. So the stories just go on and on. I can share many with you, and proud to be doing this work for the last 6-8 years. Across the nation, with Dignity Health and now with all of our hospitals. So Linda Ubaldi, I mentioned her, she's a patient safety officer in current CANDOR training. And I asked her how would you best define CANDOR? And I shared with you our short and sweet definition of a CANDOR event, but I think she really sums it up. CANDOR reflects commitment to patients to communicate with empathy and transparency when harm events occur. Commitment to providers and staff to provide support within a just culture when harm events occur. It's a commitment to make our patients, our processes safer by eliminating harm and learning from our mistakes. Commitment to our community to be an organization that we're rooted in transparency and trust. Commitment to ourselves to always put our patients and our communities first, and commitment to do the right thing each and every time, even when it's incredibly hard. So I thought I would just share with you about CANDOR. This is a model that we use within Common Spirit. I mentioned when you're trying to lead, and there's a lot of pieces. There's just culture, there's the events, there are root cause analysis, there's the universal skills for speaking up. You have to have a way of saying, where does this all fit together? So with this, I'll share with you our journey to zero, our high reliability work. And you can see some of the things that I've spoken about and why CANDOR is bigger than talking to patients and why it makes a difference in care. Certainly you've got the just culture, but you have that whole event management, and we track the plans, the action plans that come out through to completion. We have the learning organization, the shared learning, so that we don't have to have that happen elsewhere. After hearing on the shared learning call about some of the medication errors, the pharmacists, the anesthesiologists, the chief medical officers, and many others go back and make sure it can't happen at their hospital. So with that, just culture really embraces so much of our journey to zero. And it's again, just highlights the impact that just culture can have. So you're all really fortunate that just came out like a week ago, the Journal of American Medical Association, a physician writes a 1.5 pages about what happened to her husband and how important nephrology is. And I will just share and end with this. And these are my own titles. It's about pure compassion. It's about making improvement. And Dr. Craig Howard, it's an apology that we know a physician is truly with us as the story unfolds. I highlighted with the word physician because in this case, she was looking for a physician apology about what happened to her son. However, in my world, it's an apology, whether it's a physician, an administrator, a leader. We have someone who will lead their ego and guide us to the other side of suffering. We all faltered, but we are brave enough to admit our humanity, including our flaws. We may become secure enough to preserve trust and provide healing when it matters most, and improve the care of others. So I thought she captured very nicely about certainly our intentions at Common Spirit Health and my personal philosophy about total transparency and making a difference for other patients. So with that, I thank you, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We're up against a lunch break, so I will tell you that. Do we have any questions? We do. Okay. Adam?
Chair, thank you, Ms. Pelletreau. Can you see us?
I can.
Okay, I'm the one waving at you.
I
Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to ask, are the physicians at Common Spirit Health, are they employed by the health system or are they independent?
Some are and some are not. So how we work on that is a couple things. So one is we do a lot of training up front. So when these events occur, this is primarily for the physicians that are not employed by us. They know what our intentions are. So our chief medical officer, when they reach out and talk about our process and going forward, what that means, it's not a surprise. So medical staff education, leaders is really, really important. The second thing that we have is I'm part of a coalition where we bring together, we meet quarterly, and we include like doctor's company and some of the other insurance lines for physicians. So when these events occur and we reach out and want to partner with them and work forward collaboratively, it's not a surprise. We certainly, it's not always advantageous when we have a physician that is not our employee and is not covered by our insurance, and their insurance says don't talk. That becomes problematic. But our commitment upfront is we will still continue with the patients. We want to partner with our physicians, but we will go ahead and do what's right if they're not able to participate.
I think that this is really important. The vast majority of the cases that I've become involved in, there are multiple providers and none of them work for the same folks. And I just want to ask one follow-up with an example about whether the CANDOR process works in the scenario I'm about to give you. And I appreciate the patient example. So I'll give you a very simplistic one, which is representative of the kinds of events that occur that I become involved in. And so you have a 32-year-old young lady who goes into the hospital for an outpatient procedure to remove painful and large keloid scars from the backs of her ears. She's placed on the hospital bed. The anesthesia provider comes by to administer conscious sedation, and while doing so, puts an oxygen circuit on her chest, blowing 10 liters of oxygen upward toward and over her face to pre-oxygenate her. He turns his back, begins to read the paper or a magazine, and the surgeon and the nurse come in. The nurse is the only one employed by the hospital. The two physicians, surgeon and anesthesiologist, are employed by their own groups independently. The nurse and the surgeon come in to drape the patient. They place the drape over the oxygen circuit. Nobody recognizes that the oxygen circuit is covered. The surgery starts, a gap opens in the drape, and at the time that the surgeon introduces the electrosurgical unit, and there's a fire. The patient's set on fire and the patient is sedated, but she's the one that tells them that she's on fire. Now she's keloid scarred from the face, neck, and all over her breast. 14 surgeries later, she's still horribly scarred. Now, everybody in that case, in cases like that, admitted that patients shouldn't be set on fire in the hospital. But none of them could agree on which of their fault it was. They all said it was the other one. And so in situations like that, does CANDOR work?
Well, I'm not going to
Where
pretend to be
all three of them are saying it wasn't my fault, but it was somebody else's.
Yeah, well, I don't laugh because of the scenario and the outcomes for this poor patient. I work and partner with claims. I oversee the actuary work. I used to oversee that and the cost, et cetera. But I won't pretend to be claims on this. A lot of times this is where I'm just going to say the world gets wonky. When you have all these individuals in the room from a hospital setting, or if this was our ambulatory setting, I will also tell you there's ostensible agency. So hospitals are usually the last to settle out. It seems like everybody settles out without the hospital. We're not usually the first in my experience on that. Does CANDOR work? It should work. I mean, if I was a patient safety officer in that scenario, I would sit down with the patient and we'd explain what happened. Where it gets crazy is if we all don't sit down and agree on that. But there are certain facts that we have to share with the patient. In my world, at Common Spirit, I would certainly hope that we would have those conversations and try to figure it out with patients and work the back end. But it is difficult when you have different insurers and different views of CANDOR.
Dr. Tellis?
Oh, thank you. Chair. Ms. Pelletier, thank you for being here. And I think on that, my only comment would be, yes, if you don't get consensus on that, yes, it would be a problem. But my question has to do with your educational programs and in your experience through people becoming more comfortable in the CANDOR process. Do you find that that there is a culture built facility where people feel more comfortable, they become the need to be more transparent when something happens, and often that they think of, if there's a problem, can this work with CANDOR? So I guess my question is, do your educational programs help to enhance that?
So we are working on rolling out Just Culture. David Marks, there's 2 models for Just Culture. David Marks is very value-based approach and certainly aligns with our values as a faith-based organization. And there's several of our hospitals that have incorporated that into their quote unquote root cause analysis or their event management on that. And when you set the stage and you do the previous interviews with every individual that was involved, and then you all meet to talk about what are we going to do to fix this, what's our action plans going forward. When you have set that meeting up, certainly going through the rules for gathering and understanding Just Culture helps so that we can focus on outcomes and certainly making a difference for other patients. So yes, it can absolutely work. A lot of reporting and raising your hand on safety isn't just when harm occurs, it's the prevention, it's the near misses, it's we're not following policy. If we didn't, what I would say, looking at the events reporting system, voluntary report, probably 90–95% of the events that come through are near misses or things we could do better not to harm patients. So if you want to create a culture, take that information and make sure you do something with it and you share it with employees. That's creating a culture by showing the action, not just training and talking about it. So training is important, but we must show transparency. That's the shared learnings. That's certainly the many other calls that we're involved with quality and safety leaders, and certainly the division chief medical officers. So there's other pieces to driving culture, not solely just how you manage when the events come through. But if you want people to speak up, you've got to do something with the information.
One more question, Liz? Thank you. And Ms. Pelletreau, Liz Coyle, I just want to thank you for your work to improve patient safety. I have some just logistical questions. You've got 150,000 employee health system. Is this across a region of a state or across a state, or what's the territory that you're covered with those 150,000 employees?
That's 21 states.
And so most of those states obviously then do not have the enacting legislation. What caused your health system to choose this approach? And is the training that you're offering something that you developed, or is that consistent from your understanding, consistent across health systems that have adopted CANDOR? Does that come with the package, the training? Is that your curriculum or a curriculum that someone else has created that every system in the country that has it uses the same curriculum?
I know we created this. Certainly we did a 2-day training when we were at Dignity Health in 3 states on the West Coast. And now with COVID, Zoom, 21 states, we got to figure out a faster spread or we'll still be doing this in 10 years. So this curriculum we developed internally. We partnered for the advanced training. That one slide you saw where we did the 6 additional sessions and the different scenarios. We partnered Lindy Baldy, who I quoted, my lead trainer on this, with Tim McDonald, who you'll hear this afternoon, and going through the scenarios. But the format, the development, certainly takes all the principles in AHRQ, CANDOR toolkit, but now it operationalizes it.
I did a 2-part question, so I want to go back to the first part of my 2-part question. Sorry about that. The first part was, why did Common Spirit decide to take this approach?
Well, first of all, I report to the chief medical officer, who reports to our president. I feel like it is absolutely the right thing to do. I mean, I'm an RN. I've done a lot of change management through the years. being a very value-based person, it is absolutely the right thing for us to do. If we're going to be a leader in healthcare, if we are going to want the trust of our own employees and the patients we serve and the physicians we partner with, this is absolutely the right thing to do. I'm very fortunate that we're able to do it. We don't need a law. Given our blessings of our board and our senior leadership, and certainly my hat goes off to our chief medical officer, Dr. Weed, and our chief nursing officer that supports this work and that's not afraid to do it. Often we might have other organizations get pushed back from legal, their general counsel. Luckily, that has not been our issue. They totally aligned with it. It's definitely the right thing. People often say, do you save money? And I guess we do. I don't spend a lot of time there because I've seen that it works and it resolves issues. I don't need more studies. There's plenty of studies that are published. So I don't want to spend my valuable time looking at that internally. I believe what others have shown, and I also believe what I've seen with that. So why do we do this work? If we're in healthcare, we need to be doing this work. I don't understand why others don't. There you go.
Thank you very much for your presentation and taking your time and for the handouts. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Okay, and here again, I will apologize right now. I'm the one who put everybody on today. I did it not because of the legislators, because I can sort of call them in, but because of our people from the private sector trying to be respectful of your time to bring everybody in on one long day. I hope the break will allow the mind to absorb what the seat can endure. And we have lunch, and where's our lunch? Okay, and Mary Lee will tell you where it is.
So we have lunch and 5, which is out this door to the right. And I believe we have enough to cover everyone here. So everyone, please.
You mean we're gonna, buy lunch for the lobbyist? I'm teasing, Mary Lee, I'm teasing.
And well, let me just say
I'm
that
teasing.
lunch has been provided by the Medical Association of Georgia Alliance, the spouses of Georgia's physicians.
Okay,
So,
as long as the visitors will just make sure that we let our committee and the presenters get their lunch to make sure we have enough,
Yes.
then we'll be okay.
Yes,
Thank
if you would let the committee go first and then afternoon presenters as well, and then everyone else after that. Thank you very much.
Let's start back at 1:30. We'll
So in our her family.
Okay, everybody. Thank you for being prompt and coming back. Okay, Mary Lee, if you'd introduce our next presenter.
I'd like to introduce to you Jean Martin, who's a physician and an attorney who worked closely with the Colorado General Assembly and the Colorado Trial Lawyers Association in drafting and supporting the 2019 legislation that became the Colorado CANDOR Act. Dr. Martin was in clinical practice for 20 years as an emergency physician, including serving in the U.S. Army before deciding to pursue a law degree. Dr. Martin has worked for COPIC, a physician-directed professional liability insurer, since 2011, and is currently a deputy general counsel. With COPIC, Dr. Martin addresses legal issues affecting healthcare professionals and healthcare facilities and is actively involved in reviewing legislative and regulatory changes. She has also been president of the CANDOR Institute since it was established as a public charity in 2020. Dr. Martin is here today with us from Colorado. So welcome, Dr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. It is a great honor to testify on House Bill 807 with so many like-minded colleagues who have dedicated themselves to ending preventable medical harm. And I think this bill will contribute to that. So Marilee gave my background. I have to, when I've testified in Colorado, I don't usually have to describe what COPIC is, but we are a physician-directed professional liability insurer. We insure 14,000 physicians and more than 190 medical facilities in hospitals, primarily in 12 states in the Rocky Mountain region and the Great Plains. I want to cover a little bit of the background, how we got to the point where me, Jean Martin, was working on the CANDOR bill as representing a professional liability insurer. And then importantly, because I don't think we've covered it much today, is why do we need a law? We've talked about clearly people are doing CANDOR, but I want to cover the benefits of the law. And we've had, since now that we've had 2 years of experience, I definitely want to leave time for questions because of our experience. So I was one of the primary drafters of the bill that created the Colorado CANDOR Act. The law passed with bipartisan support unanimously in 2019, which is the same as what happened with Iowa's law.
Could you repeat? Could you repeat that, or I'll do it? It passed unanimously.
It was bipartisan. It passed unanimously in 2019.
Thank you.
And then Iowa's version also was bipartisan, and it passed unanimously in 2015. So we want to keep that on a roll. So I think key for us was getting all of the stakeholders involved and really listening to them, particularly the patient safety organizations. What is it they wanted? The trial lawyers are not our natural friend as a professional liability insurer. So we had to break down a lot of barriers. And then of course, physician groups. The physician groups were the easiest. We worked with the Colorado Academy of Family Physicians. And I have to say, when we worked on the law, we finally got to the point, it was me primarily with 2 representatives of the Colorado Trial Lawyers Association. They were getting a ton of grief, and I was even getting some grief. I spoke with some defense counsel of a large health system. Like, why on earth would we pay money when there's never been a claim? So there was a lot, people had different positions. And I think key was, before we brought the bill, we had to make sure everyone was comfortable. And we realized it will not be perfect, but we said, let's just give this a chance. And I said, we'll keep the lines of communication open. If there's anything we're going to change, let's do it together. We will change one thing. We've decided the 180-day notice is, you'd think that'd be plenty of time, and we didn't know what to put. So we just put 180 days because Iowa did. They extended their notice to 1 year, and we're going to bring legislation with CTLA to bring it to have the notice for 1 year next legislative session. So just a very brief background. I first became familiar with the concept of CANDOR or communication and resolution programs. Because when I came to COPIC, this was early in like 2011, 2012, our risk management department was working with Dr. Tim McDonald, who will be speaking after me, on the 7 pillars, which is what ultimately became CANDOR. So, and I'll just briefly touch on the 7 pillars, and Tim can do a much better job than I can. But it was a comprehensive approach that included a culture of timely reporting, of patient safety incidents, a preliminary review to determine if patient harm occurred, ongoing communication which is what we heard about with patient and family throughout the process, with providers trained in the required communication skills, and apology if patient harm occurred, including subsequent action. So apology laws weren't sufficient if you don't do something about it. At explaining what was done to the patient to prevent similar outcomes, and an offer of compensation where it was warranted. Identifying systems improvements. A lot of times it's not just the provider, it was a whole system, like mislabeling of drugs, for example, and preventing a recurrence. And importantly, inviting patients and their family to participate in that process. And then collecting data associated with the incident for use in internal quality assurance, research, and dissemination to other stakeholders. And then finally, education based on an analysis of the adverse events, utilizing case-based interactive education. And of course, peer support for the providers throughout that process is really key. So we were working, and Tim McDonald was working to train this 3-hospital system on CANDOR, or we called it was 7 pillars at that time. So I was in the legal department, and my role was looking at any legal protections, because in that system at the time, the physicians were not insured. I mean, we're not employed by the hospital. So I looked at the legal protections. And we do have an apology law where if you apologize to the patient, it's inadmissible as evidence of an admission of liability or as evidence of an admission against interest. So I think everyone at COPIC, and certainly at the 3-hospital system, recognized that 7 pillars was much better than the current delay, deny, and defend approach, but there were 2 significant barriers. And I think the biggest is the risk. We are taught as physicians, just say the basic information, don't expound upon anything when you talk to a patient. And so the risk of speaking openly, knowing everything you can say could be used in a lawsuit was a challenge, because we know, we hear at trial or in depositions, it is my practice and custom to blah, blah. No physician actually speaks like that. They were clearly taught, to say that. So it's not, people are just so constrained in what they say. And then, as it was mentioned previously, the requirement of reporting settlements and judgments to the National Practitioner Data Bank, even if it's $2, that was a big deterrent as well. So unfortunately, the system was bought out into the university system. So we, to my knowledge, we as an insurance carrier only did CANDOR, through the CANDOR process one time. And then they lost us. And so I think they continued with the 7 pillars principles, but we didn't do anything further as an insurance carrier. So that was 2011, 2012. And then in 2015, we also insure in Iowa. So we became aware of their law. And I remember writing a memo, we should do this. And so we did. And COPIC sponsored some of the education with Iowa Medical Society. For me, what was really moving was one of the workshops Karen had presented, and I had a family and a patient was there and his sister, and he had been harmed as a result of medical error. And he was plain spoken, but yet was so eloquent about the impact that this had had on his life. And I know he wouldn't have appreciated it, but at the time, it's like he represented every patient I had ever treated, because as an emergency physician, patients can't look me up to see ahead of time. They don't plan to even come to the ER, yet they are entrusting me with the most valuable thing in their lives. I mean, I've had patients carrying a blue 2-year-old at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you're realizing there's nothing more precious to that person. So it was really helpful for me to see the patient perspective. And so some of the things he and the sister spoke about was he had received compensation within a few months rather than the years it typically takes for a lawsuit to work its way through. And the thing that was really important is he wanted to make his house payments and his car payments. And it was just the dignity of being able to do that. And the CANDOR process helped that. And then he said he maintained his privacy. You know, you think about that sometimes when you're reading, case law or appellate cases, like, good grief, I wouldn't want people to know all those details about me. And he said, we're in a smaller community. I didn't want my whole medical history out, for everyone to hear about. And also, we're not a sue happy family. They're not the type to sue. And then really importantly, and we think this is key with CANDOR, as he was able to maintain, and the sister, who was even more upset with the whole situation, they were able to maintain their relationship with this system. And that was very key, because we hear a lot of times at depositions, like, I would like to have kept seeing this doctor, I keep going to this hospital, but I can't now, and that's always hard to hear. And then, of course, the patient and the family learned what happened and what the practice was doing to prevent it. And they totally changed their system so it wouldn't happen again. So that was in 2015, 2017. In 2018, I had the opportunity within COPIC to present my dream idea to the board. I'm like, awesome. So my dream idea was to bring the CANDOR Act to Colorado. So it's a physician directed company. So they're physicians, and they were like, yay. I thought, oh my goodness, what are we doing here? But so that's how we ended up getting to the position that COPIC, a malpractice carrier, was supportive of this CANDOR legislation. So how does having a CANDOR law facilitate the CANDOR process? I think that's really important to talk about. The first is, I think is the most important, is that it creates the CANDOR privilege. And we know that courts disfavor privileges because you're taking evidence out of court. But the policy reasons behind it support having this CANDOR privilege to encourage this. So the discussions in CANDOR can't be used in a subsequent legal proceeding. And we have referred to this as a safe space where you don't have to use scripted language like, this is my habit and custom. You can actually say what you think and what happened. And in the CANDOR open discussion, we want the providers to speak about their own care and not weigh in on what someone else did. And that always ends up like jousting, because the other provider does not know what happened. They weren't physically there. So it's best if you don't weigh in on other people. So what the CANDOR law does is we've had multiple situations where we ensure the hospital or alternately the provider, and then there's another insurer for the physician or hospital, as the case may be. So I had one of the defense counsel come up like really early on, because some other carriers are not real supportive at this point yet of CANDOR. And it was a situation where we were going to take the responsibility because it was really a hospital nurse error. But the patient was mad at the doctor, the surgeon. So that was sort of interesting. So he said, yeah, I'm happy. He knew he didn't do anything wrong. I mean, and we knew from a medical standpoint, you should be able to trust the nurse handing you the vial, that what's actually in the vial is the right thing. And so he was happy to talk with the family. And then the other key thing, so it brings people to the table. All of the people in that case are in the release. So it has, we've seen that has brought other people, and it's a good way to get everyone at the table, even though you don't have to sue everyone, you can just have them participate in this process. And then we also have seen that the big advantage with the CANDOR law is it allows COPIC to use CANDOR with an individual provider. As you can see, listening to other presenters, having a CANDOR program takes many hours of education. You have to reinforce the process. You get new nurses, for example, new physicians, then they have to be taught. And so that's why a lot of these CANDOR programs are in really large academic settings. But we insure a lot of critical access hospitals, and they don't have the resources. And also we insure a lot of individual physicians. So you're not an individual, three orthopedic surgeon practice isn't going to have set up its own CANDOR program. So it's something that COPIC was able to do. So we have always, it is kind of was helpful from COPIC standpoint, because we already have a culture of, reporting early. We always tell people, we can help you. We have also a reimbursement program. And if we don't know about it, we can't help you. So, so we already had that culture, particularly in Colorado. And we also have a 24-hour physician risk manager hotline. So that's really helpful, because we've talked about the peer support, but if something goes awry, I mean, I've had people call even me and say, well, can I talk to the family? So they're getting like basic questions, and we can kind of help walk them through that process. Another thing, this is how some things come together. I was at a meeting with the claims people, and there was something talk about CANDOR. I'm like, who is this wonderful person? And she was a risk manager at the hospital system who had been trained with Tim McDonald. And so she was trained all our claims people, and she's just been a wonderful role model. So her name is Kendra Sims. So I want to give credit for that. Unfortunately, she went back to clinical practice, but she's working with me in the CANDOR Institute. So I'm going to keep her that way. And then second, and this gets a little in the weeds, so I'll keep it high level. It avoids the automatic reporting to the National Practitioner Data Bank. This was something that came up with my first meeting with the Colorado trial lawyer folks. From their perspective, they find that this reporting to the NPDB and any reporting deters settlements, because docs will take their chance in court rather than having to have this report. Because from a physician standpoint, it's like a scarlet letter. Because if you have an MPDB report, anytime it's with a payer or malpractice carrier, your hospital credentialing, and every 2 years credentialing, you have to write to someone like, what happened? Why did you do this? And so people don't even want to set a low dollar amount. Even $20,000 you're going to have to report. So a lot of physicians are willing to take their chances in court just to avoid that. And maybe think, well, hopefully this will be a low dollar case, and they won't bring it. And so we had a lot of people say, well, you're just trying to get around NPDB. And I testified, I said, the CANDOR law doesn't and cannot change federal law. However, under the CANDOR law framework, the provider initiates the discussion with the patient. And so the patient never makes a written demand or claim for payment based on the healthcare provider's furnishing or failure to furnish healthcare services, which is the NPD definition. And because the compensation is not the result of a claim or demand, it's not reportable to the NPDB. And the NPDB, or Department of HHS, actually weighed in on this in 2014, because they were looking at Oregon's and Massachusetts law, because they do have a written aspect where the patient can write something and initiate that. And they said in their 2014 letter that if there's no written claim or demand, it's not reportable to NPDB. And I'll just read this one example and I'll be done with NPDB. They actually have this in their 2018 NPDB guidebook as an example. So following an unsuccessful course of treatment, a patient and a practitioner enter into a state-sponsored voluntary series of discussions in an attempt to settle their disagreement before resorting to litigation. The discussions lead to the practitioner's insurance company making a money payment to the patient to settle the dispute. Should this money payment be reported to the NPDB? And their answer is, it depends. If during the course of discussions, the patient made a written complaint or written claim demanding a monetary payment for damages, the payment must be reported. If the complaint or claim for damages was never put in writing, the payment is not reportable. So it's consistent with what they recognize themselves as the framework. I actually had one of the patient representatives said, the NPDB is useless to us because we can't access it. So we can't look it up, before we see which physician to use. And then third, we had people say, oh, with this CANDOR law, you have all this paperwork issue. The paperwork has not been an issue. When people say, oh, we have to give this paper to the patient, I'm like, you mean the notice of their rights? We find that is protective of patients. Patients are in our laws, when I speak about Colorado's law, it's like identical to essentially to 807. So the patient has a right to get a copy of their medical records related to adverse healthcare incident. And I agree with Karen. I mean, they get unredacted records. It's not a big argument about the records because everyone wants to get things moving. There's a notice about the relevant statute of limitations or timeframe to bring a claim. Anything reported to the governmental immunity law. We have a pretty harsh one in Colorado, or a tight one, because we have a 180-day time frame. Otherwise, it's jurisdictional. Otherwise, the claim is barred. So they're given notice of that. And then, of course, the right to have an attorney present throughout the process. This ensures a fair process. It's actually a good thing to partner with the attorneys for them. Because they have a huge role, and it prevents unfair bargaining power, because we get to like, oh, this is good for the insurance companies. Well, we don't want to be this big bad insurance company and this little patient. So if they have an attorney, a skilled attorney, and it's fine, they do litigation, so they're going to know what this would be if they took it to trial instead. But they've actually been very supportive. They think this is a lot better for their clients, because they find out actually what happens, and then they get to ventilate. They said, you don't understand that. It's so important for the patients. We tell the doc, just absorb it. Don't try to be defensive. Just listen to what they say. And then fourth, because it's specifically written in the law, it encourages patients and their families to be part of the quality review process. And this is helpful because one of the patient safety representatives, I thought this was so wise, is, we're the only ones who were there the whole time. All you providers are coming in episodically, so they kind of can see how everything played out. And so they give a different perspective, especially regarding communications. And the other thing, since we insure so many little hospitals, they're a lot of times they're the only hospital in town. And so we don't want people spreading things like, oh, this is the horrible community hospital, you don't ever want to go there. So when they're there and they see and hear what happens and what steps you're going to take, the families are reassured as well. And they're more likely to be willing to come back to the facility. And you certainly need a relationship of trust for patients. And then the other thing to encourage improvements in patient safety and some of the later pillars about getting data and education, we put a provision, it's also in 807, that if someone participates in CANDOR open discussions, they can provide de-identified information about the adverse healthcare incident to a nonprofit organization for use in patient safety research and education without waiving the CANDOR privilege, which is always the concern if you're waiving a privilege. So we created the CANDOR Institute as a 501c3 public charity for that purpose. And it's got a little off kilter. I didn't get as much done with it last because of COVID this past year, but that's the whole point. People have talked about, getting information, disseminating it, providing education. We want to do that. Really kind of patient focused, really. We're looking at patient surveys. How can we do this differently? We're still kind of in the early process for that. And then I think, as I mentioned, we've been able to use it with individual providers. I was hoping to be able to give a little bit of data of what we had, but the report they sent me the open CANDOR cases. So I can give an estimate that we probably have at least 40 completed. And then we have, I don't know, maybe like 140, but that's would just be in some phase of CANDOR. So we went from one pre-law to that many. And that's just us. I'm not talking about like the doctor's company or other self-insured entities like the university. And I know we've done cases with definitely with other providers or with a university. So I want to leave one thing and then leave the time for questions. One thing that has come out is, well, if you're not reporting, how is this protecting patient safety? And that was huge. So we met with a couple of the patient safety reps about that. And they're like, why do we even have a law? So I had to explain, well, it's sort of like in a mediation, you're not going to have people come to the table if they think you're going to be all used in a lawsuit and provide a framework for your lawsuit. So we pointed out, this is voluntary. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to. And if, you know, and you can start in candor, and if you feel like the providers are not acting in good faith or the hospital, you can leave candor and you can bring a lawsuit and you'll know whatever you learned in that first part of it. That kind of induces everyone to act in good faith because you don't, once you start in candor, you've like chosen your path. So you want to stay in that path. There's nothing in the law, because it doesn't change any other law, that that prevents them from filing a complaint with the medical board. That was really key to one of our patient safety reps. She said, well, I just wanted to know, like, I could still file a complaint there. We don't say, well, you can't file a complaint with the board, and the medical records is still, you know, something that's there that to support what happened or not. And it critically for facilities, especially, we have to go through a credentialing process. You know, the part of the NPDB reports aren't just malpractice claims and settlements, it's also adverse peer review actions if you're taking adverse privileging. So we're still going to be reviewing that physician's care. And with peer review, we're, you know, with the patient may be talking about one incident, but if we look at that and like, boy, this doc needs some additional education, they missed the sepsis. So we're going to make them take a sepsis course and, you know, do that or whatever through peer review. So we still would have that reporting obligation if there's an adverse privileging action, so that would still be reportable. And I think the other thing that has come up, you know, as well, you're not reporting an NPDB, so you're, you know, how you're dealing with the bad docs. What we have seen over time, when NPDB started, most physicians were not employed, but now well over 50% of physicians are employed. And people have flat out said, we use the corporate shield. If there's a settlement, we settle in the name of the hospital. So it's, it kind of disfavors individual physicians because they get reported, but if they're employed, you know, so I feel like sometimes that NPDB is not, nowadays is not quite as effective with its original intent. So, and the other thing is, you know, are we taking advantage of patients or, and what I think has helped is when they're represented by an attorney. One of the attorneys said, well, when I've explained this to the patients, you know, I said, well, he tells them there's no reporting. They're like, they wonder about that. He said, but then he says, but you'll be able to hear what they did, and you'll be able to hear what steps they took to prevent this, you know, from happening in the future. And they are going to get a sense with that physician. Is that physician truly contrite, or are they giving lip service? You know, if there's concerns about that. So I will leave it open to questions.
Okay, I just want to make, you know, one thing clear. Excuse me. The patient can still, after getting a settlement with CANDOR, report if they think that what the physician did was egregious. And I mean, okay, he was drinking when he did the surgery and, you know, did something terrible, was an alcoholic. They can still report it to the board.
Yeah, that
And the
was
board
really,
can take
that was
actions.
really key. That was the key.
Okay,
So,
they don't lose that right.
Yeah.
I knew what you were thinking. Yeah, just want to make that sure. Okay, who we got?
and I do want to just make one remark about the peer review. I think that would, we in Colorado, we have a peer review law, which is truly just review of the doc, you know, and for privileging. We also have quality management, which is more systems issue. And, you know, when we're dealing with a peer review law at the same time as CANDOR, so they kind of are blending together. And so I explained it because we worked it out with the trial lawyers for peer review. And so I said, you know, the CANDOR creates that safe space where you can have that open and honest discussion with the patient, but we still need peer review. I mean, like, what's the policy reason behind peer review is that we have to do self-policing. And if what I would fear is if this was waived for, I mean, there are multiple people who would be sitting on a peer review committee and weighing in, and if all of that discussion was subsequently released, that's going to totally chill that peer review process, and we're not going to get people, physicians acting honestly. And I understand, and I understand because sometimes they say, well, they're not doing this, they're not doing that. I said, we can only write the law. I can't make people do the right thing. So, but we feel it is so important to have that peer review privilege. And to me, you need both. If you're going to do candor, you still need to assess that doc's care. And then with peer review, you're going to look in the aggregate. You may have a brilliant surgeon, they had one bad case, nothing else. They've been a pillar of the hospital. You're probably not going to look at that case, obviously. But if you have even something more minor, multiple events, that's sort of a similar type of thing, the patient's going to learn what happened with that particular physician and their attorney, but we're going to have to look at those cases in the aggregate and make decisions about, do they need education? Are they having substance issues? Are they having early dementia? Are they having a, physical impairment? All of that's part of peer review. And we just think it's so important that you want to encourage doctors to be part of that process. So I think it would totally chill candor if you made all the peer review reports open.
Liz, did you have?
Go
Oh, I'm
ahead.
sorry, Adam. Did you come wind it up first? Go ahead. Or which-
It doesn't give me an order.
I didn't think so. How did you
I'm-
think
I'm
he was
happy to go
first?
to next.
You watched him? Oh, okay.
They're ready to pounce.
Okay. Who wants to go first?
Go ahead.
Jean, so thank you. And I really do appreciate your passion and how, you really approach this from all the perspectives of the medical side, the legal side, the insurer side, but really the patient advocate. So I appreciate that. So when Georgia Watch is asked, and we're a consumer advocacy organization, and so we advocate for the healthcare consumer, we might want to make sure they have resources so that they can do their homework. When consumers contact us or go to our website, we want them to be able to say, how do I make a good choice about receiving quality, affordable health care? And we point to various websites. We point to various rights that they should have, and they want to make sure they ask the right questions before they get that care when possible. So I really appreciate that Candor is on the one hand doing great work to increase transparency when you're getting out of the deny, defend, and into this is what happened, we've done this investigation, we're sorry, this is what we're going to do about it to prevent. And I appreciate what Chairman Cooper said, that a patient who was harmed and goes through Candor and has some resolution in that process, if they feel that there was something egregious, they can still report it to the medical board. But if it's not being reported as routinely part of the system, and it's dependent upon that patient who may be grieving the loss of a spouse or a child, or we've heard a lot of testimony that a lot of patients or loved ones of deceased patients don't want to feel like litigious. They don't want to attack the hospital or the doctor. They're not likely to report it. So how do we make sure? Because I know that the system is meant for encouraging really good behavior. And I appreciated Barbara, the witness from Common Spirit, who's talking about why wouldn't you do this? In our work as a consumer advocate, I know that for every, in the financial marketplace, every good, for example, fintech company that's trying to help consumers access the marketplace, there are bad actors. So what are the assurances that truly egregious cases, bad actors aren't able to take advantage of that and protect a reputation that probably shouldn't be protected?
I would say you are still obligated to, I have an independent duty as a physician. Almost all states have this, to report if I think someone, so I have a duty ethically, well, and legally to report if I have firsthand knowledge. I have to say, as an insurance company, we don't want to insure those people.
Mhm.
And you need insurance to practice in the state. In almost all states, you need insurance. So so there are other reasons other people are going to want this person's going to be identified. If it's something that, we're paying over $1 million or something on, I mean, we're actually a peer review entity in Colorado. I think Georgia, the carriers can be peer review entities as well. So we look at those. Our underwriting committee is essentially like a peer review committee. So we look at, if we have like more than one claim on something, we're clear, even occurrences, even before they become a claim, if they're like, oh, it's Dr. So-and-so again, that's a huge red flag. And so, we look at it almost the way a hospital will look at it, because that puts risk to the whole physician pool. And honestly, we're a physician directed company. We don't want, we're patients too. We don't want to go and have that. Patty Skolnick was the one who testified, and because the NPDB isn't available to patients, she and her son Michael died as a result of medical error, and the Michael Skolnick Medical Transparency Act was named. And so every healthcare entity, you have to report every judgment, settlement, or arbitration award. And it was very powerful when she testified, because they said, well, Ms. Skolnick, this would not be reportable under your son's law. She always calls her son's law. And she said, I support this though. And the two things was, I know I could still report to the medical board. And she said, to this day, if I had had CANDOR available to me then, I would have used it, because to this day, I don't know what happened to Michael, and I never got an apology. So, that's exactly what she's, would be in your shoes essentially, with how she looked at that. And that's where she came down on it. And I had to say, this is so different than normal. We're asking claims people to do the opposite of what they do. We're asking defense counsel to do the opposite of what they do. We're asking doctors to do the opposite of what they've been told. So we just had to, this will never be perfect. We can't make a perfect law, and we can't make perfect human beings, and everyone's not going to be a wonderful communicator, but we're like, let's see how this works. And it has been working very well. Honestly, I was terrified, and people at work were like, why did it go in effect July 1st? Because we only had like 2 months, we have so many things we have to do. I think people didn't really think it was going to pass, frankly. And I said, well, CTLA wanted it July 1st. So we were scrambling a little bit to get all our documents and things like that. But we're like, let's keep the lines of communication open. If there's something we have to change, we will. Because I know Iowa initially was serious physical injury, and it was just for nurses, PAs, and APRNs. Then they they took out serious, so it's any physical injury. And then they added pharmacists and everybody in the entire, any kind of healthcare. So we based it on that. And then they extended the notice to 1 year. So we're gonna copy them and do that as well. Whatever Iowa does, we'll just do the same thing. So.
Dr. Antalis.
Madam Chair, what I'd like to do just for a second, because I want to reiterate some of what you said, maybe clarify for everyone, because there's a concern perhaps about the medical board. That's one of my hats I have that I do. And I want to clarify a couple things of the process, because I think this would help, I hope, to assuage a lot of people. When there is a complaint made, whether it's from a patient, whether it's from a physician or any entity, it is thoroughly reviewed by an investigative committee. After it's been investigated, the information will be given to the committee and then passed to the board with the information, and it is thoroughly reviewed. Let's say a physician who, what you were concerned about, let's say that the hospital lets them go and they go out of state. Well, if that happens, when we have new applications for licensure in Georgia, we thoroughly review before they're approved of a license, and we look at their time history of what they've been doing. And if they've left or something and it is very unclear, we go after, we ask them why, and we try, if we need any additional information, we get that information before we license. So, you know, as Dr. Martin said, it's not perfect, but, you know, we do our due diligence before we let somebody come into the state that there may be a question about. So I just want you to be clarified that we do look at this very carefully when it does occur, whether it's a complaint, whether it's, you know, we also review every malpractice suit that comes in too. So it's not just complaints, it's malpractice also. So I just wanted to kind of clarify for everybody what our process is and what we do. Thank you.
We did advise the medical board initially that they were the first people we met with because we have a good relationship with them and we wanted to keep it. So we said, here's what they did in Iowa, and, you know, they took no position. So.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Martin. I've got 4 questions. Our bill 807 provides, and I think you said it's the same in Colorado, that the patient has a right to receive a copy of his or her medical record within 30 days of request. That's a breath of fresh air to me, because under current Georgia law, they're already required to produce the records within 30 days of the request, and that has never happened in 21 years of my practice. So 2-part question, is there some way to provide in this bill, because it doesn't provide now, some remedy for failure to produce the record within that time frame? I'm not sure how to craft that, quite frankly. And the other impediment really is most health systems that I deal with outsource the production of their medical records to companies, third-party vendors like CIOX. I just got a bill yesterday for $8,900 for a medical record, so that I could then undertake to evaluate it, to then tell the patient, do you have a case or not? And if they don't, I eat that cost. And I do it quite frequently at those kind of rates. So the second part of this 2-part question is, are these records provided at a reduced cost or for free, or are they going to cost the patient, you know, sometimes up to $10,000?
Well, I had that question when I was talking with CTLA. I'm like, how are they refusing to release records? I just didn't know how this all.
Well, they don't refuse, they just don't.
Well, because there are 2 things. One thing, under HIPAA, they have to, and they can only charge reasonable fees. If the patient is requesting their own medical records, HIPAA, you can only charge reasonable fees, you know, under that. So that's federal law. And the other thing now is with the CARES Act, I don't know, 20th Century CARES Act, the patients have a right to have access to like key health information, even like lab results, even before you have reviewed them. A lot of times physicians used to want to review them. So if there's something abnormal, the patient wouldn't freak out. But now you're required to. That's new, and that's just been implemented. Maybe that would make some difference.
So, you know,
That's another one. If people aren't following current federal and state law,
well, they aren't. I mean,
SciOx
CIOX just told my paralegal yesterday, we don't interpret the CARES Act that way. So we have to wait, or we have to file an independent lawsuit and go through the process, which takes a lot longer than 30 days to have a judge order them, you know, to produce the record. So I just wanted to see, is there some way we can explore some remedy for failure to do that, and then address the cost?
It hasn't been an issue because we are, you know, we said, there's like, oh, we can send these unredacted since it's in CANDOR, like, yes. So I think some of that, you know, it's different, and it's not lawsuits, they're going to get all the records anyway.
Okay. The other issue, if I may, Madam Chair, I can speak on behalf of myself, and I think I can say this in behalf of all of the Georgia Trial Lawyers Association. The concept here is a wonderful concept that I don't see how anybody could be against it. A law that would encourage and allow for a patient's questions to get answered, and for early resolution of legitimate claims. I mean, who can be against that? In my experience, one of the impediments to early resolution is we have an insurer here, sort of like your COPEC there. And all of the policies allow for the physician to must provide consent to settle. So unlike, if I'm involved in an auto wreck and somebody thinks it's my fault, my auto insurer can settle that case whether I want them to or not. Is there a provision in your COPEC policies after CANDOR, now that you have CANDOR, where the insurer can resolve a claim that they think is a legitimate claim, but they can't get the physician to consent to it?
No, and I think partly because we're a physician-directed insurer. So if they're on, and I think other, yeah, there's always discussion, should we still have that consent to settle? But I think as a physician-directed company, docs still wanted to have a say in whether they settle or not, if they thought this was defensible. So I'll get to that part. But the many, and it's growing and growing, physicians are employed. And then the policy holder, which could be the group or the hospital,
right?
They decide. And so they don't have a consent to settle in those types of policies. I certainly cannot speak for every insurer. What happens when we have, and there's, different views even within the company about this, and it's been discussed before. If there is a case that we're like, this is not defensible, I have to say COPIC does a really good job of having, I give too many trade secrets out, but they have reviews where it's like they do all the ortho cases. So they have multiple really super smart orthopedists, mostly from a lot of the academic settings, sit as faculty advisors. So they review all these cases. So if we go back to that doc and say 9 of the 9 doctors could not support your care, they see the writing on the wall because they know this is going to weigh in whether we decide to renew their insurance. So since I've been there, so that was 2011, I'm not aware of where we had one where we thought this is not defensible and we need to settle
Right.
it, where the doc wasn't persuaded. They are very persuaded by their peers.
So just a quick follow-up on that one question. If I heard you correctly, and it made a lot of sense to me when you said it, if this is what I understood you to say, is that the major impediment to early resolution, oftentimes with physicians, is the fact that if a payment's made, they get reported to the National Practitioner Data Bank. And so if they're going to get reported, then why not roll the dice and take their chances with the jury, right? So since CANDOR sort of removes that barrier and they will not be reported, it would seem to me that there is a way to provide for the reality of even more early resolution if this bill contained a provision that an insurer could resolve a claim pre-suit, let's say pre-suit, because once the suit's filed, there's a written demand, pre-suit, with or without the physician's consent. Would you be against that?
Yes, because in fact, the Iowa Medical Society, you see the way the bill was written, it has to be a provider, which is a human being, or the provider with the facility, which could be administrators. We do not want, and I'm sure patients don't want, to just be talking to a facility administrator where, the facility has the policy. I mean, that's not the purpose of CANDOR. The purpose of CANDOR isn't so much all the money, it's the conversation and the learning. And the physician needs to own it if that physician was the one. And granted, not all physicians have great communication skills. I'm aware of cases where it was not a great communicating physician, and I know they're ultimately going to let that physician go, but that physician participated in CANDOR in a not great way. And then they had other, like nurses and other people were part of the patient's care involved. So, but I can't speak for all of COPIC, but I don't think COPIC as a physician-directed company where we really want, and Iowa felt the same way, speaking with their medical society people, they really wanted to be provider-initiated or the provider with the facility. So if it's just insurance companies, that's just gonna make it look like, oh, you're just making it easy for insurance companies, and that we don't want this to be, oh, this is just good for insurance companies.
And
Um,
I'm
go ahead,
sorry,
Ann.
Adam, I was gonna get this in. If it's not going to go out onto their record, and they're not having a problem with it in these two states yet, so, but I know you're looking at possibilities. I mean, what has the physician got to lose in being a holdout? I mean, it's not his money. I mean, so to speak, it's the insurance
And
company
they
that
don't
paying it
mind.
out, and it's not going to go on his record, and it's going to get that off his back of, facing a possible suit. I just think we might, it seems like to me, would be anticipating, a problem that probably ain't going to be there because it really is so advantageous to, a physician. I mean, one of the things I didn't say is my husband had one lawsuit in his whole career, 40-something years, way back. He told somebody he was covering for a weekend for somebody and told somebody that their blood and their urinalysis and everything was too bad for them to have a certain treatment. Patient got mad, was a diabetic, quit eating. Tom transferred him to a bigger hospital where the leading expert on diabetes in Georgia was at that time. He got well, he went home to New York. The insurance companies settled for $30,000 is his point a year later. And Tom was mad till the time he died over that because he didn't do anything wrong and he never got to defend himself. And he was really, so I think it's being able to get it out. I just don't think we're gonna have a problem with that on that one. Might be wrong, but I don't think so. And your research is showing that it's not a problem, right? About physicians
Yeah.
refusing.
Yeah, it hasn't been a problem.
Okay, and kind of the flip side on I'm the first to admit the reporting requirement has stood in the way and provided a barrier many times in my career to the early resolution of cases that should have settled early. And then, 2 years later, finally, they do. But, and I appreciated the answers that you gave to Ms. Boyle's questions a minute ago about, the public doesn't have access to the National Practitioner Data Bank anyway. But you do at COPIC, right? Medical insurers, hospitals who grant privileges, y'all have access to the data bank.
I'd have to check, but I think the hospitals are required, the hospitals have the legal requirement every 2 years to check.
So I won't go into, there's a show out now about Christopher Dunch, the Dr. Death that was sentenced to life in prison. And there were failures to report to the National Practitioner Data Bank as he moved from one system to another that allowed for that to happen. So here's a hypothetical. Let's say you have a doctor in Colorado who's an employed physician in a health system who has 5 CANDOR payments, all confidential, not required to be reported to National Practitioner Data Bank. They leave the health system and go into independent practice and come to you for insurance. How would you know about those 5 incidents and what the payments were? And since they're all confidential and not reportable to the data bank, how could you assess the risk even?
I'm not an underwriter, so I would have to honestly probably defer to how they would look at it. That the issue did come up on loss runs. I feel like I'm going to get into nerdy insurance things because we define a CANDOR event as a separate thing on our policies in Colorado and Iowa, because otherwise there would be no coverage triggered because there's no claim. So we had to address that. And so for all other purposes, we, like deductibles apply. We treat it as a claim for other purposes. And I know if it's the actuaries or whatever, they count as indemnity payments, or is that on the books? We don't report it externally, but if a provider wants their own loss run, it will show up as CANDOR, and we include in that loss run Because the last one would be things like cyber payments, if there's a defense costs because they had a medical board issue. Most of these people have had issues. I mean, otherwise, if they're having that many claims, I don't know that we would keep a person that's to the point where they've had 5 claims. But it would show up on loss runs. Now what they choose to do with it afterwards, and they may give it to their agent to shop insurance. We're not disclosing it because, we're following what the statute says. But if they're shopping in coverage with their loss run that they request, we only give it to that person. We don't have any control about it afterwards. So that would be presented to another insurer. So they would have that availability. It hits the point, just from an insurance company standpoint, we're obligated to keep risk down for the whole pool. I mean, we want to, my husband's an emergency physician. I want to keep the cost down for him. So if we tend to be fairly conservative in our underwriting. If there's, questionable physicians, we're usually getting board issues or whatever, we review them. I mean, that's an underwriting review, and then they're not renewed. So, I guess take it for what it's worth if someone says they were denied COPIC coverage.
Okay. Well, it sounds, and thank you for that, but it sounds like in my hypothetical there would, it's at least open that the doctor who leaves the health system with these 5 payments and then goes into independent practice and seeks private insurance, unless the doctor's honest about and discloses all of those, there's still a chance that the insurer may not know about it. Because
it may be anyway. They're employed in any cases resolved, is settled in the name of the hospital. They may look like, this wonderful physician, Marcus Welby, and they never had anything wrong because they always use the corporate shield. You're in the exact same position.
And one final area based on my conversations with the plaintiff's bar in Colorado, would that be all right? So the concept's great. I think, if the bill passed and it accomplished what it intended to, wonderful. The devil, I think somebody said, maybe it was me, it's in the details. What I'm hearing from my colleagues in Colorado is it was just passed in 2019. Jury's kind of still out because we had a pandemic year and nothing really happened then. However, because nothing can be in writing, what I'm being told is it's a process of hurry up and wait. We gather all the information. Sometimes they gather information, they give it to us, and we trade information, we have the meeting. Then we go away and we wait. And there's, and I said, well, wait for what? Because, it's supposed to be resolved. And they say, well, they have to decide how they're going to choose to resolve it. And then if I send a letter or send anything that says, if you don't let us know, the statute's running meanwhile, and if you don't let us know by X date, we're going to have to file a lawsuit. She says the defense bar looks for anything they can to kick you out of CANDOR because they would rather not have CANDOR given the way they're compensated. So how do we fix the hurry up and wait problem and go ahead and get a decision, in a timely way so that we're not left with a situation where we've got very little time on the statute and there might be other parties that we discover should have been added, but the statute's gone.
We're getting feedback. Actually, I had to give a talk to it's like Ashram, it's the Colorado version of it, about CANDOR after the first year. So I solicited information. So we had their side and defense counsel. The defense counsel it's been almost a little bit more challenging with them because I feel like I'm hearing it. I feel like I'm a mom and so-and-so said this, so-and-so said that. So it's actually been interesting for me as like a defense counsel. I consider like a bulldog has been great in CANDOR to the point one of their claims just they get all the CANDOR cases. And maybe because he's, a little older, so he's been around the block. I feel like some docs or defense counsel, I think were really nice. I'm like, oh, I can see it from the plaintiff side because they're really careful. Like, well, if this becomes a lawsuit, so they're limiting some information. So you're right. I would agree with that. And we have heard. So I'm getting feedback from both sides. I'm trying to get them all together. And as we have some defense counsel, like, this is, why would you do this? You know, this is terrible. It's a framework. And then that raises flags for me, like, well, if you're so worried about that, you know, you're wanting to hide bad facts, and that kind of goes against the spirit of candor. And I've said, you don't have to do these cases. You don't have to take candor cases. And then they kind of were quiet. And I wasn't thinking about, oh, they feel like they're going to lose business. And I think they feel threatened. I realize I have to kind of look at everyone feels like, you know, their threat, like, how is this impacting me? Is this gonna, you know, are you giving more money to the patients at my expense? Because if this case drags out for 2 years, I'm gonna get paid by COPIC for, you know, 2 years or whatever. So I mean, I realize where everyone's coming from, and some people feel threatened, and so they act out a little bit. But we've been keeping the lines of communication open. I'm kind of seeing who's the good defense counsel, and they're getting more cases, and ones, you know, that are a little bit more challenging. We've actually had one of the patient's attorneys say, please do not assign this defense counsel. So we're like, okay, we won't do that. And so it's interesting how it's kind of worked out. They have said that, a message as well, that if you know you're going to pay, but you just don't know how much yet, then just at least let us know that much. So we're, you know, like, so can move that process along. So some of this is just learning. This was a huge learning curve. I mean, we've asked our claims people to, you know, we tell, you know, how do you try to limit any information? So they're doing the opposite of what they've been trained to do. And then defense counsel is here, let's share everything. Oh, there's the patient's attorney sitting here listening to it. I mean, it's like, how are they protecting their clients, right? I get it. And I get it with other insurance carriers. Like, this is going to open the floodgates. So until we have some hardcore data, there's a, well, now, you know, before we could sit and wait until it was a $500,000 case, because that's the only ones that, you know, CTLA is going to take. So I get all these different perspectives, but so far the world has not come to an end in Colorado. And I look at the patients that have been helped and have learned something, and how we've changed the system. Even if it's just for 10 patients the first year, I think that's going to be a big deal. But we have to, you almost have to see it to trust it. And it's actually been interesting having to work more directly, because I had no relationship with, you know, I didn't do litigation, to see things from their perspective. And, you know, they've mentioned the whole records thing. I think we spent half the first phone call on the records. I said, well, there's HIPAA. They can't, you know, they shouldn't be doing that. And I'm like, I can't help it if people are not following the law. So I don't want to clog up this law in a way that will deter people from doing it. And you have to have the balance. Like, is this fair? Is this good for patients? Or, you know, are the patient's attorneys going to be upset with it? Is defense counsel going to be upset with this? You know, are we going to annoy other insurance carrier? It was a balance, and this was the best we could come up with, and it has been working. It's been working for us in Iowa. It's been working for us in Colorado, and I think as time goes on, we'll get better.
Really good discussions. I just hope nobody has an early plane to go home.
Stuck here.
So if we've got on the Zoom, we've got Ms. Hopwood, you know, from our rural hospital, if she's still with us. Huh?
Hey there, sorry, I was unmuting. Can everyone hear me now?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Cooper and Dr. Martin, for your testimony. I had just a couple of quick questions. My understanding is that under Colorado's CANDOR law and other states' CANDOR laws, that the discussions and offers of compensation that may be made pursuant to the CANDOR process are not admissible in subsequent litigation. Kind of a nuanced question would be, under Colorado's CANDOR law, would reference to the fact that the provider initiated or maybe even did not initiate the CANDOR process be admissible at trial? And then kind of similarly, under Colorado's CANDOR law, would reference to the fact that the parties participated in the CANDOR process and maybe it was just unsuccessful be admissible at trial?
No, because we use the language they had from Iowa, even the, because the doc has to send the the request to participate in CANDOR. So that's the thing that has to get out at 180 days. The patient can take 6 months to decide to respond to it. But that we didn't want it to be a deterrent, the fact, because some people are like, oh, you want to enter in CANDOR, you clearly did something wrong, and that is not the case. So we didn't want that presumption, I guess, or prejudice that, oh, you entered into CANDOR, because we have a lot, we've had deaths and things like that, that there were no payments on, it's just a very sad case. So no, that is not admissible.
That answers your question, Ms. Hopwood?
It does. I had one more question. You mentioned that, the discussions and offers of compensation made under the CANDOR process aren't admissible in subsequent litigation. They're privileged and confidential. But I'm wondering if Colorado's CANDOR law has any other measures in effect for keeping those discussions and offers of compensation privileged and confidential in general. For example, what would keep a patient from sharing details of the discussions made under the CANDOR process on social media and whatnot that could potentially influence jurors?
Well, I mean, they would be violating the law. So, I mean, I honestly, if a patient, because we've heard, oh, there's a gag closet, and I'm like, oh, you can talk about your care. We don't want you talking about what the physician said in the, heart of the conversation. So, and they said, well, tell us what we can't say. So they've been pretty good at, to get that. I mean, COPIC as an insurance company is likely not going to go after a patient chatting with their mother-in-law about how much compensation they got. I mean, that is not reality. What we have, the only issue, we had one attorney wanted to put it up on her website. I know you can't do that. And they wanted something, and like that violates the law. You can't do that. I mean, I know people put up, oh, we had a $3 million case with this, that, and the other thing, but we didn't want that in CANDOR. So they can't do that just by the statute.
Okay.
If the patient is putting up on social media and there's reputational harm, we'd have to see what it would depend on the facts, I guess.
Representative Sharper.
And one more for the sake of time, I'm going to ask this question, but if you don't mind, get me the information or get it sent out to the committee. If we were to do this law, would someone like the CANDOR Institute facilitate this, or someone with a common spirit, or how would that be orchestrated and put together? And then I would like to see kind of what the cost would be to us as a state, how it's going to help in that respect. And out of the 100,000 people that we're saying dying from these different cases, I'm wondering how many are because the staff and others are doing something wrong versus negligence. Okay, so that may be something you can answer on that side of it. I'm just, if anybody knows like a 30-second answer to that, far as the percentage of the 100,000, negligence or somebody doing something actually wrong.
I'm hoping to get the data with the CANDOR Institute.
Okay.
So I think you can use, like, if there was compensation, it would have been negligence, that didn't meet the standard of care. It's kind of would be how we look at it. But unfortunately, I wish I had some numbers, but I don't.
And I know we have 3 more excellent witnesses to hear from today, but a couple of things in your earlier conversation and harking back to a common spirit. And I was raised by a doctor. My whole life always called doctors by the first name. So John, you talked about physicians coming into Georgia and the medical board licensure. We've been a part of the Department of Public Health Community Health Worker Advisory Board and Advocacy Coalition, and we now have a process for community health workers to be certified, and that's important. The presentation from Common Spirit was, we've got this process to get people certified. And I think what I heard you say is we're kind of learning as we're building the plane while we're flying it. And you didn't say that exactly, but how do we have, if we were to do this in Georgia, a model that was more mature, and maybe that's not the right word, but has more meat on the bone, so that people are trained before they implement these systems, and we've got commonality across the state of Georgia. Again, with an eye to, we know they're going to be good actors. We know that there will be some that maybe not intentionally, but the system isn't implemented correctly. So does the Colorado law not include anything that requires the type of certification for those engaging in this process that they're doing at Common Spirit? And then and the second question, if you have time, I'm really interested in the numbers of cases that you've talked about that are cases that you, in your professional opinion, would not have had the opportunity for a lawsuit or settlement because it would be considered too small for a lawyer to take.
Well, I would for sure say some that were like $5,000. I'm pretty sure nobody would take that.
But I mean, what number of the 140, I think you said, I mean, is that a significant number are benefiting?
There's a significant number that are lower dollar. I don't have like all the hard data.
And
There's some reluctance to like just disclose everything we've done, frankly. I mean, we'd like to aggregate it. That's why we're having it with the CANDOR Institute. As far as certification, I hear what you're saying, and I know there's some people like with the collaborative want to do like certify events, but they in Washington, it's a different system. It's like a state agency. And I think if we had to create a new state agency, because we didn't have a fiscal note. And, you know, we had this amazing person who had already been risk manager, who'd already been through CANDOR, was very educated, taught a lot of people. You know, we had me for what it's worth. We have our physicians who are trained in disclosure. So we had a lot of elements. If you're going to make every insurance company get certified, I think that's just going to deter it. I hear we want to move to best practice. We want the CANDOR Institute to be a resource for education, especially for like little hospitals. They have like one poor CNO who's working shifts and trying to, you know, do COVID reporting and things like that. They don't have the resources. So it'd be wonderful if we were like these large health systems, but we insure a lot of very rural, like the only hospital in the county places. And we don't want to deny them access. And if we can be, as their insurer, we can walk them through this and do this. Nobody is going to be perfect. And it's like, what do we have now? We don't have something good, and we haven't been doing it. So we're doing it now. And, you know, I hate to foreclose. I'd hate to have the perfect be the enemy of the good. We're moving toward it, you know, and we've had, I mean, people have been very happy. The docs have been just like, this is transformative. They, you know, they're just get this out of their way. And honestly, we had one family, she was so angry. There was a medication error and the doc came in crying and he wanted to quit medicine. And so she was angry. She didn't want to start in it. We frankly never thought she would even do CANDOR. She did finally. And after all of this happened, the conversation, she said, I just want you to know I forgive you. And it allowed him to forgive himself. And it was heavily a systems error, and like he was a brilliant physician. And that's something like I wouldn't want to have prevented this patient or this physician from going through this healing process because we didn't have some certificate from someone.
We thank you very much for your testimony and for the good questions. Okay, quick, we're moving on. Mary Lee?
Dr. Timothy McDonald. He's a physician attorney who has worked at the interface of medicine and law for over 25 years. In addition to practicing anesthesiology for more than 30 years, Dr. McDonald served on a variety of patient safety positions at the University of Illinois at Chicago. He was one of the lead architects of the 2016 CANDOR Toolkit produced by the AHRQ, which has helped more than 600 hospitals in over 15 states in their CANDOR implementation efforts. Dr. McDonald has published dozens of articles on CANDOR-related topics, including the need for robust care for the caregiver or peer support programs. His most recent publication is in the New England Journal of Medicine. Dr. McDonald currently serves as the Chief Patient Safety Officer at RL Datix, the world's largest patient safety software company and is adjunct faculty at Loyola University Chicago within the Beasley Institute for Health and Law and Policy. And he comes to us today from San Diego, California.
Thank you so much. And Madam Chairperson and committee, I am super honored to be here and really happy to be working with all the other people testifying. I've actually worked with all of them in one capacity or another, so it's really great to be here. I'd like to first address some of what was just mentioned. So your question, the data shows about 96% of harm events are primarily problems with the way we've designed, the way we deliver care. And under 5%, it's a bad negligent person doing it. So it's the overwhelming number where you need to think about how do we redesign the care. So that's on that data. On the certification part that you asked related to that, I want to clarify what Barb Pelletreau said is the certification she's talking about in CANDOR is certifying people to have empathic conversations with patients and families, as well as providing peer support. We built that program for her. We're actually through COVID able to do it through Zoom, where you give them scenarios, they have to communicate to an actor openly and honestly, then you certify them. So the hospital now knows I've got an expert I can go to who can build the team out to do that. When it comes to the implementation piece, we did do the help with the implementation of all 140 hospitals. So I can answer the question of here's what implementation looks like. This is what the training looks like. This is what the costs look like. It is super reasonable, which is why Barb was able to take it to all 140 hospitals. But there's a standardized approach with all the people who worked on the CANDOR toolkit where we have consensus on best practices of how to approach that. So hopefully that's helpful, you know, kind of as we lead into this part. But I'm here to talk to something about really near and dear to me, which is the impact that CANDOR has had on physician and nurse burnout, because it's a huge issue, particularly in times of COVID. And so just kind of getting into it, that the kind of origins of CANDOR, as we already heard, when the IOM report came out to Err is Human, in that book is the data on 96% of these cases are really systems issues and not bad actors. The problem is, written right around that time, is a book that I highly recommend people to read. It's called The Wall of Silence. It's written by Rosemary Gibson. And it is the stories of dozens and dozens of patients and family members who, when the wall of silence went up, got no communication, and it caused immense collateral damage. And so this book is one of the things that drove me, and you'll see with this case, to change what we were doing at the University of Illinois. This is an example of the case we had, this is the collateral damage that happens. We all been talking about the patients and families really suffer a lot, but then also the caregivers. And we've heard a lot about how do we reach out to patients and families. We really need, as you'll see the data I'm going to share with you, why we need to make the peer support, the care for the caregiver, as equally as important, you know, in this process. So this is a case we had at the University of Illinois. That is what caused the governor and the board of trustees at the University of Illinois to ask us to put together a comprehensive process. This was in 2001. The chief operating officer of Michael Reese Hospital came to the U of I to have a surgical procedure done. And as part of that, she had pre-op testing. And it showed a CBC with a white count of 1,000, which is low. I mean, 1,000, it's not critically low yet, as you'll see. So it's low. My department missed it because anesthesia ran peri-op. The surgeons missed it too. So she has the surgery. Post-op, we repeat the CBC, and it's now under 500, which is a critical test result. We missed it again. This is the system issue you asked about. So even though you could blame the doctor for doing it, the system says a critical test result should get called to the floor where she is so they can act on it. It got called to the wrong floor. So when I even reviewed the record, you could see that it got called to a floor, we don't know how, where she was never a patient. So it didn't get acted on. And she died 6 weeks later at Northwestern from a treatable leukemia. The CMO of Northwestern calls me up. Tim, you're in charge of patient safety. You're an anesthesiologist at U of I. Want to let you know, you may want to look in the record. I look in the record, and to my horror, I see these mistakes that happen. So I go to our chief legal counsel I go to the CMO, who I reported directly to, and the CEO, and said, I want to reach out to her fiance. She was having this procedure in preparation for her next marriage. And they said, no way. No way. Do not reach out. They were hoping, like Leilani talked about, most of the times these things just go away. But this was a very savvy family in healthcare, and it didn't go away. And so they sued us. And then what do you think we did? Delay, deny, and defend. So we spent 4 years in deep, dark litigation on this case. There were 43 depositions, residents, nurses, and others who were unbelievably traumatized by this. 4 years into litigation, we get just about to the courtroom steps. Defense counsel comes back and says, you know, we've been telling you this was kind of defensible, but now that we're ready to go to trial, there's a problem with this. So then we settle it for millions, and we learned so little related to this case. And then sadly, very sadly, years later, one of the residents who was really felt in the middle of this ends up ending their life. And it just gets back to all the issues around the need for peer support and the power of candor. If you go, all that would have been avoided. $350,000 in defense costs. And our board of trustees was so upset. They said, you better come up with a different process. One, to prevent harm. But in the meantime, when it happens, how do we respond in a principled way where we learn from these events and we're open and honest? And oh, by the way, we really need to support the members of the care team through this as well. And so the suicide issue recently has been, I'm very passionate about. I do a ton of work with UCSD. They are the center in the world for nurse and suicide prevention. This is just one. Pam Weibel is one who talks about it. The numbers of physician suicide are going up logarithmically. This is one of the most tragic cases. Many of you may have seen it. It was on the front page of the New York Times. This ED doc who was really struggling was basically sent home to suffer in isolation, and she ends her life. And her brother, who's an attorney, has talked about the need to make sure that whatever we do related to candor, peer support has to be a part of it. And I'll bring her up at it again about how that part is. But the numbers are staggering. You know, Florence, you know, practices an anesthesiologist, myself as well, very common in anesthesia. Colleagues I've known, residents I've known who've ended their lives. It's just one of the most tragic things that you can see. You can see the numbers up there. Physicians in general, it's way higher than the public, but look at the numbers with those involved in ED, anesthesiology, surgery specialties, the ones where you have harm events. We've got to find a better way to support them. Very famous case here as well. This happened at Seattle Children's. This poor nurse made a medication error and she was fired essentially on the spot. And she ends up committing suicide, as you can see there. She ends her life through suicide. And even the newspapers picked up, there's a double whammy when these events happen. You know, one is the baby died, but then the other one is look at this incredible nurse who people love, it's that collateral damage, as you can see from the beginning. So I don't like the term second victim, but it was published in 2000 by Albert Wu. Patient advocates really don't like it. In fact, they've asked us to get rid of the phrase second victim, but there is a definition of it, which basically is people who are involved in the healthcare team. When unexpected things happen, they themselves feel traumatized. You know, whether it was like your husband may have seen a harm event or anybody else, they are the ones who feel traumatized when these things happen. And here's the critical piece and why it's part of any patient safety program. We know from the data that those who don't get support, who don't get peer support, they will begin to practice irrational medicine. Lorenz is going to talk about that. It increases defensive medicine costs. They also have a sense of having failed the patient, and they'll begin second guessing, you know, what it is that they do, you know, related to that. And then the data out there, as you can see, and we talked about this at dinner last night, the burnout numbers are now staggering. You know, Brian Sexton from Duke is now saying that the numbers above 75%, it's closer to 90%. In fact, what he says is, if you're a nurse or doc in healthcare and you're not feeling burned out, you might be a psychopath. because it means you have no emotions if you don't have it there. And so there's this huge need. Turnover is if all these hospitals I work with, they're really struggling with turnover. They're really struggling with retention. What I can say is one of the systems I work with a lot around this, who has the best care for the caregiver program, has really, really kept on top of their retention and the turnover. It's amazing. And you're going to see some of the data why that's coming out related to that. So, so again, the consequences are big. But this is the other part, that now we have enough data to show burnout associated with these bad outcomes. So you see up there, if you look in a unit and you're measuring the burnout in that ICU and it's higher than your other ICUs, you're going to have a higher risk-adjusted mortality rate. You are going to have more medication errors in that unit. You're going to have a lot of problems related, again, to the burnout that is related to this. And the moral injury that doctors and nurses feel when they're told to hide behind the wall of silence. That is what we're talking about here. If the Georgia law can shatter the wall of silence, you automatically are in a position to be able to provide not only hugging and loving the patients and families through this, but also the care professionals to it. So unlocking the barriers, that was what one of my jobs was, to shatter the wall of silence at University of Illinois. It took us 2 years to figure out how to do it. We worked with a lot of people around the country. And as I said, Doug, who you're going to hear from later, was phenomenal about helping him with that. Lorenz, who's going to talk next, the economist, said, Tim, you better track the money. That's the data part that Jean said was in our 7 pillars. We needed to track the data, even though it's the right thing to do. At the end of the day, if I can't tell the CFO it's the smart thing to do, it's not going to get a high priority. And so we really needed to look at that. So we learned from aviation. This is where we have really come up with some clever ideas to even help the critical access hospitals. So what aviation does when there's a crash, they do launch a go team. And it's almost like a CANDOR go team. And so this is an article here that was written in JAMA by Marjorie Steigler, who's an anesthesiologist, who interviewed Sully, the guy who landed the plane on the Hudson. And she was expecting to learn about closed loop communication, how do the pilots pull out this thing and figure out how to do it? And that's not what he wanted to talk about. What he wanted to talk about is that within an hour of them landing on the Hudson, they had launched the GO team, which included supporting everybody who was on that flight, the flight attendants, the pilots. But I don't know if you guys saw the movie. Who was the person most emotionally affected when the plane landed on the Hudson? Well, the pilot was the second. The person most harmed was the air traffic controller, who thought they had died. So that person, immediate outreach, 30 days of peer support, and not having go back to work, like Jean said, because, I was expected as a pediatric anesthesiologist, and this is what's in the paper, is if my first case of the day, if that baby died from the NICU, I was literally expected to help the nurse take the baby to the morgue and then go out to pre-op holding and tell the next family I was going to be bringing their child into the operating room to take the tonsils out. I know I wasn't as safe. And the issue is, from the consumer standpoint, is do I have an ethical obligation to let this family know, oh, by the way, my department's not letting me off here, but you just need to know my first patient died. It's up to you whether you want to have surgery. I mean, seriously, that's what's in the paper. That's how serious the thought is around when these things happen. How do we just make sure that this is a key component to it? And so when you see the things that they want, and again, I apologize for the phrase second victim, but that's what the literature discovers it as. You can see all of what they want. They want the debrief. They want emotional first aid. But the key one there to CANDOR, this is the cool part about the Georgia statute, is they want help in having the conversation with a family, and this lets that happen. I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to do that. And again, we did not have CANDOR legislation in Illinois. But I can tell you the reason it didn't spread to a whole lot more hospitals in a more standardized way is because we didn't have legislation. We had some super passionate people where that CEO had died, but after I left, they have had more and more trouble keeping it going because it's really hard to have just a few champions driving this stuff to be able to do that. And they also want to know they're a trusted member of the team, because 99.9% of the time they really are, and they're not bad actors. So CANDOR, it was one of those things where we started to see literally within 2 to 3 years, a massive reduction in claims. And here's why, and we haven't even talked about it yet, but you guys, Copic probably has the numbers, but here is our numbers at U of I. And pretty much everywhere I've gone, these are the numbers. 70% of all claims and lawsuits go away with no indemnity payment once you share all the information. 70% of all claims and lawsuits go away with no indemnity payment once you share all the information. So at University of Illinois, a claim or lawsuit would cost us $25,000. So as Lorenz will talk about, when we put our program in place, almost all those went away. These are cases we're not going to offer compensation on. It's just we're going to be totally open and honest instead of, say, hide behind this. They get a lawyer, they get the records, we do this. The numbers are so powerful that the Beta Healthcare Group, which is the largest liability carrier in the state of California, is giving their hospitals a 10% premium discount that hardwire all the 5 of the domains we're going to talk about, including the culture change, because they know the numbers. They see the numbers, and they're already seeing a reduction in these claims that never should have happened anyway. Because the claim or lawsuit goes in, if you did the right thing still, you suffer with it. As a doc, you know, the depositions are terrible. I mean, I was deposed once. It was one of the scariest things I ever went through. And so that's where we decided that this is what we would look at. And Barb showed you this as well. And I want to add a clarifying thing to what Barb said. And Rob, what you talked about, I just want to make sure the committee understands the logistics, okay? And then how it fits into where Gene is in the legislation. So identification of a CANDOR vet, that's increased reporting. That's a culture of reporting. Now, what we published in our paper that Lorenz is part of, when we started it at U of I, we were getting about 2,000 event reports a year. When I left, we were getting 14,000. If we learned of a harm event through a patient grievance or complaint, we fined the department of that physician was in $50,000. We fined them through premium and said, because we knew if we knew about it, we could mitigate the damages and prevent it anyway. So we started learning about these cases right away. You would then call the CANDOR hotline and begin the immediate support in a conversation. So here is the key. Here is the key to this, which is patient advocates have said, Patty Skolnick has said this, Carol Hemmelgarn is, after a serious harm event, like happened with Leilani, every hour that goes by without effective communication, following serious harm is another harm, and it feels intentional. The first harm you couldn't prevent, like Leilani said, is it's a conscious decision not to start talking to us right away. So we would launch the empathic communication by certified people to not apologize. You're really just going to express, you know, how sad you are about what has happened and a promise to review the event, stay in touch, and not abandon them. But you wouldn't send the CANDOR notification or written about that. You're just having an empathic conversation, which you should have after all harm events. That's the key to this. So then in the bottom part, as you're reviewing things, that circle is you're sharing things with the patient and family. But the other part is you're taking the perspective of the patient and family to put into your event review, because the data shows if you do that, you'll find 70% more process improvements. Then when you get to the point where we're kind of ready now to sit down and have a conversation, that's where we see you could then put into place that CANDOR conversation. Do you know what I mean? And you're going to be much more successful, I think, likely to get them to agree if you've maintained trust, you've said, here's what it is and the rest of it. But we have an obligation to have that conversation in an hour if we can. But you got to train people. Don't fall on your sword. You know, you don't admit liability. You need to be empathic, and you need to maintain and connect the trust. So that's why I wanted to highlight that in the flow here. And then support the caregivers, like right away. And there's group debriefs, there's other work you can do. But this really is a paradigm shift. And it's taking that reporting to take it from delayed to immediate. So the hotline was amazing for us in terms of we started getting probably 3,000 hotline calls a year. Harm event happens, they call up, I just need some advice, I need some help, I may need somebody, who's a good communicator who can help me explain this to the patient and family. The communication part, it should be immediate. It should be ongoing. It should be empathic. And on the event review side, it gets back to the IOM report. Move away from shame, blame, and train, because you're not going to shame or blame yourself into high reliability. To err is going to be human. Humans are still delivering care. You need to focus on process redesign, because that is what aviation did. That really is the important model of that. And on care for the caregiver, don't have us suffer in isolation. You know, like for myself, when I was a resident physician and I was left by myself after doing an organ harvest, you know, so no medical harm there, but being alone in an operating room with a kid who looked like me, and we just took the organs away, to just tell me to go to the call room and cry my eyes out and stare at the ceiling from my bunk in my call room is no way to provide peer support. I know that permanently harmed me, having gone through that. And we've got to change that. That's suffering in isolation. And then finally, what we've been talking about, not making them fight for it, but find a way in cases where care is inappropriate to make an offer. The other part I'll say with you is, in our data, is that we did an incredible number of conversations at U of I of harm events. And I would say only about 10 to 15% involved inappropriate care, which would be ones we would compensate for. And I would say, to answer your question, 80% of ours are ones that never would have filed a lawsuit because it was so low. At least 85% were. The data out of Massachusetts is very similar. When you have these harm events, care may not have been perfect, but it's not required to be. Most of the time, they found it to be appropriate care. We never got sued when we met with the families, and we would always meet with their attorney to say, we are going to explain it to you, but our care was appropriate. We never got sued. When the attorneys, here's all the record, we're going to share everything we had with you. In addition to that, we never had to litigate in damages in 8 years. We were able to come to, and this is Cook County plaintiffs' attorneys, we had cases as high as $9 million, but it was appropriate. You know, mom, you know, ran her own corporation, did all that stuff. There were financial, they're non-financial, it was there, but we still saved $80 million in our self-insurance fund over the course of 7 years in terms of doing that. And so one of the things you could think about doing in Georgia, not part of the legislation, but Rob, it's kind of one of the things you could think about, which is some of the stuff that we talked about doing in Iowa. So you asked the question. So after the Iowa legislation passed, we were able to get funding from CMS to do training to 10 of the Iowa hospitals and the university around this through multiple workshops. We wrote it up. I could share with you the results. They loved the training. It was super impactful. It sort of forms the foundation of how to do that. But what we talked about in Iowa was you could create regional go teams in the state, because critical access isn't going to have the peer supporters, the great communicators, the event review team. You could have regional sites that when they had an event, they could call in to kind of this regional area to get support for these individual cases. And that's what I'm doing with BAR, Common Spirit. They got a lot of rural hospitals. I'll get called in on a case they had to just help coach them through. Here's how you need to do that. And that's where you don't need a ton of resources at every individual hospital to do it. And it's a little easier to take it to scale. But it's this idea of the GO team, which is that state-of-the-art event review team, like aviation. And because my talk is on care for the caregiver, it's the care for the caregiver piece. And then having that patient family communication team with the knowledge that, as Lilani said, because people say, well, when is the conversation over? In our view, within CANDOR, it's over when the patient or family says it's over. So there are families 10 years later, we're still having conversations with, because we had them join our safety board. So that was back to your question about if you've told the family you're going to fix things and do it in a way. What we did is say, you join our safety board and you're going to see whether or not we're doing this or not, because you're going to be part of it. We're going to share all this information with you. And we offered that as part of the resolution, the non-financial resolution for the patients and families. And so what difference does this sort of thing, the peer support stuff, is tons of data now out of Duke showing that feeling supported clearly produces a lot of this other, piece, improve teamwork, reduce burnout, all the data that's there. He's also got tons of other data showing how much less burnout those who get this kind of peer support, how much less they have than those who don't feel the support. And then, of course, you just kind of look at the ROI, and these are just some numbers there you can look at. But if you lose 2 physicians out of a 450 group that could have been prevented through this program, you're going to save that hospital at least $1.2, $1.3 million. For nurses, Albert Wu said, a hospital that puts this in place for what we're seeing at MedStar and Hopkins and other places, you're going to save between $1 and $3 million per hospital by retaining nurses who otherwise would leave because they don't feel supported. Huge ROI for the cost of healthcare, the hospitals, the people of Georgia and that sort of stuff doing that. So this is the part I just wanted to mention, and because I'm almost out of time, I'm going to get to questions, Madam Chairperson, just so I could be mindful of the time. So as you can see, I'm a little bit passionate about this, having lived with it for 20 years and having done it so wrong initially and feeling so much better when we finally started doing it right.
And I will tell you, the hospitals all over Georgia are having a nursing shortage because of burnout. We're having a real trouble staffing our hospitals. So, everywhere, little, small, it's just across the board. Questions for Dr. McDonald? It was a really interesting presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, number 11. Adam, is that you?
Yeah.
Okay, I should have known. Should have put you at number 1. No, I'm teasing.
Dr. McDonald, you're fantastic.
Yeah.
And if nobody's told you, you're a great communicator.
You are.
I got all that CANDOR training, and I got certified in it. So thank you.
I think with or without CANDOR, there absolutely has to be some mechanism for peer support in healthcare. I know that these folks, when they get up in the morning and put on, their pants or skirt, one leg at a time, the intention is to go out and do good and heal people. Nobody ever intends for a bad outcome to occur. I'm glad you brought up the wall of silence. And I will tell you, and I do have a question in here, but the wall of silence makes my phone ring. I get about 1,000 calls a year, and I might take 20 cases. I spend probably 2/3 of my time, and that might be an underestimate, explaining to people why a bad outcome all by itself is not a malpractice case and that they don't have a legal case. And I find myself doing the job that I feel like should have been done before the patient or client ever called me on the telephone. And if somebody in the hospital or the doctor's office had explained things, they would have never made that telephone call. So I recognize, and I think a wonderful part of this proposed legislation is, and I know it deals with 2 different types of situations. One we heard from Ms. Lorenzen is the unpreventable complication. Complications occur. The other one is the preventable harm. CANDOR can do wonders to restore the feeling of betrayal that patients have when a bad outcome occurs and the wall of silence goes up. And I think we need it for that. The classification of the claim that I'm concerned about are the preventable harms and some of the details we've been discussing here today. And for instance, the complaint in Colorado is the hurry up and wait while the statute is running. And we've already highlighted, the problems with a no tolling provision in this bill. But do you think that the hurry up and wait problem could be solved by including in this bill a time certain for a decision to be made after the meeting takes place, like within 90 days or some time frame? And then that way we could eliminate legislatively one of the problems they're currently dealing with in Colorado?
It might. I just don't have enough data to know. I do know that in complex cases, 90 days may be a little quick. I mean, it may be. I just don't know. This is where I would defer to the Iowa and the Colorado people about, well, let's really take a look at, and that's where the study part, right? Which is, let's look at when did it go over 90 days and what was the reason? And could there have been something in place that really could have pushed it less than 90 days? I mean, but it certainly creates a sense of urgency. And I'll tell you why. In California, if you have a sentinel event, you must have your action plan to the Colorado Department of Public Health in 5 days. So when they have a serious harm event, everything goes totally focused on that. And it's surprising how much they can get done in 5 days. So whether or not having that there might work, I always worry about unintended consequences. You know,
Right.
as we talked about, I just don't know what those might be.
So when the overarching goal is to help restore trust and confidence in the healthcare system, both with the patient and with the provider, because I agree with you, often the provider finds himself or herself working within a system that's broken. And that's why the error occurred to start with, not because of some individual thing that they did. But in restoring confidence from the patient's perspective, when they learn that the healthcare provider has 180 days or 360 to decide whether or not to reach out and engage this process, it just seems fair that the provider also have a deadline to make a decision after the meeting takes place. And I'm not saying it has to be 90 days, but I just wonder, do you think that a time certain for a decision while the statute's running or together with a tolling provision would be a better way to approach this so that we can ultimately restore confidence and everybody feels like they're treated fairly?
So I don't know the impact that might have, but one thing and the way I read the statute, nothing prohibits ongoing communication with the patient or family prior to sitting down, they have the conversation and having it afterwards. It's just there's certain things you're not going to talk about. So one thing we did find, because we had some cases where working out damages was almost impossible because of the kind of death it was. I mean, it took 9 months to really figure out the damages because we didn't even know the extent of the injury. But we already reached out and we explained what happened. But what those families would say, we appreciate the fact that every 2 weeks you would just reach out, let us know what's going on and maintain trust. Because I think progress moves at the speed of trust, and continuing conversations allows to maintain that trust. I'm just not sure about those deadlines for the different part. Again, whether there's going to be unintended consequences or not. Do you know what I mean? So the other thing is, I wouldn't want people to think, well, we don't have to talk to the family for the next 90 days. You probably should be talking to them throughout. You're just not talking about certain kinds, if that makes sense. And just kind of sharing, checking in, seeing how they're doing.
Okay. Who's number 27? Oh, hey, Representative Dempsey, Katie.
Hey, so thank you. Yes, great presentation, and all of you have been, and I'm sure the next two will be as well. You know, this mirrors so much Georgia's challenge in mental health and addiction that we are going through. And it is the same thing, but it might not have the legal component to that, to the mental health and addiction thing. But the care is unique to each and every person. So when we do set that timeline, when we set that limit, I'm like you, there could be some very unintentional consequences. We might miss something because we're hurrying. And I really appreciate what you said about the conversation isn't over until they say it's over, because most of those people who have been harmed in the mental health and addiction world, much like this, some of their healing comes from giving back and from putting back into it and continuing to be engaged and finding a way that that doesn't continue to harm them, but help them. But like I said, each and every one is unique. We have something that is similar to your regional GO teams in the mental health world here, crisis intervention teams that have to show up. We were impacted by a Department of Justice settlement. So Georgia's in an ongoing work to do that. But I am more enthusiastic with each and every speaker, because I think there are ways not only that we can, could, and should do this, but we've got some of the infrastructure and experience to maybe really build it out a little quicker than we might think.
Yeah. On the data side, one other thing I wanted to mention, and we published this is in our paper on our lessons learned with the first 200 hospitals. And this is really powerful data for me, and especially since I'm involved in a data company. But in our interviews, fewer than 3% of hospitals around the country where we've gone in to do this kind of needs assessment for CANDOR, fewer than 3% collect harm data based on race, ethnicity, and language preference. And I will tell you, again, my own fault at U of I, when I looked at that data early on, I was horrified to see that we were much more likely to have CANDOR conversations with people who looked like us than people who didn't look like us. And it was a huge wake-up call. And that's why we changed it. And that's why when we got the grant with CANDOR, we started going around asking other organizations to do it, because these are unconscious biases. These are things you're not doing intentionally. But one thing I would suggest is, as you collect data on this, that's really good kind of data to know that you're really looking after the most vulnerable populations. And I was so embarrassed by it, because here it is. I thought I was open and honest, but even myself with my team was just way too much, bias inside me.
Yes, very well. It's part question, but also kind of a response. I just wanted your experience with this. Would you not say that if the communication was continuous, that there was a trust, and there's also between the physician or the provider and the patient, I think that as long as you have a real legitimate need that you want to settle this as to, so this can go away and that people can get on with their lives, would you not say in your experience that that would kind of take away the time certain need for a decision to be made for the reasons that was stated about, things kind of evolve over time. But as long as you have that good communication, that kind of obviates the need for a time certain thing.
I think it really helps a lot. And we even have a couple of cases to demonstrate it. So I do a lot of work in Southern California. So there was a case kind of like the one you brought up. So it is a multi-defendant case. The hospital knew right away they were ready to go into resolution, but the physician's entity really needed to get outside reviews. And it was taking a while to do that. And it was going along much longer than they wanted to do. But the risk manager of the hospital stayed in constant contact with the daughter of the patient who died, who then I had a chance to talk to and said, that's what saved it for me. I maintain trust because every week you said, I'm going to call you on Friday at noon. I'm just going to kind of let you know what's going on. I can't share a lot of stuff with you. And that really helped. It really did. It made a big difference doing that. And just to reiterate, when you brought it up, that group that Barb talked about, we did put together a group of 18 liability carriers from around the country to come up with a way so that when there's multiple defendants, there's a process there. And I could send you the document. Here's the process. Harm event happens. Here's who you contact for any of the insurers. They then immediately get together and figure out, okay, how do we do this collaboratively and do the right thing?
Like that document? I mean,
Sure.
if you send it to both of us, but I thought you'd probably like to
Yep.
see it. Because we were
Yep.
talking about it at lunch, because I don't understand how
Yeah.
you do multiple.
I am empowered by the group to share anything with this committee, if it helps you all move it forward.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and for coming all the way. I'm so thankful to all the presenters. And with that, we're moving on.
Great, thank you.
Okay, short and sweet.
All right, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Lawrence Helmchen. He's an academic economist who has been studying the financial dimensions of new healthcare delivery models for over 15 years. He earned an MA in economics from Humboldt University in Berlin and holds a PhD in economics from the University of Chicago. Dr. Helmchen is an associate professor of health policy and management at George Washington University, where he teaches graduate courses on health economics, statistical methods, and predictive analytics. Using a large database of hospital discharge records, Dr. Helmchen studied the impact of CANDOR on the cost and use of healthcare services at the University of Illinois Hospital. He's also published on the public perception of medical error disclosure and on the management aspects of implementing CANDOR programs in healthcare systems. His research has been published in leading scientific journals and featured on National Public Radio, in the New York Times, and Bloomberg Business Week. And he comes to us today from Washington, D.C. So welcome, Dr. Helmchen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Me.
Well, as Marilee mentioned, I'm from Berlin, Germany originally, and when I was at the University of Illinois, a colleague told me that there was this chief patient safety officer at the hospital who was planning to tear down a wall. And of course, being from Berlin, that immediately caught my interest, and I've known Tim ever since, and have been delighted to have had the privilege to be working with him. I'm an academic economist who studies healthcare delivery models, and I guess my role today is to be dispassionate after you've heard so many passionate voices. My brief is to talk about the impact of CANDOR on healthcare costs. As Marilee mentioned, I've published 5 papers as a co-author, as a first author on the various dimensions of CANDOR programs as they've been implemented in Illinois and elsewhere. Now, how does CANDOR impact cost? I think there are 2 important dimensions that have been mentioned already that I think underpin the reasoning why CANDOR might help reduce healthcare costs. The first is that participation is voluntary. So anytime a provider considers initiating the process, they will engage in a cost benefit calculation, right? They will only engage in the process if they really expect it to benefit, to redound to their benefit. Also, patients will participate only as long as they expect to benefit from the process as well. And as was mentioned multiple times before today, patients can disengage from the process at any point in time. If they feel they're no longer benefiting from this process, they can revert to their fallback position, which is to either drop the claim or file a claim. So that gives me, as an economist who studies voluntary exchange, great hope that this is going to be beneficial for the 2 parties that are typically involved. The other important piece is that the conversations in the CANDOR process are confidential or privileged, which simply means that the deliberations cannot be used in any proceedings later, any legal proceedings later. And so the benefit is that the providers feel empowered to be candid with the patients about what happened, right? And as we've heard many times before today, this may lead to the patients then to withdraw or to drop a claim. And so both sides benefit from the candid conversations in this sense. The lawsuits are very expensive. They're very time consuming. They often are adversarial and they involve a lot of acrimony. And these are costs that are borne by both parties. And so to the extent that these can be avoided, that's beneficial. Now, whose cost does CANDOR impact? There are a number of stakeholder groups that I'd like to mention, and I will review the anticipated cost impacts for these groups. They include, of course, the injured patients. They include the hospitals and the legal system, physicians and nurses, the current and future patients, and then all of us, which are payers in the sense that we pay premiums to health insurance companies, where as taxpayers, we fund public insurance programs like Medicare and Medicaid. Sometimes we pay out of pocket. So in that sense, there are wider ranging ramifications of CANDOR than might be immediately apparent. Some cost savings are difficult to measure. That doesn't mean they're no less real. They just make the job a little harder for an economist to quantify and to capture it, but we shouldn't ignore them or diminish them. What I want to do today is focus on the mechanisms of these cost savings. I will mention in passing a couple of empirical studies. Now, these studies vary in quality, as would be expected. because the settings vary, the institutional settings where they've been conducted, the time periods that have been studied, the patient populations, the nature of harm that was studied. So there is a tremendous diversity in these studies, and the program is fairly new across the country. And so we're still gathering evidence. So there's both theory and evidence that I'll bring to bear. Let's talk about the injured patients first. CANDOR is most effective when the nature of the harm is not clear, whether it's not clear to the patients whether the injury was really due to substandard care. If it's a clear-cut case, then the importance of candidly disclosing what the provider knows, but the patient can only surmise, is diminished. So CANDOR really shines when there's this uncertainty. The situation is murky. So after an adverse outcome, patients want to know, and I'm not the first one to say this today, they want to know what happened. They want to know how the provider thinks and feels about what happened. They want to know if and how the provider will make it right, and then what the provider is doing to prevent this from happening to other patients ever again. Communicating this information offers injured patients an opportunity both to reach a resolution and closure faster than if they filed a lawsuit. But they also may preserve their trust in the provider if it's warranted. So that's an important piece, and that was mentioned several times before. If the hospital admits that care was substandard, many patients, as Tim mentioned, many patients will accept the swift settlement to avoid the time, expense, and acrimony of a lawsuit. Conversely, and I should say that, as has been mentioned already, settlement office can and should be vetted by the patient's attorneys to make sure they're getting a fair shake after an adverse outcome. The patient's attorneys will save time if the provider discloses a lot of information. Maybe they can pass on that cost savings to the patients. And as also has been mentioned, a lot of injuries to that are minor, or a lot of injuries to patients who are low income or elderly, are not properly compensated often because the expected award size is so small. And CANDOR really offers the hope to open up a new group of patients that will benefit from a compensation payment. So payments that are too low to really merit the attention for financial reasons of a plaintiff's attorney to be taken on. If the hospital asserts that care was appropriate, many patients, perhaps 70%, will drop a claim that has no chance of winning in court reasonably. And again, they avoid the time, expense, and acrimony of a lawsuit. There's one famous study that was published in 2006 that found that 37% of claims did not involve errors. And so there's a tremendous cost savings potential if simply by communicating what happened to patients to avoid a lawsuit. If patients feel they need to sue to find out what happened, we can avoid that. Now, why would the hospital ever admit that care was substandard, right? And then then have to move to a phase where it would have to offer some sort of compensation maybe, or some sort of arrangement. And why would patients and their attorneys believe the hospital if it claimed that care was appropriate? Well, I would argue these are two sides of the same coin. So the more credibly and the more reliably you disclose substandard care to patients, the more credibly you will be able to assert that care was appropriate. So if you keep denying and defending all instances of injury, then that denial has no informational value. No one learns anything if you say the same thing no matter what happened. So, but as soon as you start differentiating what you're telling the patients, you gain credibility. And so paradoxically or counterintuitively, the more often you disclose instances of substandard care, the more liable you are to be believed when you say that care was actually appropriate. Let's look at the hospitals and the legal system. So compared to the traditional approach of deny and defend, CANDOR makes payments to patients less likely when care was appropriate and more likely when care was substandard. There are, now on balance, what will be the net effect on the bottom line of the hospital? There are multiple studies that have found that liability costs do not increase when this CANDOR approach is adopted. So there are studies based on the experience at the University of Illinois, the University of Michigan, and the 4 hospitals in Massachusetts. None of them have found that liability costs spiral out of control. In large part because you have these dual effects. You have fewer payments in instances where care was appropriate, and you have small but perhaps more payments when care was substandard. Now, even if liability costs do not change, this is still very beneficial because we improve the accuracy of compensation and deterrence. These are the dual objectives of the medical malpractice system. And so that gives us also hope that we can achieve safer medicine if we have a closer correspondence or concordance, as Florence said this morning, between harm or error and compensation. In either case, CANDOR helps to avoid a lawsuit, and lawsuits are very costly. So the administrative overhead has been estimated to account for maybe a third of total litigation costs. So again, that also demonstrates the cost savings potential of finding a way to reduce the incidence of lawsuits. As Tim mentioned, there are some medical malpractice insurance companies that have recognized the potential cost savings. I would have liked them to drop their premiums by 35%, not just 10%, but they have to make a living too, so it's understandable, and they're savvy. But for an economist, that's the proof in the pudding. If they're not charity organizations, and if they give you a break on the price, that must be coming from somewhere. You also shouldn't forget about the repeat business that the hospital can, if it can retain the trust of patients who were harmed. So we heard about hospitals that might be the only ones in rural areas of the state where they might be the only source of care for patients. And if patients lose trust in the only hospital or the only source of care they have, that's very unfortunate. And it's not going to be just the patients themselves. It may be their friends and family members. If they take to social media, it even have wider ramifications. This is just customer retention one-on-one. If I go to a restaurant, I don't like my dish, I complain about it, or I think they screwed up my order, they will typically make it right. They will not deny and defend that there was some mistake, and I don't have to sue them to get the right cocktail later. So this is just smart business practice. What about the physicians and the nurses? No lawsuit does not mean no sanction for providers or nurses who provided substandard care. So we heard a lot about that. The hospitals actually have a greater financial incentive to prevent instances of substandard care if they start disclosing these instances and then pair them with an offer of some form of resolution or even compensation. So they have their own drive to do this. But no lawsuit does mean more flexibility, both for the hospitals and for injured patients to design a response. But the benefit is they will not be subject to the pressures of the court calendar, of other outside pressures. They can design a flexible response. If you consider that, the law is the law. If there's a given type of injury and a given recognition of negligence, that should always be resulting in the same award. That might not correspond to the reality on the ground. The hospital is, I would argue, a very good place to contextualize what happened. So hospital administrators and the peer physicians and the physician leadership, they may recognize if the incident was just a one-time failure, or if it's a repeat occurrence, if there's a pattern of negligence. And then they can tailor their response in response to what they're finding. So to minimize, so the one approach, as Jean mentioned, would be rehabilitation, so, or additional training for someone who is an excellent physician otherwise and just had one bad day. We heard early Leilani's TED Talk when she mentioned that the pediatrician left the profession entirely. So the entire training and experience of that physician was lost because of one incident. And so that's a lot of human capital that we just threw away when we could have thought about preserving that. So that's very costly for society. No one else continues to benefit from this experience if we punish indiscriminately every instance in the same way. CANDOR offers physicians and nurses an opportunity to communicate with patients openly and honestly, offers faster resolution, fewer lawsuits. That leads to greater job satisfaction, less burnout, and less turnover, as we just heard. Less turnover in turn raises the effectiveness at work because it takes time to become familiar with hospital-specific procedures and patient populations. So every time you move to a new area of employment, a new employer, you have to learn a lot of things anew. That takes time away from patient care and makes workers less productive. Hospitals also benefit from this because in the form of greater productivity and also a lower cost of recruitment and retention. These effects of CANDOR, they have effects on the practice of medicine. It won't come as a surprise when I say that the open and honest communication between providers and patients, faster resolution and fewer lawsuits, more precise accountability for and response to substandard care, and less turnover, they all may lead to safer medicine. At the University of Illinois, the number of incident reports doubled when they implemented their CANDOR program. So because they recognize the imperative to learn as fast as possible about any potential harm events. Safer medicine, in turn, reduces the time and money spent by providers and patients on remedial care. Right? So if there's medical care that can be provided to assist in the recovery after a harm event, then that is costly for the hospital, for the physicians involved, for the patient. And it also, since it's medical care and we're talking about risk, it's risky again, right? So it exposes the patient to additional risk of injury. Fewer lawsuits also reduce the imperative to engage in defensive medicine. I led a study that found that the growth rate was significantly, the growth rate of healthcare use was diminished without compromising the quality of care. So defensive medicine just is intended to fortify the provider's position in case there's a legal dispute, but it's not really meant to improve the patient's health. So if we, to the extent that we can reduce that, there's a benefit to society at large. What about the payers? Again, these are health insurance enrollees, taxpayers, and patients paying out of pocket. Fewer lawsuits, less defensive medicine, less turnover, safer medicine. They all reduce the cost of healthcare without compromising quality or outcomes. We all benefit from that. And when injured patients continue to trust the healthcare system, they may agree or they may seek care early on, timely care that's indicated, and in turn saving the system as a whole more costly intervention at a later date. So to summarize, CANDOR's two key components of voluntary participation and confidential conversation lead me to believe that there's a strong foundation for cost savings. I reviewed how CANDOR can affect the costs borne by the various stakeholder groups, injured patients, hospitals and the legal system, physicians and nurses, current and future patients and payers. On balance, in my reading of the literature and my reasoning is that the setup of CANDOR and the evidence to date suggest that in the aggregate, CANDOR will make these groups better off. And I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. I thought you brought up one point that we may be having trouble with. We've lost a lot of our small hospitals across Georgia, and much of Georgia's rural, and losing small hospitals where people that live in those rural areas, which a lot of them tend to be older and have less mobility, is really critical for our state. And I wonder how much of that is because of patient perception of the quality at the hospital, and that they can get better care in the bigger centers, and because of maybe the kind of lawsuits that have occurred. So at that point, I think maybe one of the problems why we've lost some of our smaller hospitals and they've closed were the patients, when they could, have come to bigger medical centers. And I hate to see that, because it leaves a lot of lower income patients, elderly patients, people that don't have transportation without a hospital nearby, and puts them in a really bad situation. So that was a really important point that you brought up for me. And the other thing is, how many tests are ordered just because there might be a lawsuit and the person has to say, I did this test, so it is a problem. I think, Liz, you have a question?
I'll keep it quick. Lawrence, thank you for your presentation. And I firmly believe that the best policy is data-driven. So I'm so glad that we saved the best for almost the end of the day. I'm particularly interested, and I'm glad that Tim brought up, because we talked, some of us at dinner last night and talked about the importance of making sure that this new law, that becomes law, addresses the needs of vulnerable populations, and in particular, veterans, seniors, communities of color, low-income communities. With the data that you collected, are you able to show and disaggregate and show that, Tim says anecdotally that they realized that their approach was working because they were offering it to people like them. They were, CANDOR originally, they were offering it to people who look like them. That's human nature. But we can't have that. So do you now have data that can show that when a CANDOR system is implemented in a health system, but through disaggregate, that more people, particularly people low income or people, communities of color or other disadvantaged communities, are more likely to get compensation when it's deserved, that they might not get because, for example, the payment would be too small to generate a lawsuit? Can you show that in numbers?
Well, we don't, we would need to collect the data on these patient characteristics, right? And then disaggregate it. Yeah.
So it wasn't part of the research that you've done to date?
No, it's not. It's not part of the research. But there's clear evidence that low-income populations, they have a harder time securing legal representation when they've been harmed, because the so-called economic damages are lower. And so the lost wages that could be used in the award, they're just lower. And it's the same reasoning goes for minor injuries, as we heard, or, so Karen mentioned that nowadays, if the expected award size doesn't clear at least $150,000 or $200,000, a lot of attorneys won't touch that because it doesn't make financial sense for them. And so to get to that level, if you're low income or elderly or suffered minor injury, it's going to be harder to reach that level.
And just very quickly follow up, does the data that you already have, not yet disaggregated, let you see the frequency that CANDOR is offered in a healthcare setting as compared to, a previous period in time, for example, or some other previous factor when CANDOR wasn't in place?
in principle, I think this could be looked at. I haven't studied it.
I think it's so important that we keep that
Mhm.
in mind as the Georgia conversation moves forward.
I mean, this would be a suggestion for hopefully a funded mandate to have a robust data collection component that allows to track, the distributional effects of the program.
Thank you, Dr. And for your testimony today. So I think I counted 5 mechanisms of cost reduction as a result of candor, and I want to be sure I get those, clear. Number 1, that legal costs for both defense and plaintiff go down because the cycle time between the harm event and resolution is shortened. So discovery experts, $8,900 for a medical record, goes away, or at least is reduced. So that's mechanism number 1, due to a reduction in cycle time between the event and resolution.
It depends a little bit on how the various parties are billing for their time, what pricing model they're using, but yes.
All right. Number 2, there's a reduction in turnover of the clinician. So there's a well-documented method by which economists such as yourself can calculate the cost to the system, healthcare system, for turnover, acquiring talent, training talent, onboarding talent, and so forth. Do I have that one right?
Yes, and often what's not captured is the increase in productivity as you have longer tenure at a given hospital or given group practice, because you familiarize yourself with the processes and get to know the patients.
Number 3, on a more macroeconomic level, there's a reduction in frequency of RNs and MDs leaving the labor force.
Yes, that's sad on so many levels, but from an economics perspective, if you lose that expertise, then
cost to train somebody up, identify them early in their life, train them up, onboard them, everything else costs money. It's another form of talent acquisition, frankly.
So essentially the rate of return society gets for training someone is lowered because the length that you can, benefit from that training is shut.
Number 4, if bad healthcare processes, workflows, and so forth generate waste in the generic definition of waste, ostensibly finding bad workflows through the CANDOR process, or finding more bad workflows through the CANDOR process, leading to fixing those workflows, should, at least in theory, reduce the waste, in healthcare, to some degree. Do I have that one right?
Yes. So prevention is costly. So we shouldn't kid ourselves that to prevent medical errors, it's not free. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any. What we want to do from an economics perspective is find the cheapest and fastest way we can eliminate those medical errors. So if we can enlist not just the providers, right, who instead of quitting, they may become engaged in the process of improvement. And if we can enlist the patients often volunteer incredibly.
Yeah. I'm not surprised by that. We all need to find meaning in our pain and suffering.
Yes.
And participating in improvement is a way to find meaning.
So it's a win-win to find the safety improvements in this way.
And then lastly, number 5, that docs who go through the CANDOR process towards resolution are less likely, I'm understanding from you, to practice wasteful medicine later. Defensive medicine was your phrase. That is to say, overdiagnosis, an amplitude of testing in order to confirm a diagnosis, or overtreatment, an amplitude of drugs or surgeries or whatever, in order to not, quote, miss something next time. So is that a 5th and final mechanism of cost reduction?
Yeah, there's evidence that the use of laboratory tests and other imaging was reduced
Okay.
after the program was implemented.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Helmchen.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I think I understood you to say that a significant funding source for for healthcare costs in America is tax-based through Medicare, tax-based revenue through Medicare, Medicaid, and those sort of payers.
Yes.
Do you have the data on how much tax revenue is lost annually due to those who are injured by preventable medical error and taken out of the workforce?
I don't have the data. I'm happy to get back to you on that. But every time someone dies who was in the workforce, I mean, in an approximation, a very crude approximation would be the sum total of all the awards, because they would reflect what is often called economic damages, so the lost wages, but they should also reflect the non-economic damages. So if someone can't go enjoy life anymore in a certain way, that even if they're no longer in the workforce, it's still a cost they're bearing, and it should be counted.
Right, and and not all people are killed by preventable medical
right,
error.
fortunately.
They're injured and disabled from being able to work, and then some are disabled only temporarily and can go back.
Mhm.
But do you have the data on the number of claims that have gone through a CANDOR process where you could tell us what the number is of those that were considered or classified as simply complications versus compensable claims? And then if we know the number of compensable claims that have been through a CANDOR process, what percentage of those actually resulted in a payment to the patient?
I've not done a study, but I'm happy to point you to one study that has tried to distinguish between the two.
You're aware of one study that's done that?
At least one study.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I see who I need to talk to.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you again for coming all the way from DC. Was that DC?
Yep.
To speak to us. We really appreciate your participation. And I guess Adam will be looking for you as soon as we finish. Okay, Doug, come on up here. I'm going to declare that we've saved the best to last. After talking with you at dinner last night, you certainly have persevered through all of this. And thank you again and for being willing to come and talk to us, because what you have to say is so important. Okay, Mary Lee, you can go ahead and introduce him officially.
Finale. Doug Wochesnik lost his oldest brother, Jim, to medical errors in 1998 when there was no disclosure or CANDOR movement. His family successfully pursued litigation, but even after the case was settled, neither the hospital nor doctor would apologize or explain how they would fix the mistakes that led to Jim's death. Mr. Wochesnik developed his nonprofit, Sorry Works, in 2005 to advocate for CANDOR and to teach medical, insurance, and legal professionals how to be empathetic, transparent, and accountable to families when errors occur. He has taught CANDOR principles to thousands of physicians and nurses around the United States, and Sorry Works content has become a go-to resource for healthcare organizations dealing with medical errors. He has an MA in bioethics from Ohio State University and an MS in biology from the University of Illinois, and he is here today from Illinois.
To members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. Thank you, Madam Chair Cooper, for your sponsorship of this important legislation and for calling this subcommittee hearing and inviting me to present this afternoon. I also want to thank Mary Lee Gober, Dr. LaCroix, and the entire team advocating for CANDOR here in Georgia for inviting me. I fully recognize I'm the last speaker, so I'm going to do my level best to keep my remarks brief, because I'm sure many, if not all of you, wish to move on with other things in your day, both professionally and personally. So I will move along as briskly without rushing. I won't be using PowerPoint slides. Instead, I'll speak to you from the heart. I've worked on this issue of CANDOR professionally for 16 years through my nonprofit, Sorry Works. I've worked with hospitals, nursing homes, other healthcare organizations, insurance companies, attorneys from both sides of the aisle, defense and plaintiffs, people all around the United States as well as around the world. I've taught them how to communicate to families like mine, how it's appropriate, when it's appropriate to apologize, how to offer fair and upfront conversation, how to have those conversations like people with me, how to deal with grieving families, help people begin to formulate and develop candor and disclosure programs. I think I've tilled the ground and put a lot of seeds in the ground for good folks like Tim McDonald and others to come in and really develop these programs. So it's neat to be here with him today. I've written books, booklets, online training manuals, content, you name it. I think I've done it. I've even done research on candor, some of which was funded by Mag Mutual. So I have a Georgia connection. I hope you'll say I'm a passionate advocate, teacher, and consultant on this concept because it is not only important for injured patients and families, people like me, but I've learned as I've done this work, the eye opener, how this is critically important for docs and nurses. It's not only people like me that suffer, it's people with MD and RN and other clinical specialists who sometimes suffer worse than folks like me. I'm here to validate and confirm everything my colleagues have told you over the last 7-8 hours, however long it's been. And I'm going to provide you some unique insights that'll hopefully resonate with you as legislative professionals. I'm going to briefly share with you my personal journey that led me here today. And I hope that each of you will find this story interesting because it actually involves a lot of politics, the law, and public policy. So I'm going to take a little different spin or a little different perspective than some of my other colleagues, because I've just got a little different background than others. And hopefully I'll be able to help crystallize why this is important and why ultimately I hope Georgia can pass this important piece of legislation. I began my professional career when I started earning money, as my dad would say, in 1995 as a press secretary in the Illinois House of Representatives on the Republican side of the aisle. I worked for the Republican caucus in the Illinois House, doing staff work like I'm sure you have a lot of professional staff people around here, people in their 20s and early 30s, really doing a lot of the work. I later became a policy analyst, campaign manager, and finished as downstate director for the Illinois House Republicans. I was responsible for the entire state of Illinois, south of Cook County, so huge area. One of my first assignments was as a press secretary was to assemble a press conference celebrating the 1-year anniversary in 1996 of the passage of our major tort reform legislation, which included the traditional caps on suffering, pain and suffering. I assembled all the usual suspects, including the medical community, the insurers, the business community, and it was a big day for our caucus and well covered by the media. 2 years later, almost the day, in May of 1998, my oldest brother, Jim, while I was still on Republican staff, I was still a staffer running around like your staffers do here. My brother, Jim, was killed by medical errors in a Cincinnati, Ohio hospital. His charts were literally mixed up with my dad's charts. And this caused a misdiagnosed heart attack. The autopsy afterwards showed he had 3 heart attacks, 2 under the care of the hospital. What made matters worse, as my colleagues have said ad infinitum today, was that the doctors in the hospital would not empathize, communicate, apologize, made no attempt to stay connected. It was a classic deny and defend strategy. Our family was literally kicked to the curb. So we had this god-awful tragedy, a 39-year-old man who a week prior was having dinner with my parents. We were sticking him in the ground and nobody was there to continue the care or the communication or the connection with us. It was just totally the wall of silence. There are many things from that sad day, those sad days burned in my memory, including how my colleagues in the House Republican caucus treated me. I was a little embarrassed, a little bit, whoa, how's this going to go over with the boys and girls back in Springfield, Illinois? Much to my surprise, many staff and many legislators were incredibly empathetic to me and my family while angry at the doctors and hospital. Many offered to make phone calls and call in personal favors, including the former governor, to find us the best legal representation. My boss explained those doctors are going to pay for what they did to your brother. While I was happy for the support, I was shocked. I mean, weren't we the tort reform caucus? I all these people who had worked so hard for the tort reform, mostly on behalf of the medical community, were so eager for me to sue the hospital and the doctors. And I had to ask myself, where was this zeal and concern when folks that were not their friends or family, the strangers, expressed the very same concern while that legislation was being debated? My parents were able to find highly qualified counsel in Cincinnati, and our family did file a medical malpractice lawsuit. My parents sought meetings with the hospital. My dad, a safety engineer, tried to connect and was just told to go away. So we found a new friend, a trial lawyer, and we sued the hospital and the doctors. The judge, after about a year and a half, which is pretty quick in medical malpractice litigations, we know, literally forced a settlement. The care was that egregious. He said, "You're not going to waste my time. I have other things for the taxpayers for me to do." The opening offer in the case was $3,000. I'll never forget the phone call from my dad saying, "Doug, they think your brother was worth $3,000. The judge became infuriated, told the hospital and doctors they're not going to rip off our family, and we received what I now know, having worked in this field for 16 years, to be a fair settlement for the facts of the case. However, even after money exchanged hands, and my parents signed the liability waiver so we couldn't hurt them anymore, nobody apologized. Nobody explained what happened, how it was going to be fixed, any of that stuff. One of the defense attorneys said sorry, but it was just empathy at that point. My mother said she would occasionally run into this woman as a female attorney in the grocery aisle at our Kroger in Cincinnati. And my mom's a very outgoing person, former president of the Women's Club. Mom says that the attorney tried to engage me several times in the frozen foods aisle. And I walked right past her, Douglas. That's not my mom. That's the damage that was done. That was the damage that was done. The damage was done to my father, who has now passed away. He was a PhD. He was an engineer. He did a nuclear engineering, aviation engineering. He was all about safety. And to not be able to know what killed his son and to know that it wasn't going to happen again drove the man to distraction. And we had numerous conversations as father and son, he and I, about this issue. We wrote a paper on it. We published a paper on it. While Jim's case was being litigated, I was actually offered an opportunity to lead a pro-tort reform group in the state of Illinois called Illinois Lawsuit Abuse Watch. This was the year 2000. So the case is still being litigated. This job offer comes up out of the blue. During the interview process, I disclosed litigation that was being pursued by my family. I wanted to be honest, didn't want any surprises. The tort reform leaders who were interviewing me said, "Oh, no problem. We believe in legitimate lawsuits. We just want to try to weed out the frivolous ones so that justice won't be delayed for good people like you and your family." I accepted the job. So I accepted the job in late 2000. Like 2 months in the job, I found this by happen chance. I was reading the Chicago Tribune one day about this paper. It just got published about, what was it called? Risk Management, Extreme Honesty May Be the Best Policy. Dr. Steve Kramer, Jenny Ham. It was the very first scholarly paper, the very first one about how if a hospital does the right thing as opposed to running away, it actually might be good as far as litigation and safety and all this other stuff. This paper described how they ran their problems, how they apologized, and when necessary, how they compensated. And cases were closed in months, even weeks, instead of battling on for years. Conventional wisdom said the hospital should have been sued out of their mind, but they found the exact opposite. They found their overall payout per claim was the lowest quartile compared to similarly situated VA hospitals. This paper made all the sense in the world to me. As not only a political policy professional, a person who got paid to do this, but as a family, I'm like, where was this 3 years prior? I took this paper to my boss in the Illinois tort reform movement, and he literally told me to forget it. Throw it in the trash can. We hired you to beat up lawyers and greedy patients, not to make doctors sorry. I reminded my boss of what happened to my family. I said, look, I disclosed what happened. I said, this really is important. We ought to be paying attention to it. He said, look, you can go down, we were in Chicago at the time. He said, look, you can go down the street to the Illinois State Medical Society or the American Medical Society right up the road. You can take your little paper, but I'm not sure you have a job when you get back here. I was in my 20s at that time, living in an expensive city like Chicago. I saluted the boss, got back to work, but I filed it away. I kept it. Today, Dr. Kramer sits on my board of directors at Sorry Works. A couple of years later, so this is around 2003, Jim's case had been settled. I was no longer working for the tort reform group. I started my own public relations firm. The first client in the door was the Illinois trial lawyers. There was a huge med mal crisis in our state. The insurance market had hardened in 2003, 2004. They wanted someone to tell their side of the story, and they knew I was familiar with litigation issues. During this work, I pulled out the Kramer and Ham paper. Still made sense to me. I test marketed some messaging around this concept in the middle of this huge fight in Illinois. The personal injury lawyers who were paying my bills that time said to me, what you're describing with this thing you call sorry works, that was the term we coined at the time, is what we try to get our clients every day. Answers and accountability. Makes a lot of sense. Keep going. However, some of the lawyers in our group that were paying our bills said, hey, come on, stop doing this. We hired you to beat up sloppy doctors and greedy insurance companies. Get back to the company line. Again, another lesson in the politics of med mal and tort reform. However, before I pulled the plug on sorry works in the 2004 campaign, I got some interesting data. The heavily politicized doctors and insurance executives, those fighting hardest again for tort reform in Illinois, hated this stuff because it muddled their message and they had no response to it. How do you argue against the truth? How do you credibly argue against the truth? More interesting though, were the phone calls I started getting from non-politicized doctors, risk managers and insurance companies saying, wow, don't tell my boss I called you, but this is really interesting. Can you come give a talk at my hospital? How do we teach my doctors how to say this? Hey, how can we teach the nurses how to say this? This actually might work. I can see how this would work. So those individuals on either side of the tort reform battle that were just interested in fighting hated this stuff. But those who wanted solutions and fixes, those who wanted to move the ball down the road in a real way, warmed to the idea. This was one of those aha moments. I've been involved in every way possible in this fight, both for a paycheck and personally with my family. And as a political professional, I've been in all sorts of fights, as you all have. And we all know those pitted, nasty fights where there's just no good way to make everyone happy. There's just got to be a winner and a loser. And whoever gets 50 plus 1 is a winner. And whoever gets 49 plus minus 1 is a loser. Try again tomorrow. We've all been in those fights. This seemed to be one of those rare circumstances where we can make winners out of everybody if they want to be a winner. So I know the pain my family felt after Jim's passing is a pain we still carry today because our family dynamics forever changed and compromised. Moreover, I know his tragic death changed me personally, in some ways for the better. It encouraged me to get married and have children and to always fight injustices big and small. However, sometimes I fight too hard and turn off people, including those close to me. It's a balancing act I work on every day. However, I often wonder what happened to those doctors and nurses who were involved in Jim's care. This is the type of case that stays with you through retirement and you even take it to the grave. As I've worked on these issues all around the country, and I've been in almost every state over the last 16 years, I've given literally hundreds of talks and been on webinars and written everything. I've heard countless stories of physicians and nurses who are part of a medical error, walking away from their careers, just quitting, like Mary Lee and Tim talked about, having marital or family problems, divorce, beaten up kids, neglected children, and also suicide. A few years ago, after a series of Sorry Works talks in Idaho, I was at a critical access hospital. I gave a series of talks over the day to the entire staff. The C-suite took me out to dinner. So I had the CEO, the CMO, the CNO, the CLO, and several other veteran administrators. I mean, there was probably a couple hundred years of experience looking at me at that dinner table. I will never forget that dinner because I've done gazillions of these dinners, but this one will always be in my brain because at one point during that dinner, it turned to this topic. And we went around the table and every one of those people was able to name at least one colleague who killed themselves because of an adverse medical event. Many were able to name 2, some even 3. That's crazy. I lost a brother to medical errors. I know how horrible this hurts. But just because a human being with an MD or RN behind their name makes a mistake doesn't mean they're a bad person. Doesn't mean that they're horrible. They need to go be stuck in a black hole. It means they need help. Like I need help. Like I continue to need help today. Medical malpractice is an enormous problem. Ultimately, it speaks to all those things we learned in grade school and Sunday school about being honest and fair to our friends and strangers. Unfortunately, on the way to adulthood, careers, money, and fame lead to many of us to forget about and minimize those childhood lessons. Candor resets us. Deny and defend and lying to people are not things we would be proud to tell our parents, teachers, or Sunday school teachers. Candor would make mom, the priest, or the rabbi proud. In review, candor ethically resolves cases involving medical error and reduces lawsuits, litigation expenses, and saves money. As a family member, I'm a pragmatist. I know if we don't save money and show the ROI to the C-suite, it's not going to sell. I get that. And there's nothing unethical about that. There's nothing wrong with that. Doesn't mean you're trying to avoid a lawsuit, doesn't mean you're trying to avoid responsibility. You're just trying to take care of me in a more sensible way that's not good for me, but you too. Candor makes medicine safe and reduces errors, which saves more healthcare dollars and reduces healthcare spending. It emotionally heals consumers and clinicians, which saves even more dollars and resources for society. In closing, one more final story to share. In 2010, I was speaking in California, where Tim obviously spends a lot of time. I was speaking to all the hospitals in the state at some big meeting. And whenever I get up and speak, I always tell a story about what happened to my brother Jim. But I never mention the name of the hospital. This is not a vendetta. You want someone to grind an axe, go on the internet, you can find a gazillion of them. I always just tell what happened, tell how he died, and what happened, like I talked to you today. I never mentioned the name of the hospital today. A colleague afterwards grabbed me. A guy by the name of Jim Conway. He passed away 2 weeks ago. In a thick New England accent, he said, "Tell me the name of the hospital." I said, "I'm not going to tell you the name of the hospital." He said, "Shut up and tell me the name of the hospital." I said, "Okay, you win." I said, "Jewish hospital in the suburbs of Cincinnati." He said, "Jewish." I said, "Jewish." Jewish was just bought out by Catholic Health Partners, he tells me. He said, "I've got a lot of friends and colleagues at Catholic Health Partners. I think they like to know that Sorry Works got started in the facility they just bought." I said, "Okay, knock yourself out." I never expected anything to come of it. Well, 2 months later, I was actually at home in Cincinnati. I live in St. Louis now, but I was home in Cincinnati. And I get this email from the VP of Safety and Risk from Catholic Health Partners. Jim Conway told me, blah, 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 blah. Long story short, they flew me home. They apologized. They explained what happened. They took me to the hospital where he died, showed me the fixes that happened. They had me consult on how to develop their disclosure and apology or candor, whatever you want to call it. They helped me develop their honesty program, and they had me participate in a patient safety committee for 2 years. It was incredible closure and healing for my family. It took 12 years to get there, but it was an incredible way to really close that story for me and for my family. With candor, hopefully families don't have to wait 12 years. And I know I'm incredibly lucky to have gotten what I've gotten because of all that background I shared with you. That's not the average bear that walks in and out of a hospital. I got very lucky in that way. With candor, hopefully we can take care of more people in this way quicker, take care of people in small value cases, not just big value cases, and not only help patients and families, but as I said, help doctors and nurses. So I appreciate your time and attention. I know it's been a long day for all of you. Thank you very, very much. And I'm happy to take any questions and happy to be a resource going forward. I really hope that the state of Georgia can embrace this because I think it's something that can really benefit your residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sharper has a question.
First of all, I thank you, Chairwoman, for allowing me to be a part of this committee. Thank you. And I would just like to thank everybody that's came out to present it. We're Zoom, in person, and everything, because this was a big eye opener. And I think we all know someone that's probably had this situation. But I think we're talking about coming to what I consider a sweet spot. And you mentioned if we have answers and accountability, I think what we're going to get out of this whole thing, if we're able to do this law and everything goes the way it needs to be, is the response to this is it's going to give our state and the whole entire medical community more compassion. And also a key word when you was talking about the 5 things, I sum them up as efficiency. So the 2 words that just come to me when I sum up everything from beginning to end today is compassion and efficiency. And I think we all win when we do that. So once again, thank you so much. And I've gotten a lot of information and I will be continuing to look at it and see what we need to come up with, so I appreciate all of you again. And the other committee members, appreciate y'all time as well.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to pronounce your last name right. Can I call you Doug?
Just call me Doug.
Thank you.
You're not the first, you won't be the last.
Thank you so much. And I'm very sorry about what you went through in your family and your brother, of course, and appreciate so much that out of that, you have been able to find a calling here that makes a difference. And I truly believe it does. And I appreciate you sharing about your involvement and and knowledge. Quite frankly, a lot of people don't understand tort reform. What is that? But we had it passed here around the same time in 2005. And so, and some of it's been found unconstitutional, and we still have some of it on the books. And so my question has to do with how CANDOR, whether CANDOR can work in a scenario I'm going to give you. So here in Georgia, if a patient is injured due to a preventable medical error from substandard care, a deviation from the standard of care in the emergency room from an emergency medical condition, there is no right to recover anything for that patient. Malpractice is okay in this state, unless you can prove by clear and convincing evidence, almost a criminal standard, that there was a gross departure from the standard of care. So carelessness plus even more carelessness. That's still on the books. So if we adopt CANDOR and we continue to have, as I have them call me and tell them I can't help them, sorry, I won't be able to meet the burden.
Right.
What about those patients? Is there any motivation for the hospitals and others to meet with those patients when the law won't require them to be responsible in compensatory damages anyway?
Right. You know, what's the old saying, just because something's legal doesn't make it right, right? And at the end of the day, you know, you can put all the laws you want in the books, but if, you know, people are going to do what they want, right or wrong. I'll respond to your story with the story. One of the states I've visited a lot is right south of here, Florida. And I was working with a healthcare organization where they had a case where, I hope I don't get my fact pattern wrong. If I do, please forgive me. It's been a couple of years since I've talked about this case, but I think it was like a 27, 28-year-old man, not married, no kids, no dependents, dies because of a medical procedure. And as I understand, as it was explained to me, and I'm not a lawyer, and the guy telling me was a doctor, so you never know, right? That and down there in Florida, the parents could not sue because, you know, they have a statute in the books if there's, you know, that type of situation is just not allowed. I think Wisconsin's the same way, as I understand it. This organization, though, was all in on disclosure and apology, candor, or whatever you want to call it. And they fairly compensated. They believe they went ahead because their ethics demanded that we take care of that mom and dad and the aunts and uncles, and that family was just devastated by this kid because they knew it was substandard care. They knew they didn't do their best that day. They didn't even come close to their best that day. And they were not going to let the law get in the way of them doing what was right. Because as the CEO had said to me, at the end of the day, I got to put my head in the pillow. It doesn't matter what the lawyer tells me or the risk or claims guy tells me. I've got to put my head in the pillow. I might see that mom or dad in the aisle at the grocery store. I might see them at church. You know, I got to go confess this to my priest. The priest's not going to care what the lawyer said. So I think, you know, I can't tell you, will that part of the law you talked about change? I don't know. I don't know the politics of your state well enough to give you an opinion one way or another. I think what I can tell you with some reasonable level of insurance, if you can pass candor, and it's not only the passage of the legislation, it's the whole act of going through that's going to raise what I hope is the ethical conscience of the medical community here, that I would hope in situations like you described, which that hits close to me. That could have been my brother's case, right? As you described, he came in through the ER, and that's where they screwed it up in the ER. They got the charts mixed. That I would hope, and I've seen evidence around this country, that case is one example. I've seen others where the ethical conduct is raised so high, it doesn't matter what the lawyer says. It doesn't matter what the risk claims guy says. The hospital CEO, whoever's in charge of that ship, comes in and says, you know what? We're going to do what's right. Don't tell me what is legal. Tell me what's the right thing to do. What would you want if it was your family member? And again, I think the other thing too to remember, as we talked about a lot today, and many others in this room have talked about, when you're in that type of ethical framework, you can look at the whole picture of what a family might need. Compensation is important. I understand that very well. My family was part of that. I get that. But it's also the emotional stuff. It's the safety stuff. It's how do you press all the buttons to heal people as much as you can, knowing you'll never get there all the way. My kids never got to meet their uncle. So, but thank you for that question.
Would you agree, though, that if the law provided a remedy for the patient in the event that the CANDOR process didn't work, that would make the CANDOR process more likely to work?
Repeat your question for me, Counselor.
If the law provided a remedy, in other words, if that increased burden just went back to what it always was.
Before tort reform.
Yeah, that doctors just have to exercise that minimum degree of care and skill as is ordinarily employed in the same or similar circumstances. So just like every other emergency room doctor would have to behave under those circumstances.
No different than OB-GYN or cardiologist or whatever.
Well, no, I mean, specifically in the ER.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
different than OB. That's different.
No, I'm
than
saying
cardio.
the ER would have to be on the same level as them liability wise.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That CANDOR would be more likely to work if the patient had an adequate legal remedy in the event that it didn't.
Yeah, possibly. And I don't doubt what you're saying, because I've worked in states where they have a very low liability threshold. My home state of Ohio, as I understand their law, academic medical centers have a very low threshold liability. Yeah, and it's almost like a government claim you have to make as opposed to going to additional court. So, and they know that. So why should we be interested? Like, well, do you go to sleep at night? Do you talk to your kids about what you do when you go home? So yeah, I could see that as something that would absolutely help. And that's a very important point you bring up. Again, though, I'm not an expert on Georgia politics.
That's okay.
And I wasn't brought here to talk about that. And I wasn't trying to play gotcha with you and coming back to my response, because that may be something you have to fix until, though, it is fixed. However, you or others may think it needs to be fixed. I think regardless, let me put it this way, regardless if it does get fixed or not, doing what we set out to do here today, I believe will help those situations.
Thank you so much, Doug.
Thank you.
And Adam, I told someone at dinner like this last, I think it was Dr. McDonald, and all his enthusiasm was talking things down the road. And I said, wait a minute. We're talking about CANDOR. So, I mean, I know the law you're talking about, but we're talking about CANDOR, and this CANDOR is not the place to fix that. So I just want to be clear.
That's okay.
CANDOR what has all the mechanisms in place for it to work.
No, I mean, it does. I just mean, but going back and striking the state law on that one is what I'm talking about. That would get us into such a political mess that we would lose the CANDOR and being able to help. But there's nothing in our state law, is there? Because I'm no lawyer, that says, where they said that in the tort reform, that it prohibits you in another situation that comes up to presenting it. There's nothing that would prevent you in our state law from going and presenting a case like that in a CANDOR situation, is there?
I think you could certainly present any type of bad outcome in a CANDOR situation. I would just have to tell my client that if it doesn't work in CANDOR and they don't do the right thing, you have no remedy. So you're basically just going to have to accept whatever they offer.
Okay, but there wouldn't be anything from preventing you from going that route in the CANDOR.
No, there wouldn't.
Okay.
Okay.
That's well, I guess sometimes you can, sometimes there may be opportunities present themselves when there's a problem in one area, maybe to go at it in a different area, a different opportunity. We have questions all over the board. Which one came in? Dr. Antalis.
Well, as someone who has gone through some of those wars of 20 some years ago and also seen what's happened at this point, my only comment is that I think that we need, we've had tort reform battles here for a long time. This is not tort reform. I mean, if we're going to look for solutions that can best help people, because right now, under the scenario that you just said in the ER, it is what it is. But if there's a way that we can do this pre-litigation and maybe come to what Doug said about where people are going to do the right thing, you know, we've got to change this climate some way. Right now, it is not working what we're doing to try to tie in patients, doctors, getting relief of what problem that occurred or what terrible thing happened to their loved one. We need to do something that can work within the system, begin to change the climate. And then as time goes, who knows what'll happen, what will, you know, I think a lot of times once you get something in, then you begin to see how it affects. And a lot of things that were concerns aren't as much concerns once you let the process occur. So I would say at this point, I would share Representative Cooper's remarks that it is important to get something that will begin to change what's going on. And then we'll see how it does in specific scenarios. I mean, I totally respect, I've enjoyed being with you today, and you've asked questions that are specific things, but this is a concept that helps to change the climate of what's going on in our medical care. And I would just ask that we give this a chance and see how it goes.
Representative Sharper.
Yeah, in regards to when you were talking about the emergency room, if a hospital joins and be a part of CANDOR, we know then at that point, if they get the training, everything, all the resources available to them, that begins that total climate change and that culture change of how we normally do business. And like I said, even though they're in the emergency room, they're still ran by the board or by, you know, the hospital itself. And they can make that decision, I feel, to say, this is what we're going to do. We're not just going to say that our state is, we're CANDOR, you got it, you got a stamp. The work that needs to be done behind it, for us, the training and the other things we talked about, that's where it's going to make all the difference in the world. I think of us really getting involved and getting the training and resources we need, and first recognize that there is a problem with the way we're doing things in the medical community. Also, as people leaving the industry, things like that. So, I think we can get past that. We just got to start somewhere and just begin that little, climate change, I think.
Yep.
Dr. Schreiner.
Doug, thank you very much for telling you and your family story today. And I had sort of an emotional reaction when you said that finally in 2010, your family had a measure of closure anyway, and the right thing was done. I wrote down what you said. Passing CANDOR will raise the ethical conduct of the medical community in our state. I have a cadre of ethicists that report up through me in the place that I work, and they do a variety of activities. But here's my point. One in particular, I've been talking to about CANDOR for a few months now, and he maintains just what you said, that passing CANDOR in our state will absolutely elevate the ethical play, if you will, of everyone on both sides. Those that are harmed and those that did the harming. So I can't wait to get back to the office tomorrow and tell him that one of our distinguished experts testified today. Yeah. That really there's an ethical core to this bill, and I just love that. So
thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
That's the last question I have, and I will say, Doug, that in your quiet way and sharing your story of what happened to you, it was the perfect closing for us after today.
Thank you.
So I thank you, and thank you for your patience of waiting. And I will tell the committee for the future, we will not have a long day like this or anything close to it. I don't know when we'll call the next meeting, but as you go, we've had a lot to think about. Adam, I don't think hospital records should cost $8,900. And if they're going to be presented or something, maybe there's something we can say about them. CANDOR, I don't know. So I I look forward to suggestions from you, Dr. Schreiner, and for everybody, as you look at this bill. I don't want us to get out and be really wild with it because we're going on what Iowa and, and we have some history here to start out, but, we always make our bills our Georgia bills with a little bit of a Georgia touch. And so I hope that y'all will be thinking about that and thinking about CANDOR as we go forward till we have our next minute. And I thank you very much for sticking through all of this through thick or thin, and we are adjourned.